The Monster of Gotham. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Dark Men's Group, Part 1. A yellow rope emitting divine light suddenly flew over and wrapped around the neck of the God of War Batman. After wrapping around 3 times, it suddenly tightened. The air in his throat was strangled, and he made a sound of ugh. The opponent's strength was very strong. This was a long-awaited surprise attack, and he only hoped that it would succeed in one strike. Diana. He struggled. The lasso of truth might remind him of the old people. The lasso of truth tightly bound his throat. The divine power made it difficult for him to break free. The invisible force pressed him to kneel on the ground. "I'm not a woman's voice" came from behind him. Judging from the voice, she must be a heroic female warrior. Lizu looked at the owner of the rope and smiled. Red short skirt, capable short hair. She held the lasso of truth in her right hand and pressed with her left hand. Her palm seemed to hold the weight of a mountain. When her palm with 5 fingers spread out slightly pressed down, the ground where the God of War Batman was located began to sink. But the application of this power was not simple. It can be seen that she paid a great price. She even bled from all 7 orifices and her face was distorted by pain, but she kept increasing her strength. Alice. No, she should be called Alicia, or the new god. She is the perfect creation of the T-virus, but in the end she accepted Alicia's memory. Alicia's memories from birth to adulthood are more than 10 or 20 years, while Alice's short memory of 1 year as a clone cannot dominate. In Alicia's real memory, there is more of the new god. A loser who came from 50 years later, chasing Lizu, but now only has a lingering memory. This is what we agreed on before. Lizu stood up and walked back, saying at the same time, "He is yours now." It seems that he has long known that the God of War Batman will appear and has prepared for it. If the injury is not intentional, then it is lucky that this battle can last until now. The power of the lasso of truth is in a stalemate with the divine power in the body of the God of War Batman, but soon, a strange energy flows in from behind him. "You want to take this helmet?" The God of War Batman knelt on the ground. His voice was low, but full of power. He did not fail. Even if one end of the rope was tied to his neck and the other end was held by the strange woman, it didn't matter. The gap in power could not be made up. He only needed to gently mobilize the divine power and the priority would be easily reversed. He would kill the woman behind him and the toy man in front of him who was getting farther and farther away. The God of War. No one can stop him. "It's nice to see you again, Bruce Wayne." Her voice was so low that only Batman could hear it. "What did you do? Who are you?" Lizu took 2 steps and his body strength was drained. He simply turned around and sat on the ground, lying on his back again, which seemed to restore his strength faster. The scope of this battle was getting farther and farther. Now, apart from the flashing yellow dots and the lonely green dots in the sky, there were only Alice and the 2 people in the distance who could stay in Lizu's sight. Everything started when the old Flash brought Alfred back. Batman sat by the bed, guarding Alfred on the bed. The old butler with sunken eyes was only half alive, and the mental pain was more serious than the physical torture. Finally, after a day and a night of deep sleep, the old butler woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Batman at first sight. Fear, yes, fear. The old butler screamed loudly, curled up in the corner, hugged his legs and trembled. He did not have the elegance of aristocrats, nor the steadiness and arrogance of the Wayne family butler, only the posture of a frightened bird. "Sorry, Alfred." Batman walked over, raised his hand, and hugged the old butler, and controlled the old butler's struggle with a little force on his shoulders. Batman held him in his arms, patted Alfred's back gently, and kept repeating the words, "Sorry, Alfred, I'm really sorry." Apologizing and repeating, like comforting an anxious baby. The old butler's spirit barely stabilized. He is not the Batman of this world. He just apologized to the injured Alfred. Young Master Alfred said the name he was more familiar with. His voice trembled, and the fear inside was reduced a lot. Maybe he can finally breathe a sigh of relief now. "I'm not him." Batman let go of Alfred, but the other party hugged him tightly instead. "Thank you." The old voice made Batman's body tremble and calm down. How touching, an inappropriate voice came. Toyman Batman turned his head and glared at the uninvited person. He was obviously not used to being caught in such an intimate scene. But he also knew that there was more business. Please allow me to introduce myself first, sir. Lizu walked to Alfred's window and bowed slightly. Toyman, maybe you have heard of me. That Christmas Eve, the young master. Alfred glanced at the Batman in front of him. He knew that the person in front of him was not his Bruce Wayne. He said that you impressed him. Alfred looked at Batman and asked tremblingly, is he still savable? Batman was silent. Lizu took the place of Batman and spoke first. We haven't discussed how to deal with him yet, but our first step is to defeat him. Can you tell me what he has done recently? Looking at his casual appearance, it seems that what they are discussing is not saving the world, but buying groceries in the supermarket, and suddenly talking about yogurt discounts. Alfred rolled his eyeballs, and the whites of his eyes were full of bloodshot. He said in a dry voice, he is looking for Batman, we know this. The whole Batcave is full of Batman's corpses. Lizu nodded. Alfred whispered, I have seen every one of them alive. When they appear, they are in the Batcave. All of that took only one night. Wait, you mean that all the corpses there were piled up in one night? Lizu interrupted Alfred in surprise. But they look to be decayed to different degrees, right? Because he didn't kill everyone. He wanted more like-minded Batman, not a pile of corpses. Lizu nodded. So each of them was beaten half to death. Those who agreed to join left, and those who didn't agree to join waited to die in there. This is very Joker. Very Joker. He thought of a fairly appropriate word to describe it. Those who are willing to join will leave, and those who are unwilling to join will die in the Batcave. Compared to how many Batmen with characteristics there are, Lizu is more emotional about how the laughing bat prevents the seriously injured Batman from escaping the Batcave. In Alfred's words, as long as a microbomb is implanted in their necks, it will explode when they leave the range. The one responsible for all this is also a Batman. He is like Cyborg, proficient in all technology. Lizu stared at Alfred and asked, so, how many people are there in this group of Dark Knight men you have seen? Chapter 277 Dark Men's Group, Part 2. Dark Boys Group. When this name was mentioned, Lizu clearly saw Batman's shoulders tremble. You superheroes like to gather a group of people with personality together and give them a unique group name. Justice League, Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, this team of Batman must have a unique name. Alfred's head was still dizzy, and he didn't understand Lizu's ridicule. Batman seemed to be enduring. A long table. Lizu, Batman, Harley Quinn, Hawkgirl, Old Flash, and Alfred sat around an emergency meeting. In the past, they would never sit together so peacefully, but now, they are heroes who can save the world. Yes, heroes. Harley Quinn has said many times that she doesn't like sitting with Batman, but she is very enthusiastic about defeating a group of Batmen and becoming the representative of justice. Lizu cleared his throat, making his eyes with drooping dark bags a little more alert. According to our housekeeper, our enemies this time are a group of Batmans. I hate bats, said Harley Quinn, pinching her nose. They never wash their clothes and wear the same clothes every day. Batman was wearing a mask, so his expression could not be seen, but he was definitely not happy. Lizu grinned. There is a Batman infected with Doomsday, a speedrunner, a Batman who transformed himself to be able to breathe underwater, and a Green Lantern version, etc. There are more than 30. Halfway through his words, Lizu suddenly stopped and looked at Batman. I guess the tricks you prepared before are useless against them. Before becoming different versions of Batman, they must first be Bruce Wayne, and a Bruce Wayne must have a good brain, and must know those tricks to deal with the Justice League. Each universe will develop a completely different future, as long as there is a slight deviation. Batman ignored Lizu's ridicule and said, it's not surprising that the Batman in each world is different. Yeah, of course it's not surprising. Lizu rubbed his right cheek, stretched out his hand and slapped the table and said, every Batman is dangerous, but it is difficult for us to kill every Batman, and we don't know where the laughing bat hides them. It is obviously not important to kill all Batman. We only need to deal with a few of them, the more troublesome ones. Lizu said, just like the version of Batman like Green Arrow, it's useless to have another one, but Doomsday, just one is enough to give you a headache. Harley Quinn discovered the important point. You really don't like Green Arrow. He is one of the few who is not threatening. In fact, I like him very much. I like his mustache, ha ha ha. No one laughed. Lizu pulled his lips again and said, okay, now it's bad guy time. We have to find a way to defeat these troublesome Batmen. According to the division, we need at least 2 Kryptonians to deal with Doomsday, so it is very necessary to bring out the smiling Supergirl. That Green Lantern kid should have a group of lanterns to deal with him. The Red Runner, it depends on you. Lizu looked at the old Flash. My body doesn't allow me to run faster. The Flash shook his head. He was powerless. No, you don't need to run faster. We still have Barry Allen, who has the qualities of the Flash. Lizu's words sounded a bit like Juan Pio selling melons, boasting about himself. He's a toy listening to Batman's words, Lizu thought. Here comes the spoiler. Ahem. Lizu cleared his throat, transforming the form of toys and simulating life armor abilities, but I can't create something out of nothing. If you try, maybe he can also have super speed. A toy collection with super speed should have a separate glass cabinet, Lizu thought. We should fight to the death. The old Flash looked at Batman. You are also one of the toys, aren't you? In my opinion, the toy man has restored you very well. Batman didn't say anything. But there is no doubt that, if a young and powerful Flash can appear, this battle may still have a chance to win. Then, forget the girl who is very powerful in the water. I guess she won't come ashore. Remove some less obvious ones. Now, we only have one troublesome guy who has no one to serve. His finger stopped and landed on a name. In the information given by the mentally fragile old butler Alfred, the other party has a very loud title, Merciless Iron Fist, but Lizu prefers to call him the God of War Batman. Because this guy's power comes from the helmet of the God of War Ares. The power of the Greek God of War Ares is a bit beyond the scope. Relax, we have another contestant. The door opened at the right time, and the little girl Shirley Birkin poked her head in. She looked around at the people around her, shrank her head, and said, Sister Alice is here. Please let her in. The door was completely opened, and Alice walked in. The red short skirt and the cool short hair attracted the attention of several men, including Alfred, as soon as she appeared. She and the Master are really a good match, he whispered. I'm your captive now. Alice looked at Lizu. Her expression was very complicated. Memory is the dominant factor in the human brain. If a person who has studied hard for 20 or 30 years is brainwashed and implanted with the memory of a murderer, then no matter how kind his outer shell is, he will still plan the next murder according to the extension of the memory. The same is true for Alice. Although the memory belonging to Alice is the first one, compared with the memory that entered her brain later, this memory is less than 0.001%, and she has become someone else. Everyone else looked at Lizu, not knowing what he wanted to do. Lizu just said to Alice, although I don't know what kind of god you are, with only memory, you are at most a T-virus evolver. And I'm still your toy. Alice said. The eyes of the others looking at Lizu changed. This sentence is ambiguous, Lizu immediately retorted. Ahem. He coughed and continued, of course, you are my captive now, but I still want to give you something. I'm not interested. She was very indifferent, that kind of indifference that was different from humans, like a combination of emotions, and like a freak without any emotions. Have you heard of Greek mythology? In a few days, someone will send a helmet of the God of War Ares. It is said that, if you wear it, you will gain all the power of the God of War. What is a god? Lizu has never figured it out. Compared with the Norse gods and aliens in the Marvel world, the Greek gods in this world should have some blood of gods. And according to the Book of Dagon, the old ones are not the natives of the earth. They should be considered aliens, stumbling from the stars. Alice still didn't speak. Judging from her expression, the word god should be very attractive to her. She is just a clone of Alicia with the memory of the new god, and she is no longer a god at all. Speaking of it, Lizu may be closer to the level of god than her. But Lizu prefers to define that only the strong can be a god. They may appear together, or two may hide. No matter what, as long as the battle begins, and the battlefield is opened. Lizu gestured and said, look for the opportunity Tie his neck with the lasso of truth, and then take off his helmet. That will be your trophy. Lasso of truth? Alice heard a strange name. A thing that will tell the truth when it is tied. Lizu raised the lasso of truth in his hand, and the rope emitted a yellow divine light, which means that everything he says now will be true. What do I need to pay? Alice knew in her heart that, even if she got the helmet, she would still be the opponent's toy, just a stronger toy. If you succeed, the helmet is yours. If you fail, we will die together. Alice shook her head. You are immortal. No, I only have one life now. The rope in his hand still emits light. Alice's eyes are shining. Chapter 278, Female Warrior, Part 1. The figure left very cleanly, and it was Shirley Birkin who closed the door in the end. She was still holding a textbook in her hand. Thanks to her parents' excellent genes, she was already studying the last year of elementary school. At the age of 10, she would soon be promoted to junior high school. Putting all this aside, the long table meeting fell into an eerie silence. She will seize the opportunity to kill you, said Harley Quinn first. She was the person who knew Lizu the most. Batman did not speak either. He vaguely remembered that Lizu had mentioned that he had died. Only Flash and Alfred looked confused, a little confused about the last life. No matter who you are in this world, shouldn't you only have one life? Died, or too strong to die? The setting of several lives should exist in game consoles, such as Mario's green mushrooms that add lives. Lizu shook his head indifferently and said, before she kills me, she will definitely complete her plan and take off her helmet. If she is not sure, she would rather do nothing. If she wants to be free, she must be sure to kill me with one blow. Otherwise, if she fails, I will definitely throw her into the fireplace first and burn her until next Christmas. Except for Harley Quinn, no one else knew what happened. They only knew that Lizu had found another helper to make this battle more likely to win, and this person seemed to want Lizu's life. It seems that the days of supervillains are not so free, the old Batman thought. Harley Quinn raised her hand suddenly like a student. Student Yao Yao, please speak. Lizu stretched out his hand very seriously to signal the other party to speak. Harley Quinn asked hurriedly, are we superheroes now? Superheroes? From the perspective of the multiverse, only Lizu and Harley Quinn are not superheroes. No, Harley Quinn was a superhero for a while. Lizu patted his chest with regret. There is no S and bat here, and there is no cape on the back. It's a pity that we are not superheroes. Batman's shoulders trembled slightly, and it can be seen that he seemed to be holding back something. Who said that only those who wear these clothes can be considered superheroes? But if you try to think back, it seems that you can also find that the superheroes in this world like to have their own iconic strange costumes before taking action. This is an unwritten rule. As for who started this bad habit, it is probably Superman, or the first Green Lantern to arrive on Earth. It's hard to say. The god of war Batman knelt on his knees, and his knees smashed to bits. His tall figure was much shorter, so that the person behind him could easily step on his high heels on his back. He had to stretch his hands and support the ground. Batman, who was on all fours, had a rope tied around his neck, and the other end of the rope was in the hands of a woman in a red short skirt. This picture was somewhat forbidden to minors. The lasso of truth on his neck and the invisible pressure on his body bound him and made him unable to move. The power on his body could only make the battle stalemate. He could feel that his power was getting weaker and weaker, and the vitality of the person behind him was about to run out. If the stalemate continued, Batman would win. That was the fact. He would always win in the end. But the opponent suddenly opened his mouth and chanted incomprehensible words. There was no fixed spell, but it seemed to be a calm recitation. Curse? It didn't seem like it, but if it was the beginning of some strange magic, there was no flow of magic, which seemed very strange. What made his rock-like heart tremble even more was the helmet was loose. Although it was not taken off his head directly, it was definitely a little loose. The helmet could only be taken off by force. If his enemy really had such power, then whether he wore a helmet or not, he would be just a small ant in the eyes of the enemy. Judging from the battle situation, the Dark Knights should still have the advantage. The opponent was taking off the air's helmet on his head in a tricky way, and Batman's heart sank. He couldn't even stop all this. The heir's helmet was taken off his head bit by bit, and his long white hair fell down. Without the divine protection of the heir's helmet, Bruce Wayne's humanity returned. He recalled the war in the past. The sky exploded. It was clearly night, but the clouds in the west were boiling red. A figure covered with divine fire fell from the sky. The airport was torn apart by the overwhelming power, splitting left and right into abyssal cliffs. Yes, the god of war was riding the wind and floating slowly with his shoulders. Batman was wearing a divine armor. The ancient Greek-style armor was combined with the technology of Paradise Island to create a unique iron armor belonging to Batman. Even so, he couldn't get close to Ayers. Just the fluctuations caused by the other parties waving his palm made him unable to move. He could hold on until now, because of his will. The ground under his feet split apart, and Batman's body was falling rapidly. The weight of the armor on his body accelerated the fall. He obviously couldn't get rid of gravity like Ayers, but Batman would always find a way. He shot out a bat rope from his wrist and stabbed it into the earthen wall of the broken cliff. He hung there. A flash of light passed by, and there was another person on the broken cliff opposite. They were 15 meters apart. This was the power of the god of war. The ground was cracked into a 15-meter wide abyss, and it was bottomless. Batman turned his head to the female warrior on the left, and his eyes under the bat helmet were full of tenderness. "Bruce, you shouldn't come." Wonder Woman Diana stabbed the earthen wall with the sword, hanging like Batman. She was like standing half slanting on the steep earthen wall, and the sword only provided a fulcrum. She herself seemed to have no weight. Batman shook his head slightly, but turned to look at the suspended god of war. His eyes under the helmet were full of fighting spirit. "You know, I have to come. He is the god of war. You are just a mortal. The blades of mortals cannot hurt gods, let alone the god of war. Wait for me here." Wonder Woman drew out her sword and stepped on the steep mud cliff with both feet. She pushed the left foot with one foot, and her body flew to the right front. When she was close to the right cliff, she stepped out with her right foot, stepped on the cliff with one foot, and her body shot to the left front again. From a distance, she looked like a lightning that could be refracted continuously. At the forefront of the lightning was the god of war, yes, who was suspended above the cliff of the abyss. Who? The shouts of the Amazon warriors resounded in the narrow cliffs. The divine light collided, and the flames and swords collided. Diana was right. With a mortal body, even if you watch this battle with your eyes will be burned by the hot aftermath. Batman had to squint to relieve the terrible burning pain that pierced into the pupil and landed on the retina. Thank you Intestine Forging Man for the 1000 starting coins reward. Chapter 279, Female Warrior, Part 2. Squeak. There was movement overhead. Half of the fuselage of a medium-sized passenger plane slid into the cliff, and Batman was right below. He also had his own crisis. After the airport cracked, planes were loaded into the ravine one after another, filling the bottom of the dark abyss. There was another thump, and Wonder Woman was knocked flying and crashed into the cliff, which aggravated the fall of the passenger plane above Batman's head. Batman looked up, facing the falling medium-sized passenger plane, and quickly retracted the rope. As his body fell, he shot out the rope again, and it was stuck under the cockpit of the technology. Under the operation of the small pulley mechanism, the rope hung Batman and rose rapidly. When it was about to touch the nose of the passenger plane, Batman swung out, reached forward with his arms, and grabbed the left wing of the passenger plane dangerously. He climbed to the top of the passenger plane, resisting the soreness of his muscles, and jumped back to the ground at the last moment when the passenger plane fell into the abyss. Batman looked down at the ravine, the bottomless darkness. This is the power of the gods. The medium-sized passenger plane rushed into the darkness without any movement, and the sound of landing could not be heard for a long time. The divine fire swept an airport trailer and cut through Batman's sight, smashing not far from him. The flames exploded, and the heat wave burned the bat suit made of heat-insulating materials. He could even feel the curling of his hair. Boom. The explosion came late. Because his right ear was too close to the explosion point, tinnitus drilled into his brain, stinging him to breathe. Batman bent down and held the ground to prevent himself from falling. And this is just the aftermath of the battle between the gods. Diana is still fighting. Her arms are crossed, and the invisible force generated by the collision of the protective silver bracelets knocks Ares away, and her shouts and roars are like the Olympic fire. Ares, the god of war, grabbed a twisted lamppost. After the divine power spread, the lamppost twisted and transformed into an axe. As Ares smashed it with the axe, Diana flew out. The divine shield protected her, so that she only retreated a dozen meters with sparks on her feet. The axe that the lamppost turned into was also completely scrapped, and was thrown away by Ares. You have the power of Hercules, the wisdom given by Athena, and the beauty given by Aphrodite. The gods have given you everything. They like you very much, Diana. Ares landed. He never cared about Batman from beginning to end. In his eyes, Batman was just an insignificant ant. Even if that ant was trying to get close now. So, I can easily knock off your head. Diana turned over and stood up. She bent her legs and knees, and her body blasted towards Ares like a cannonball. Ares nodded, yes, and Hesper's stubbornness. It's the courage to stick to the truth. Diana retorted, her fist already smashing in front of Ares. But Ares just raised his arm slightly, and grabbed her seemingly indomitable fist. He raised his other hand again, and now both of Wonder Woman's fists were caught by him. Under the helmet, as I stared at Diana, they gave you some insignificant things, which I don't have, but I'm the god of war. In response, Diana hit him with her forehead. Ares didn't expect this counter-attack method. His head tilted back slightly, but the lasso of truth had already tied his neck. It was Batman. Insignificant assistance, although Ares's movements were slightly controlled. The impact was not great. He just couldn't free his hands to catch Diana. Otherwise, even if the lasso of truth tied him into a spider cocoon, he could kill Batman with a breath. Then, Diana hit him with her forehead several times. She used her forehead to bleed, but it only made Ares a little dizzy. The fighting method of the beast, Diana, but it's very interesting. Ares threw his head back suddenly, and then slammed forward. His forehead hit Diana's forehead. Wonder Woman's nose was red, and the blood of God was spilled. At the last moment, the silver bracelets protecting Diana's arms collided again, and the explosion at the cost of destroying the artifact swept the two of them. Diana. No. Batman had to let go of the lasso of truth. He wanted to run forward, but the heat wave of divine power still blew him back, smashed him away, and rolled on the ground. His internal organs were dislocated, his ribs were broken, and his left arm was broken. He was already scarred. If he couldn't get treatment, he would die first. But willpower is what Batman lacks the most. When Batman dragged his heavy body and walked step by step to the center of the explosion, there were only Diana and Ares, who were motionless, but Ares was still alive. Ares opened his eyes and used his last bit of strength to grab the helmet on the ground. Batman bent down and grabbed the helmet on the ground before Ares. You are just building this thing, even at the cost of plunging the world into war? Ares' body was recovering, but he couldn't move yet. Although it was him who fell to the ground, Ares was still as arrogant as ever. Mortal, are you angry about her death? With a human body, even if I'll lie here for 100 years, what can you do? That's right, the power of mortals can't hurt you, Batman said, tearing off his damaged bat helmet and putting on the Ares helmet without hesitation. The divine power penetrated Batman's body in an instant, flowing into his muscles and bones, instantly healing his injuries. In the moment of gaining powerful and invincible strength, Batman suddenly realized how ridiculous everything he had insisted on was. In front of the huge divine power, everything he had done so hard before seemed like a joke. I just need to win. He raised Wonder Woman's Vulcan sword and easily pierced Ares' chest. Bruce? The faint call from behind made him tremble. I thought you. The explosion only seriously injured Diana and made her unconscious. You killed him. Diana looked at Batman wearing the Ares helmet and advised, take off the helmet. It will corrode your mind and turn you into the next Ares. No, Diana. The Ares Batman turned around and faced the weak Wonder Woman, resolutely cutting off the sword in his hand. It was as if his love for Diana had never existed. Ares is right. He stood on the ruins and looked at the rising sun in the east. The first ray of warm sunlight shone on him, and the iron armor stained with the blood of the gods shone brightly under the sunlight. The second ruthless god of war was born. A mortal body can't do anything, but now I can do everything. Fundamentally, I can look down from above and watch the gods rule in the world end. The next direction he pointed his sword was Metropolis, Star City, and Mount Olympus. Thoughts flew back. Gray hair covered the face of Bruce Wayne, the god of war. The moment his helmet was taken off, he lost all his divine power, and at the same time, his twisted emotions were all restored. Diana. He raised his hand and gently touched the lasso of truth that was tightly around his neck. Even though the Diana in this world was not the one in his, she still conveyed his guilt. Swish, the sword of the god of fire pierced his chest. His vitality was drained, and the moment he fell to the ground, he saw the person standing behind him clearly. A strange woman. She didn't wear a helmet, but her eyes were colder than air's. Bruce was sure that the other party might never have been a human being. In her eyes, everything about humans was so boring. The next moment, she put on the helmet. The goddess of war will appear, and she will be more terrifying than the merciless Iron Fist. The armor wrapped around her body in an instant, and her iron boots rubbed Bruce's face and stepped on the ground. When she stepped over, only the corpse was left. Chapter 280 Lights Out. Sinestro hugged his shoulders and floated in the air. He watched the green light flashing in his Sinestro core and eliminated one Yellow Lantern warrior after another. At the same time, he made a judgment in his heart. His will is very strong, but he is not a Green Lantern warrior, just a monster who happens to have a ring. Sinestro is qualified enough to make this evaluation. In the countless history of Green Lantern Corps warriors, Sinestro must be a name that cannot be bypassed, regardless of whether he betrayed the Green Lantern Corps or chose to wear the Yellow Lantern ring later. The greatest Green Lantern is not a false name, and he is qualified to judge any warrior with a Green Lantern. For a moment, Sinestro's eyes were a little blurry. He thought of the Green Lantern warrior who also came from Earth, Hal Jordan. Their relationship was not very good. Perhaps after Sinestro chose to wear the Yellow Lantern ring, their relationship became a little close. A few days ago, when Star Sapphire flew to OA, Sinestro's men happened to catch her as a captive, and with seemingly difficult to heal wounds on her body, she had to tell her plan. A group of uninvited guests came to Earth, and the planet was in danger. Earth, in the vast universe, is just an inconspicuous little mudball. If the last Kryptonians had not chosen to colonize here, most people would not bother to pay attention to this planet. Of course, Earth is the hometown of Hal Jordan, the greatest Green Lantern after Sinestro, which makes it even more famous. Sinestro first learned about Earth because of Hal Jordan, and that was learned in a casual chat. He didn't expect that when he learned about Hal Jordan again, he actually got the news of Hal Jordan's death. The news didn't reach OA, so Star Sapphire, who also came from Earth, chose to ask for help and seek the help of the most powerful legion in the universe. After hearing the news, Sinestro just jumped in his heart and decided to go to Earth to have a look. After all, Hal Jordan was his admitted opponent, and they had fought for most of their lives. No matter how much he refused to admit it, they had indeed been both teachers and friends, and even after becoming enemies, they were the people who understood each other best. But when he came to Earth, he only saw a monster that controlled the Green Lantern on Earth. That young body might be suitable for wearing a Red Lantern ring, or even a Yellow Lantern ring, but it should never be chosen by the Green Lantern. He had a strong will, but it ran counter to the will of the Green Lantern. The green arrow passed by, and Sinestro shook lightly, and the huge palm of yellow energy smashed the arrow. At the scene, the Yellow Lantern warriors were still floating and flying, and only Sinestro was left. "You are the only one left." Green Lantern Batman flew in front of Sinestro. The energy beam came unceremoniously and hit Sinestro's red face directly. "I admire your willpower." Sinestro's ring shook, and the huge energy ball wrapped him, completely blocking the bombardment of green energy. "Really?" Green Lantern Batman pursed his lips. Perhaps because he was still young, he still had this childish habit. Sinestro finally made the second pose. He raised his right hand, and the yellow ring flashed with divine light. Although they are all a bunch of trash, they are members of the Sinestro Corps after all. "Are you ready to accept fear?" He threw it casually, and an ordinary yellow energy hammer was thrown out with him, whistling and smashing towards Green Lantern Batman. Yellow light, representing fear in the emotional spectrum, is the natural enemy of Green Lantern, but when it comes to the application of both sides, they are almost exactly the same, both of which are the embodiment of thoughts. Green Lantern Batman raised his hand, a shield was placed in front of him, and the hammer easily broke through the shield and continued to smash towards Green Lantern Batman. One shield after another was raised and successfully blocked at the last moment. The hammer stopped 20 centimeters away from his face. You are lucky. Sinestro didn't seem to be in the mood to fight with a beast that got the Green Lantern ring by accident. He waved his hand again, and the energy condensed into a huge yellow spear. The spear that had pierced Green Lantern Batman's defense before was obviously also from his hand. Sinestro pushed his palm forward, and the spear turned into light. In a blink of an eye, the spear came in front of Green Lantern Batman. Without thinking, his head would be pierced in a few tenths of a second. But, snap, it was pitch black. Sinestro was stunned. The world in front of him was bright, but for the lantern, the darkness just now was very bad. It didn't mean that the young star hanging 150 million kilometers away from this planet was extinguished, but the lantern's lamp was extinguished. When the yellow light energy responded to Sinestro's call again, the spear he threw had broken. Yellow light? I have never tried to fight with a yellow light. Green Lantern Batman raised his ring and said. Sinestro's pupils trembled. He noticed that there was something wrong with the Green Lantern ring in the other's hand. He should have noticed it earlier, but because he was missing Hal Jordan on this planet, the situation in front of him happened. The Green Lantern ring had a dark crack on it. You will taste fear. For the first time, Sinestro changed his stance. He was no longer as leisurely as before. He stretched out his right hand, and his body turned into a yellow light, rushing towards the monster that controlled the green light. That's right, the green light monster. Snap. Here it comes again. Sinestro felt bad. Dark, terrible darkness. If you have to describe what it feels like, a simple word, turn off the lights. That's right, when darkness strikes, the lantern ring will lose its power. And this time, after turning off the lights, Sinestro felt a violent impact. His left shoulder, right leg, and right wrist were injured respectively. He seemed to have completely lost his vision and hearing, and fell into darkness. But he felt the raw teeth, tentacles, and endless huge body of some monster again. When the yellow light energy contacted again, Sinestro lowered his head and saw the injuries he had suffered. It turns out that you are qualified to make me serious, kid. Sinestro's red skin couldn't tell how angry he was, but the infinitely condensed yellow light energy showed that Sinestro was now trying his best. Snap, the light of the lantern ring was extinguished again. The next moment, Sinestro felt like other soldiers of the Legion, his face first hitting the ground. If it weren't for the protection of the ring's energy, his cervical vertebra would have been twisted first. The Sinestro Legion was completely defeated. Cough. Sinestro coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had never lost so badly as he did now. Sinestro heard footsteps. He turned his head and found that it was Lizu who was walking over. He also glanced at the battle just now, and the conclusion was that it was just a fight that was unbearable to watch. And Sinestro was unwilling to give Lizu the right to communicate on an equal footing. But Lizu still spoke for himself. He said, your Sinestro Legion is finished, but it doesn't mean that your yellow lantern ring is useless. He looked up at the sky, and the green figure had turned his eyes to him. Lizu, he didn't know why, but he was indeed the target of the Dark Men's group. And when the Green Lantern Batman rushed up, Lizu didn't dare to guarantee that Alice would come to save him. It was good enough that she didn't add a sword in the back. 1-to-1 tie. I can't accept this result. He squatted down and poked Sinestro. This utterly disrespectful action made Sinestro's face full of anger, with veins bulging high. I have a more suitable candidate for the ring. Perhaps you can give him up. Chapter 281 from Earth. Sinestro looked at Lizu and waited for him to say who the recommended person was. The Sinestro Corps welcomes strong people to join, even the most vicious ones. That person can't be you, right? He couldn't help but sarcastically said. He felt the breath of a lantern on this earthling. And Sinestro could see that the center of this battle, to defend the earth, was on the earthling in front of him. After all, when he walked out of the Manda building, he was vaguely the leader of the crowd, which could be seen. Of course not. Lizu was a little embarrassed. He waved his hand. If you really want to give me a yellow lantern ring, it's not impossible, but it's better to give me a portable battery at the same time. Okay, just ignore me. Seeing Sinestro's increasingly worse face, he decisively stopped the topic. Collecting all kinds of powerful weapons and turning them into toys is indeed Lizu's hobby, but Sinestro doesn't look like he is generous enough to give others rings casually. He restrained the smile on his lips and made himself look serious. He will be the best spokesperson for the ring, the best spokesperson for fear. A yellow ring flew up from a corpse and floated in front of Lizu. If you want to try the ring before you die, I can grant it. Sinestro sorted out his expression. Even if he fell to the ground with serious injuries and had no strength to move his body, Sinestro would not restrain his arrogance. If I'm not called Toyman, but Scarecrow, then I must be the one who deserves this ring. Lizu grabbed the yellow lantern ring. At that moment, he had a feeling that, even if he really wore this ring, the yellow lantern energy would definitely accept him. Lizu took a deep breath, turned around, and threw it fiercely, shouting at the same time, "It's your turn." The long lurking Batman looked blankly at the yellow lantern ring flying towards him. At the same time, a voice sounded from his heart. Intelligent life has been locked. Bruce Wayne from Earth. You have the ability to inflict great fear on others. Welcome to join the Sinestro Corps. Yellow energy spread throughout his body, and the power of fear was loaded on his body. The ring burst out with divine power to change Batman's battlesuit, making him black with yellow lines. Yellow Lantern Batman, come. Green Lantern Batman dived towards Lizu. After seeing the opponent's ability, he didn't mind cutting off Lizu's limbs first to make him more obedient. But a yellow energy came and shattered the hard green light of Green Lantern Batman. He stopped diving because there was a black and yellow figure blocking the way to reach Lizu. This power is not enough to be my enemy. Green Lantern Batman has a small body, but it has an undeniable strong spirit. When I was your age, I knew what humility was. After saying that, Batman in a yellow light had already rushed towards Green Lantern Batman. Even with the yellow energy added to his body, he still chose a more straightforward way of fighting. The green fist smashed down like a small mountain, slamming Batman into the ground and creating a big hole. Batman reached out his hand and climbed out of the big hole. He was not familiar with the use of the ring, which made him a little flustered in the first battle, but it was not difficult to adapt to it. The yellow bat dart flew towards the figure wrapped in green energy under the control of consciousness. As Batman, fear and willpower collided with each other for the first time. Snap. The lights went out. When the yellow light Batman contacted the ring again, the green light had appeared in front of him and punched him. Do you think you are more suitable for this weak ring? The green beam hit the yellow light Batman. In the welcome speech of the Green Lantern Corps, there is a sentence, you have a strong will to overcome fear. They are natural enemies. At present, the yellow energy shield has been deployed, blocking the yellow light Batman. Yes, 2 more bat darts quietly disappeared into the air. No tricks on me. Green Lantern Batman raised the ring in his hand. Half of his face was hidden behind the bat mask, but from the hideous smile on the lower half of his face, he should be very excited now. Lights out. Lights out. In that instant, the light was taken away. Of course, all the attacks of the lantern rings would also be deprived of their light and turned into nothingness. Bruce, who was wearing the yellow lantern ring, clearly saw that the opponent's green lantern ring, which was full of cracks, had an unprecedented darkness. His eyes blurred, and countless monsters appeared in front of him again. These terrifying monsters were outlined by the will of the Green Lantern. A monster wrapped in a cloak with only 8 octopus tentacles twisting and protruding, a bat with 2 pairs of wings, but the size of a jeep, a monster wielding a mantis knife, but twisting its tentacles. They occupied Bruce's vision and easily interfered with the entire battlefield as soon as they appeared. Supergirl and Zombie Superman were knocked away, and Alice, wearing an air's helmet, also retreated continuously. Another one pounced on Lizu and the fallen Sinestro. More pounced on the Wayne Manor and the superheroes who had no power to fight back. Bruce clenched his fists. His voice, changed by the voice changer, was full of unique bat-style fear and magnetism. You should learn how to spread fear to others. He barely regained a trace of connection with the ring, which was very weak. From wearing the yellow lantern ring to fighting, it was only a dozen minutes. He didn't even have time to understand what power this ring could give him. But when it comes to inflicting fear, that is Batman's specialty. He does it even better than Gotham's crime king. In Gotham, every supercriminal is the fear of the citizens. Every time they take action, people will fall into life and death crisis. And Batman is the most feared existence of this group of sources of fear. Lights out, his ring looks a little different. Under the hood, eyes emitting faint white light stared at Green Lantern Batman. The real trouble is the unusual Green Lantern ring. All rings are useless in front of it. It is the nemesis of all rings. You have to be thankful that the Green Lantern Corps, where Hal is, has always been one of my imaginary enemies. The Yellow Lantern may not be able to face a Green Lantern who can turn off the lights at any time, but Batman can. Bruce's eyes flickered. What was he doing at the time? Yes, catching the Joker. Every night when the Joker is not in Arkham Asylum, he is searching for him. As long as he catches the Joker, the next thing to do is to prevent the Joker from escaping. At the same time, he has to deal with Two-Face, Scarecrow, Penguin. In the ancient buildings of Gotham, stone statues of gargoyles can be seen everywhere, and that is also the place where Batman can take a breath. That night, he suddenly saw the projection of the Bat Lantern in the sky. The light source was not the Gotham Police Department, but someone was calling Batman. Whether that person was seeking help or ambushing maliciously, Batman decided to go and see. When he arrived, he saw that the light was projected from the distorted time and space. Then, he heard someone mumbling, "Is anyone there? Hello, hey, is anyone there? 90% chance of getting this thing. Did I guess wrong?" Rashly entering a different time and space violated Batman's code of conduct, but when he looked up at the Bat Lantern in the sky again, his eyes flashed, and what appeared again was Gotham, an unfamiliar Gotham. Chapter 280 to collection number 7. In Gotham City in a different time and space, Batman noticed the Bat Lantern and the Yellow Man next to the Bat Lantern. After the other party's story, he learned that he was summoned as an assistant and used the scrap disposable Bat Lantern. Bruce quickly understood the whole story, but he was unwilling to listen to the other party's one-sided words about all this, and preferred to investigate it himself. Only later did he know how bad this world was. The worst thing was himself in this world, and things had reached a point where they could not be reversed. After the swaying ended, Bruce took a deep breath, clasped the back belt under his cloak with his backhand, and gently broke a small bottle. The yellow light energy quickly wrapped around the liquid in the small bottle that was about to vaporize. Bruce raised his hand and threw it, and the weak yellow energy attacked the Green Lantern Batman. I said, "This is useless." The Green Lantern Batman raised his hand. He didn't use the green light energy. He just slapped his palm and smashed it to get the weak yellow light. Swish, the green poison gas suddenly swept and enveloped the Green Lantern Batman. Ahem. He covered his throat, but inevitably inhaled something, and he realized something was wrong. The yellow figure flew in front of Green Lantern Batman, and Bruce looked down at his young self. You should know that Batman does not symbolize hope for Gotham City. That's right, Batman is different from other superheroes. He does not represent justice, does not represent hope, and is not as omnipotent as Superman. He is just fear, a fear that oppresses the villains and follows them like a shadow. In the eyes of Green Lantern Batman, everything has changed. The energy of the yellow light and the poison gas intertwined, which aroused his mental relaxation. In Crime Alley, young Bruce stood in the middle, with his father on the left and his mother on the right, holding his hands respectively. Young Bruce did not understand the movie, he just wanted to stay with his parents for a while. The exit of Crime Alley was right in front of them, and they would soon be able to walk under the street lights. Because they were in a hurry to leave, they went through the back door of the cinema, which was not under the protection of the street lights. Although Gotham is inhabited by despicable people, they don't run into them every time. But this time, they happened to run into a man with a gun in his hand, and he was very short of money. When he pulled out the gun, Thomas, the father of young Bruce, shouted to the other party not to worry, and he would hand over all the money on his body. But Thomas's action of reaching for his wallet in his arms scared the other party. The man was a novice, he was eager for money, but he was too timid. Maybe in this city, if you want to take some money, you have to be cautious. The survival rule of the bottom. Bang, bang, 2 gunshots. His parents fell in a pool of blood. Bruce stood there blankly, and a strong fear occupied his body. But looking at the man who was trembling and trying to search his parents' money, Bruce tried to restrain his fear. A green light streaked across the sky. It fell in front of young Bruce. Intelligent life has been locked. Bruce Wayne from Earth, you have a strong will to overcome fear. Welcome to join the Green Lantern Corps. The ring wrapped around the body of young Bruce. He clenched his fists. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. The green fist appeared when he punched, knocking the bastard with the gun to the ground. The other party was extremely scared and couldn't understand why a little kid suddenly turned into a monster covered in green light. The bodies of his parents were not yet cold, and young Bruce now only wanted to kill his enemies. Warning, no lethal weapons are allowed. No lethal weapons are allowed. Warning, no lethal weapons are allowed. Zizzy. The Green Lantern ring kept flashing, and the will of young Bruce collided with the will of the lantern ring. Click, a slight crack appeared on the ring. Program error. Program. Lethal forces allowed. Blood-stained crime alley. 3 people died in the alley that night. Fear will not deprive Green Lantern Batman of his will. He has a strong willpower that no one can destroy. Lights off. He raised his fist again, trying to tell Bruce, who was much older than him, but still trapped in the cage of the so-called bottom line and unable to extricate himself, that all the lantern rings were meaningless in front of him. However, what greeted him was a straightforward punch. I heard from Hal. The Yellow Lantern Batman did not pursue the victory. He raised his fist, and according to my data analysis of the Green Lantern ring, there is a better way to use the lantern ring. The flash mode. The yellow ring suddenly burst out with an unimaginable strong light, which made the Yellow Lantern Batman disappear in front of the Green Lantern Batman in an instant. Then came a punch. The Green Lantern Batman also saw clearly that the opponent transformed into a group of bats, and his fist was wrapped in bats. Bats are Bruce's fear. The entire Green Lantern Corps can't stop me, Bruce. Why do you think I will lose to you? The Green Lantern Batman roared, his arm shaking because of excessive force. The Yellow Lantern Batman just kept silent and continued to swing a punch. A set of armor condensed by yellow light energy wrapped around Batman. That is the anti-Superman armor. The heavy fist made close contact with the profile of Green Lantern Batman, knocking him to the ground. Yellow Lantern Batman followed and fell to the ground, stepping on his chest. Collection number 7. He looked down at the Green Lantern Batman, who was younger than him, and said, Batman's collection number 7. Scarecrow's poison gas. Scarecrow's fear gas, combined with the Yellow Lantern ring to exert fear. No matter how strong the willpower of the Green Lantern warrior is, he cannot resist it. But Green Lantern Batman's willpower can obviously resist it. These are useless to me. Green Lantern Batman's eyes moved to the dazzling, unbearable Yellow Lantern ring. How long can your ring last? If you are really Batman, you should know that Batman always has a backup plan. Yellow Lantern Batman said, this is a plan I hate to activate. It means that I have to cooperate with a supervillain. Lizu sat next to Sinestro. I can feel it. Sinestro regained some strength, allowing him to turn his neck. He looked at Yellow Lantern Batman. The indestructible willpower allows him to become the most powerful Green Lantern, and the most valuable thing is that he has the ability to inflict fear on others. In other words, Batman is suitable for the Green Lantern ring and the Yellow Lantern ring. In the sky, a monster condensed by Green Lantern energy pounced on Lizu. Lizu sat up. I haven't rested well yet. He rarely acts like this today. Even if he is used to the constant roar in his mind, he is too lazy to use extra energy to save the world. He just has to do it now. Mustering all the strength in his body, green crawls all over his body, but it is not enough to make him hate. In fact, I also have the ability to inflict fear on others, Lizu said to Sinestro in a serious tone. At the same time, his left hand changed rapidly, first turning into a building block, then combining into a green building block toy, and finally transforming into a toy. Hateful arm. The arm that was extremely inconsistent with the body was raised high to meet the Green Lantern monster that swooped down from the sky. After a punch, Lizu fell to the ground powerlessly, and the monster disappeared without a trace. Sinestro's expression did not change. He said, same greed, you are more suitable. Orange Lantern. Lizu turned his neck with difficulty. If I have the opportunity, I will increase my collection, including all the lantern rings. Chapter 283 Captain Cold. Boom. Not far away, the yellow lantern Batman fell to the ground, stepping on the green lantern Batman in the pit. The small talk is over. It's time for our backup plan. Halo, influencer, activated. Transmit your own feelings, and will with yourself as the center. This means that, if he has the idea of never giving up, he will also pass it on to the enemy and teammates. But if it is fear, boom, boom, boom. His heartbeat accelerated, and he closed his eyes. The diary turned to that page, the beginning of the text, distorted characters. Lizu stood on the beach. The moon was blocked by thick clouds, and the visible range was only a few meters away. The dark sea, the sound of surging waves, seemed to be something approaching, and the lighthouse in the distance swept the light over and landed on the sea. It has an octopus head, deformed bat wings, and tentacles that seem to connect the east and west coasts. Just looking at it, the mind will fall into uncontrollable madness. Lizu seemed to hear whispers and laughter. Wait, is that his own laughter? Sinestro, who was lying beside Lizu, opened his eyes wide. He could feel a strong fear coming from Lizu's body. The fear turned into food and quickly nourished his lantern ring. But then, Sinestro felt the fear himself. The boundless fear turned into the sea, swallowing Sinestro, Batman, and everyone nearby. Sinestro remembered what Lizu had just said. In fact, I also have the ability to inflict fear on others. It's no joke. The goddess of war Alice kicked over the locust monster the size of a pickup truck. With the blessing of divine power, the telekinesis of the T-virus was more fully exerted. With a slight wave of her fingers, she could prevent the monster in front of her from getting close. When she clenched her 5 fingers into a fist, the locust monster exploded and turned into a ball of green meat sauce and finally disappeared without a trace. But her current goal is obviously not to defeat other Batman and help Lizu win. Wearing Az's helmet, Az's will was directly instilled into her mind, but this did not cause much pressure on her spirit, which instead became her strength. The spirit and will to win offset her hesitation. Alice walked towards Lizu, who was lying on the ground, and raised the sword. Sinestro, who was standing by, watched coldly and ignored her actions. But then, a strong fear emanated from Lizu, which evoked the memory of the new god. Only the existence hidden deep in the nebula could have this feeling, but the description of this fear was very subtle, just like the weak human beings who did not understand fear, looking up at the great existence. The tiny human beings on the earth looked up at the sea of nebula in front of them. Just to count 1/10,000th of the matter in it, they would have to spend their entire lives. If she was still the new god, she could avoid this fear by just bending over and bowing her head. But she was just a human with memories. At most, this human wore the helmet of Ez. When the fear released by Lizu dissipated, and he opened his eyes, Alice put away the sword. She had missed the best time to swing the sword, and maybe she could only wait until the next time. The laughing bat looked up at Wayne Manor in the distance. He was taken several kilometers away by the fast runner version of Batman. He's really surprising. The laughing bat looked up and saw Green Lantern Batman fighting with the Yellow Lantern Corps. Around him, red and blue figures kept crossing the sky. The group that was fighting beyond the limit of human vision was Zombie Superman, Supergirl and Doomsday Batman. Their battlefield has been pulled to the sky of the entire Washington. It should be said that the entire American continent is their arena. The sound of fighting in front was Lizu, who was incarnated as hatred and the god of war version of Batman. However, the battle was not a draw. I'll catch him. The fast runner Batman turned into a red lightning and rushed out. His target was Lizu, who was in a stalemate. But there was another lightning that was slightly inferior, and the fast runner Batman kept running side by side with him. You're much slower. The fast runner Batman didn't seem to like talking, but it didn't prevent him from saying a few words to another fast runner. I'm old. From the Flash's heavy breathing, it can be seen that keeping up with the fast runner Batman has wasted too much of his physical strength. But you are the opponent of the Flash, and the Flash will not lose, Bruce. The fast runner Batman turned suddenly and rushed towards the Flash with blood red lightning. He accelerated. The running speed of the two had already exceeded the level that the human brain could understand, so no matter how fast they fought, it was just a flash of lightning in the eyes of ordinary people. The bottom of the eyes could not capture any scene. The arm vibrated at high speed, forming a phantom. In theory, he could cut off all matter in the world and destroy it from the fundamental level. When the fast runner Batman easily rushed in front of the old Batman and stretched out his hand to stab him, a flash of lightning slightly blocked his attack. Another red figure attacked, and the other part his voice sounded very young. "You look like you need help." It was the toy Flash. The fast runner Flash did not attack rashly. If the toy man could create a Flash with super speed, the outcome of this battle was still unknown. The old Flash and the toy Flash stood side by side. Under the high speed of the Speed Force, their figures looked very blurry. The battle between speedsters sometimes ended within a few seconds. And within a few seconds, they might have thrown thousands or tens of thousands of punches at each other. Bang! A figure rolled out of the speed. His right arm was broken, fell to the ground, and turned into a plastic toy. He can actually give a toy the Speed Force. The fast runner Batman's tone sounded a little surprised. Although he also got the Speed Force from the Flash of his own world through some means, it was beyond his imagination to give the Speed Force to a toy. The old Flash took the opportunity to punch him in the side of the face. Nice punch, Barry. The fast runner Batman took a few steps back. He was indeed careless with the punch just now, but it won't happen next time. The jogging warm-up time is over. The fast runner Batman sped up, his body turned into a shadow, and then sped up again, to the point where the old Flash couldn't see it clearly, just like ordinary people looking at the Flash, only seeing a yellow lightning. The old Flash could only see a flash of lightning. He was hit by dozens of punches in an instant, and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Just when the fast runner Batman was ready to have a good time, an inexplicable fear suddenly came from a distance. The rhythm of his heart was disrupted, and the fast runner Batman slipped, and almost fell to the ground. Slipped. He looked down, and saw that the ground was covered with a layer of ice. Huh. 3 flashes? Today is a good day. A man in a cotton coat holding a freezing gun was standing not far away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Zombie Superman Natural Enemy. Zombie Superman opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, barely holding Doomsday Batman's face, and brought his body into a long rainbow and smashed down from 3,000 feet. The ground was easily smashed into a bottomless pit. Ho ho. He sat on Doomsday Batman's chest, drooling in his mouth, his face pale, his mouth opening and closing unconsciously, his left fist clenched, his arm pulled back, and he could hear the sound of the back muscles breaking. The power born from this terrifying pull was unimaginable. Doomsday Batman punched Zombie Superman in the face, and the hasty punch knocked Superman's head off. At the same time, Doomsday's 2 fingers were like iron hooks, hooking into Zombie Superman's eyes. The fragile tyrant muscle cells were squeezed like mud and overflowed from his eye sockets. Zombie Superman was not moved at all. His left fist finally fell and hit Batman Doomsday's cheek, pressing his head into the ground. With one punch, the white airflow expanded and blew up the broken red cape straight into the sky like a thick red hemp rope twisted together. "Carl, get out of the way." Supergirl's voice came from behind. Although Zombie Superman's body was hunched, he twisted very obediently and dodged the heat vision behind him with a yoga-level twisting movement that Superman's body would never do. Batman Doomsday, who was about to raise his head, was hit back by the heat vision. On the other hand, Zombie Superman's eyes, which were slammed into mud, were quickly repairing themselves. The hot energy was brewing in his eye sockets, and the red heat vision that was stronger and thicker than Supergirl's shot out, covering Doomsday's entire face at such a close range. If Zombie Superman could continue to release heat vision, he might be able to completely gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, his cells could not withstand this power. While barely forcing the Kryptonian gene to release this powerful power, the heat vision would also constantly hurt himself. Zombie Superman's eyes were constantly going back and forth between destruction and rebirth. festering, repairing, and festering again. Ah! A scream suddenly came, covering Zombie Superman, Doomsday, and Supergirl. The sonic attack vibrated the fine dust in the air, allowing the human eye to capture the circular sound waves. Zombie Superman was the first to bear the brunt. The attack was not strong, but the vibration had a strange frequency, pushing his body back. It was the tyrant's muscles that were separating from Superman's bones. Black Canary, with a weird smile on her face, had arrived on the battlefield at some point, and the scream just now was from her. No, Carl. Supergirl's X-ray vision can easily see through the internal structure of the zombie Superman. Even though she knows that this thing is not her relative, for the safety of the Earth, and for Superman's slim chance of resurrection, she has always assumed that the other party is her teammate. Supergirl can see that the zombie Superman's muscles are weakly connected to his bones. What's more, the sudden sound waves can tear the muscles off the bones. Just like now, in the vibration of the sound waves, the zombie Superman's body keeps shaking, and the flesh like melted rubber is separated from the bones and flows out from the holes in Superman's uniform. Carl. Supergirl was desperate, and a white light came and hit her face, knocking her 1,000 feet into the sky. Shaking her head, Supergirl barely recovered her spirit and looked down. What she held in her arms was Superman's skeleton. Supergirl turned half a circle in the air, turned her head down, and her feet up. Her body turned into a red meteor, and fell straight down. Boom. Dust exploded, and in the smoke, Doomsday Batman was holding Supergirl's neck with one hand, and holding the zombie Superman who had lost his skeleton with the other hand. Doomsday's rough nostrils were spewing white gas, and the battle was decided. Supergirl's neck was pinched. Although Kryptonians can fly in a vacuum and breathing through their mouths and noses is not important, it does not mean that they can survive with their necks twisted. Supergirl's face became worse and worse, and the threat of death became stronger and stronger. Use heat vision. Supergirl, a loud roar suddenly came from a distance. Oliver? Supergirl was shocked. She didn't think that the mustache man who shot arrows could do anything, but Supergirl was even more unwilling to sit and wait for death. She used up the last bit of her strength, gathered strength in her eyes, and sprayed red rays, heading straight for Doomsday's face. But Doomsday did not loosen the big hand that was pinching her neck. Instead, he loosened the muddy zombie missiles and stretched out his hand to block the attack that Supergirl had gathered with his last strength. It's bad. Supergirl thought to herself. As long as Doomsday didn't let her go, she wouldn't have a chance to resist. Zombie Superman might be very powerful, but Black Canary in the distance was always on guard and had him under control. Whoosh, the Green Arrow flew over, but it didn't shoot at Doomsday. Instead, it drew a steady arc in the air and pierced Black Canary's shoulder accurately. Puff, it was tough and penetrated the flesh. Black Canary fell to the ground. Get some sleep, dear. Green Arrow proudly pouts his chin mustache. I suggest that all Justice League toys be cancelled in the future, and only Green Arrow toys should be sold. Bang, the sudden fist hit Doomsday Batman's chin, and Supergirl seized the opportunity to escape. It was zombie Superman. Without the influence of Black Canary, he would have no scruples in the next battle. Ahem. Supergirl covered her neck and coughed twice. I will consider proposing it to them. She twisted her body and rushed towards Batman Doom. Zombie Superman and Supergirl pressed Batman Doom's shoulders on the left and right, and the fists fell. The battle was successful because of the strong participation of Green Arrow, and it returned to a stalemate again. They were in a stalemate, barely able to suppress Batman Doom. A yellow light flashed, and the yellow light energy condensed into a chain, cuffing Batman Doom. Come with me, I know how to deal with him. Batman, you wear the yellow light ring. Supergirl opened her mouth in surprise. Wait, aren't you a toy? Before Batman could speak, Supergirl exclaimed, so from the beginning, we have our own Batman. This feels really reassuring. Take him with you. Batman Doom looked at Batman Doom, and the two Bruce Waynes looked at each other. They were walking completely different paths. Batman Doom did not think that the other party would be himself, who abandoned Batman Doom's humanity and also abandoned Bruce Wayne. He turned into a yellow light and flew into the sky. Zombie Superman and Supergirl also took Doomsday and flew up, following closely behind. The moment they left the atmosphere, Batman wrapped zombie Superman in an energy shield to prevent him from being unable to move. "What should we do next?" Supergirl asked. Batman looked at his other self and said calmly, "Throw him into the sun." Doomsday Batman struggled violently and smashed zombie Superman's shield. Zombie Superman's body was visibly frozen. It was very difficult for Supergirl and Yellow Light Batman to control Doomsday at the same time. "He doesn't look like he will obey." Supergirl gritted her teeth and used all her strength to pry Doomsday Batman's arm. He will. The sun was pulled in rapidly, and the strong gravity pulled them. Suddenly, a stronger force came and knocked Supergirl away. Doomsday made a last-ditch effort, but zombie Superman was one step faster, biting Doomsday Batman's neck and holding him and crashing into the sun. "Carl." Supergirl wanted to rush forward, but the rope made of yellow energy pulled her back. "He is not Superman. He is just a mindless monster controlled by a virus," Batman said. Supergirl's eyes were filled with tears, and she turned to look at the Yellow Light Batman. Obviously, she did not accept this statement. "You said he has no mind. Why would he save me and crash into the sun with Doomsday?" "That was just one of the plans." Batman took a last look at the sun, turned around and said, "This will be Superman's way of leaving, instead of dying in a coffin in obscurity." At the same time, he silently said in his heart, "This is also the condition for me to help him." Chapter 285 Super Prison. In the suburbs of Washington, which was crumbling like wasteland, the manor with the word Wayne engraved on it stood upright on the shattered ground. 1. The Penguin took out a handkerchief and rubbed it on his forehead. Standing here for a long time, without lunch and afternoon tea, and sweating a lot, made his body a little dehydrated, but no one dared to stop or leave. This was a war about the survival of the world. The battle lasted from morning to dusk. Not only was the ground broken like an abyss, but even the clouds in the sky were swept away. Bang, that was the dull sound of a fist hitting the cheek. The fast runner Batman turned into a red cannonball and crashed into the high wall of the manor. He rolled over more than a dozen times, passed by the Penguin and Lex Luthor, and finally stopped on the stone road of Wayne Manor. He got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stomped his feet, and kicked off the ice chips stuck on his ankles. The fast runner Batman put down his hand, glanced at the blood on the back of his hand, and then looked at the yellow lightning that was rushing towards him in the distance. He wanted to run again, but the freezing and numbness of his legs restricted his movement. Even if he ran faster, it would not change. He could only watch the broken-armed toy Flash and the old Flash swing their fists at the same time, and once again hit his face with fists, wrapped in the Speed Force. The fast runner Flash was hit again, his head tilted back, and hit the thick wall of Wayne Manor first. The back of his head was hit, and his brain was a little confused, but before he could recover, he realized that his ankle was controlled. A force pulled him out of the wall. It was the Yellow Light Batman. "You are in a mess," the Yellow Light Batman said to the other self. "How does it feel to give up your principles?" The fast runner Batman spit out blood, and there were broken teeth in the blood. The Yellow Light Batman looked at him coldly. At this point, the fast runner Batman was defeated. Supergirl fell to the ground and helped Green Arrow up. "Supergirl, please bring her here." Green Arrow looked at Lizu, who was walking slowly. "There is also an antidote to the virus infection, right?" "Of course, as many as you want." Lizu nodded. "Taking a bath is also fine." He walked to the only person standing there and stood in front of the almost uninjured Batman. Yellow Lantern Batman floated 2 meters above the ground, with a yellow chain in his left hand locking the Green Lantern Batman, who had taken off the ring, and holding the fast runner Batman in his right hand. 2 yellow lightnings came from a distance, one in front and one behind to surround the Batman, who was laughing. Supergirl glared, aiming her hot eyes at the Batman's head. Hawkgirl, Harley Quinn, Green Arrow, and even the unexpected reinforcement, Captain Cold, formed a circle and surrounded the Batman, who was laughing tightly. "You win." Laughing Bat said to Lizu with a grin, spreading his hands casually. He calmly accepted his defeat. "I guess so." Lizu nodded. The degree of world exploration did not increase much, and in order to fight with Laughing Bat, he almost used up all his strength, but the only benefit was world peace. For him, it was a waste of time. You look a little disappointed. Laughing Bat chuckled and said, "You're not going to kill me? This should be in your final plan. Thank you for your reminder, but what happens next has nothing to do with me." Lizu waved his hand lazily. The energy chain transformed by the yellow lightning has bound the hands and feet of Laughing Bat. The Laughing Bat did not focus his eyes on his other self, although he was a little surprised when he knew that this Bruce Wayne was not a toy. He said, "I want to ask you 2 more questions. What's the point of moving this house here?" The Laughing Bat looked at Wayne Manor in the distance and said, "It must be very heavy, and it took a lot of your energy. Don't you think this is interesting? Moving their old home here in front of a group of Bruce Waynes?" He asked back, which was also an answer. Lizu turned and left. He didn't want to answer the first and second questions. Penguin saw Lizu coming and hurried to meet him, but after just 2 steps, he stopped and looked at the motionless Lex Luthor. "Are you here to watch the show like me?" "Of course not." Lex Luthor curled his lips. "Although this is indeed a good beast fighting show, I came here today to welcome a special guest to stay." Lex Luthor's Arctic base 100 meters underground. In a huge secret room, incandescent lamps are placed in all directions to ensure that there is as little darkness as possible in the room. The hands and feet of the Laughing Bat are locked by locks, and the whole person is suspended in the air in a big letter shape. He is the center of the light beam. This is the super prison transformed by Lex Luthor for the Laughing Bat. "This place is really good. I'm actually tired of being the Dark Knight." The Laughing Bat turned his head and looked at the bald Lex Luthor in the distance. "You know that Superman has been solved by me, so you immediately reached out to the North Pole? I guess you would not dare to do this when Superman was still alive. In fact, this base is not much younger than his Fortress of Solitude." Lex Luthor crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the Laughing Bat. "How does it feel? What does it feel like?" The Laughing Bat asked back. "The feeling of destroying the world," said Lex Luthor. The Laughing Bat extended his snake-like tongue, swept across his sharp teeth, and retracted it into his mouth. "Oh, you're talking about that. Not bad." Lex Luthor frowned, as if he was disgusted by the other's disgusting actions and expressions. He said, "I have started an investigation, and will soon find where the remaining Batmen are." "Of course you can." The Laughing Bat did not hesitate at all, and said, "Do you want me to congratulate you now? A world without Superman." No, it should be said that almost 70% of superheroes have been killed. Now the Earth is free. Lex Luthor retorted, "Are you waiting for me to say thank you?" "You're welcome," the Laughing Bat said happily. Lex continued to ask, "I know your target is the Toyman. What does he have? You don't think that, just by tying me up in a place like this, and shining a light on me, I have to answer all your questions immediately?" The Laughing Bat asked in surprise, as if he had heard something incredible. "Ha ha ha ha, there's nothing to lose by telling you. You know, I've communicated with many Batmen. His tongue stuck out uncontrollably again, licking his teeth. The disgusting action made Lex look even more disgusted with him. "But there are no toy people in their world. Ha 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 ha, people from other time and space?" Lex Luthor frowned. "There are aliens, magicians, demons, and angels in this world. Even if a person from another time and space appears, it won't be a big deal." Lex Luthor shook his head and walked away quickly. In the closed space, the Batman who was illuminated by the light laughed loudly. "You won't understand. You don't understand that feeling. Ha 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 ha. There is no him in Batman's world, so in his world, is there no Batman? What a perfect and real world that would be." His voice became smaller and smaller, and he kept suppressing it until he finally burst into uncontrollable laughter. Chapter 286. 1 month later. A sudden war swept Washington a month ago. A nuclear explosion destroyed the entire metropolis, and a superhuman battle involved half of the Arctic frozen soil. The national regime was in turmoil, and the party members were busy dealing with the aftermath, but it can be seen that they were enjoying it. Now is a good time to kick the guy on top of their heads and canvass votes for themselves. Humans are a race that can lick their wounds. No matter how big the disaster is, humans can still pick up their mood and move on afterward. But this does not mean that people can spend this month calmly. It can even be said that this month is the darkest month in human history. The Justice League was destroyed, and almost every city's familiar superheroes died or disappeared to varying degrees. Compared with these things, the killing of all the lunatics in Gotham's Arkham Asylum is just a small matter. No one will be sad about it. It should be said that people will laugh about it. As for Batman's disappearance, it is probably the least influential death of the Justice League superheroes. First of all, he only governs the area of Gotham. Secondly, he only works at night, and half of the people he governs belong to the upper class of Gotham, and the other half work for the upper class of Gotham. So, when the world is in silence, the people of Gotham are reveling, and this does not refer to ordinary citizens of Gotham. Gotham Port, the sun at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, passed through the thin clouds, and sprinkled on the water. The diamond set off. This ship was full of rich people in Gotham, and had just left the port. There was a green hill on the deck, a mountain of banknotes, and the shape was a triangular pyramid more than one person high. The bunny girl, dressed sexy and wrapped in black silk with slender legs, walked across the deck with a wine tray, and twisted her hips, but the men in custom suits ignored her, and talked in 2s and 3s. Afternoon tea time, gathering on an exquisite private yacht is a way of enjoyment and communication unique to the upper class. Some people were also discussing, it's a pity that the Wayne family suddenly disappeared, and Bruce Wayne's whereabouts are unknown. Otherwise we might be able to have a drink at this occasion. Another person immediately retorted, that guy's just a playboy, and as the top rich man in Gotham, do you think he would come to such a small party? Bruce Wayne's death is also a good thing. Our business may be bigger again, right? That's not necessarily the case. Who said that the Wayne family has no new heirs? Some people were not optimistic about this. A fledgling? Ha, I've seen her. A man in a green suit walked by. When he passed by the bunny girl, he reached out for a glass of wine and winked at her. Gotham's rich and gentleman, welcome to the diamond. The man raised his voice to ensure that everyone on the deck could hear it. What is this? He pointed to the mountain of money next to him. The rich looked at each other, not understanding what he wanted to say, and some people searched their brains, as if trying to find an acquaintance in their memory and match it with him. That's right, this is freedom. For this month, we've been without Batman and those lunatics in Arkham Asylum. We can finally shoot happily, grab territories, and touch women's butts. Hearing his words, the rich people burst into laughter, and some echoed, that's right. Although no one knew whose family this man represented, his words expressed the voice of everyone. Wait. He suddenly turned cold and pointed at the man who stretched out his hand towards the bunny girl's buttocks. Her buttocks are not within the range of casual touching. The man who was pointed at saw other people's eyes looking at him and immediately raised his hands and smiled bitterly. Let me go. I just want to get a glass of wine. Don't listen to him. So the bunny girl simply softened her body and half leaned on the man. Wine, me, all yours. The fragrance of the bunny girl's body filled his nose, and the man took a deep breath, his eyes a little blurred. Miss, have we met somewhere before? Of course the bunny girl suddenly stepped on the man's leather shoes, but heard her scream ah. Her head suddenly tilted back, and her nosebleed spurted out, drawing an arc. Harley Quinn, it's you. Someone recognized who the bunny girl was, and pulled out a pistol. There was also a gun muzzle pointing at Lizu's head. Hey, be careful, what if it goes off accidentally? The man in the green suit raised his hands. We have heard of your name recently, Toyman. Do you think you can get on board without anyone noticing? The white-haired man held two guns and spat disdainfully. I heard that Harley Quinn has recently found a lover, but if you ask me, you are not as difficult to deal with as the Joker. Bang. There was a bloody hole between the white-haired man's eyebrows, and the whole person fell heavily on the deck like a dead pig. The recoil force also made the body bounce twice. I'm not Harley Quinn. I'm Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo. The bunny girl gritted her teeth. She was the one who fired the gun just now. In the flash of being pointed at by the gun, she could immediately pull out a small pistol from her chest. The response to the Joker girl was a series of gunshots. That's right, these two people are Lizu and the Joker girl. After saving the world, they can't live a new life that everyone pays attention to. In fact, very few people know the inside story of that battle. Lizu rolled on the ground, and just like in the movies, the bullets flew past his body, but none of them hit him. This is my custom-made suit. Lizu's annoyed voice came from behind the dining car, parked on the deck. His suit was hit with several holes. Everyone who heard the noise immediately turned their guns around, and the sound of ding ding bang bang was chaotic, and the iron sheet of the dining car was beaten into a hornet's nest. See, I told you before, this method is not appropriate. Lizu leaned against the dining car and said to the clown hiding on the other side. At the same time, he calmly took out a toy water gun from his arms. He grabbed the toy water gun with both hands, squatted and poked his head out, aiming, and the water gun in his hand quickly turned into an AKM. After pulling the trigger, the strong flame sprayed continuously instantly suppressed the pistol shooting on the opposite side, bringing up a string of blood mist, but the recoil of the muzzle flame slowly lifted the muzzle to the sky. It was not until the bullets were empty that Lizu threw the gun out, retracted behind the dining car, and exhaled. Really? The Joker girl held the gun in both hands and was shooting happily. Ha 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 ha. I think it's great. The bullets turned the deck into a hornet's nest. The rich people who couldn't withstand the bullets jumped into the water one by one. This place was not far from the shore, and they could still be saved if they jumped. Chapter 287 A Good Hidden TV. The weather turned to autumn, and the water was a little cold. Looking at the wealthy people on the boat, they jumped into the water one by one, splashing big handfuls of waves. Lizu drooped his half-dead eyelids. I didn't want to kill them. In fact, they can get off the boat safely after paying the money and lay eggs safely. In the future, our mutual transactions and cooperation will definitely increase. The money robbed from the capitalists will return to the capitalists in a short time. Lizu knew this very well. But I want. Holly gritted her teeth. Being recognized as another person made Harley feel very uncomfortable. Although in the past month, after her understanding, she found that the dead Harley Quinn was very similar to herself in terms of personality, appearance, and even experience. But Harley still refused to be regarded as another person, let alone a poor person bewitched by a madman like the Joker. That's right, in her eyes, the Joker is a lunatic and unattractive. In comparison, the madness of Ms. Joker is full of fatal temptation. She even began to miss Ms. Joker, but she also knew that she, Lizu and Hawk Gerald were the last survivors after the disappearance of that world. That world has disappeared. The Flash called that world a time error, but Yo-Yo, who grew up in that land, obviously couldn't agree with those words. A sudden robbery came to an end. Only Lizu and Harley Quinn Yo-Yo were left on the boat. Everyone else, including the crew, jumped into the water. Lizu walked to the pile of green banknotes, and boom, a prop box fell from the sky. He kicked the box and started to put money into it. I picked up a bundle of money at random. There were holes on the money. They were fired by the rich people who were not very accurate during the exchange of fire just now. A lot of bullets are broken. Don't expect the bank to help us change the money. The clown girl curled her lips and disagreed with this statement. We can rob Wayne Bank next time. Wayne Bank? I remember they are a credit bank. In the evening, Wayne Elementary School finally ushered in the end of get out of class as a pendulum clock on the roof rang. A large number of students poured out. There was a small group of 5 girls. They gathered around a little girl with light golden hair and cute freckles on her face, talking and laughing. Shirley, how did you do it? The red-haired girl clenched her fists, a sharp backflip. Hey. Ha. You will definitely be a cheerleader. I'm just, sorry, I have to go first. She saw the people standing at the school gate and her eyes lit up, waving to her friends. See you tomorrow. Shirley stepped forward and ran to the school gate quickly, looking up at the people who came to pick her up. It was Lizu, who was yawning. His droopy eye bags proved that he was still tortured by the voice in his head and couldn't fall asleep last night. After saving the world, Shirley Birkin entered school and is now in the 6th grade. After experiencing the death of her parents, the global zombie crisis, and the destruction of the world by the superhero war, going to school has become a very precious thing for her. Moreover, Lizu and Harley Quinn have no ability to teach her, so it is better to leave the child to school. Shirley's performance has always been good. Although she is small, as a host of the G-Virus, it is not a problem for her to tear a few adults apart with her bare hands. Neither Lizu nor Harley Quinn cares much about academics. After all, in their world, either you are smart enough to be as smart as Lex Luthor, or you have a stronger fist. Where is Yo-Yo? Shirley asked. I'm angry. The little girl obviously didn't quite understand the reason, but she quickly gave up thinking about it. By the way, it's our year-end party soon, Lee. Party? Lizu was stunned. He had been out of touch with these human-only activities for some days, and lived his own life. Whether it was struggling in the Flashpoint world at the beginning, liberating emotions in the Doomsday world, or falling into an indescribable cycle of existence because of guidance, or constantly destroying the world and saving the world, he walked on the edge of various crises, but he was less and less like a human. Shirley looked at him expectantly. Want to come? Parents only need to pay an extra $10 to get a good seat. There is a buffet service there. The principal of your school has a good business mind. Lizu nodded and said, of course I have to go. What show will you perform? Speaking of the show, the girl was a little shy. The program list must be kept confidential. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. The two left the school and went to the convenience store to buy enough snacks together and then carried a bunch of junk food home. This house has a good environment. Whether it is 200 steps away from the Gotham police station or the convenience store downstairs, the public security and convenience of life here are guaranteed. Lizu has a thin blood of the old gods, and Shirley has a G-virus physique, so junk food will not have much impact on their bodies. Please turn on the light. Lizu lay down on the sofa with a bucket of potato chips. The light was turned on, and it was the liquor with his tongue sticking out. After turning on the light, the liquor quickly climbed up to the ceiling, shrunk into the ceiling compartment, and stood by while alerting everything. B-Man, a biochemical monster that can control the liquor with its brain, but at the same time, there is also the risk of being infected by the virus and completely turning into a zombie. This situation is obviously irreversible. It's just that the side effects of the B-Man are infinitely reduced when he encounters Shirley. Even Shirley's special physique makes her control not only the liquor, but also the tyrant and the zombie Superman, all within the control range. Lizu has been doing well recently. He has not been too ostentatious, except that he needs to make some quick money to buy a property that he can live in for a few years. He is also planning to open another store. Owning a toy store is like an arsenal. If he wants to live well in this world, this is necessary. Seeking wealth comes first. It is precisely because of their course of action that no superhero has troubled them. First, it may be that the superheroes left over from that battle know that they can't beat Lizu, who has endless tricks. Second, every time he robs, he just shoots and doesn't use supernatural powers. Naturally, no superheroes from other cities will come from afar to punish evil and promote good. One city is enough for them to be busy. What did you buy? There were jumping footsteps on the wooden stairs. Harley Quinn let her hair down, letting the blue and red ends of her hair mix together. She trotted to the table and half squatted, taking a deep breath. I smell the aroma of cheese. Are there sandwiches? That's cheese ice cream, Shirley corrected. At least I was half right. Harley Quinn picked up the ice cream and turned around to lie on the sofa. As the only ordinary person present, her toes were very flexible, and she picked up the remote control. Snap, change the channel. News time. A slender and serious black lady was reading the script with a face expression. Recently, the diamond, which was taken by the Gotham rich, was robbed. The person who did it was the mysterious toy man. After Arkham Asylum closed down, he was the first bad guy who dared to come out and shout, "She called you a bastard." Harley Quinn laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Her sense of humor was always different from that of ordinary people, and Harley Quinn the female anchor continued to read the script. Harley Quinn suddenly stopped laughing. She put down the ice cream in her hand and said, "Quick, it's my turn. It's my turn." After the death of the Joker, Harley Quinn obviously found her new backer because Mr. Sinus, whose father was killed in the hijacking, issued a statement here. Cough cough, the female anchor coughed and cleared her phlegm. Harley Quinn, I will definitely make you pay the price. Bang. The remote control flew up like a dart, shattering the screen accurately and piercing into the TV. It's Harley Quinn again. Harley Quinn. The Joker grabbed her face and screamed, I knew this would happen. Luckily I hid the good TV Lizu had an expression on his face. I knew this would happen. Chapter 288. Harley Quinn is captured. Gotham. Midnight. A dark shadow slowly descended from the stone statue of the gargoyle on the big clock tower and half crouched on the statue. She was wearing a pitch black battle suit and a Batman-style helmet with a red hair, scattered like a burning flame. Her half-crouching figure was as sexy as a night cat. I found you, Harley Quinn. After leaving this sentence, she jumped out of the dark night and ran straight to the dim lights below. Boom, boom boom, high heels stepped on the drum music. The sound insulation of the bar was not good, causing chaos in most of the street. Harley Quinn pushed open the door and walked into the bar. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of the people around her, but everyone just glanced at her, then shrank back and talked about their own things, as if they didn't see Harley Quinn at all. So many newcomers? Harley Quinn went straight to the bar, sat on a high stool, and hooked her index finger at the bartender, who was wearing a tights and showing off his sexy chest muscles. Have something to drink, country cowboy. A person next to her said, of course, this is Gotham. After those crime lords died, this is a new paradise. Harley Quinn turned her head and took a look at the other person. It was obvious that he was also a newcomer. He was wearing a blue tights and a blue Fasakini and holding a toy robot in his arms. Who are you? Harley Quinn asked. I'm Super Toy Man. The other person raised his head proudly, as if he had been waiting for Harley Quinn to ask questions. Harley Quinn mistakenly thought that there was something wrong with her ears. She scratched her ears with her little finger and flicked her fingers. The earwax turned into a perfect arc and fell into the wine glass of the man on the table behind her. The man slammed the table and stood up. Harley Quinn obviously didn't notice the person walking up behind her. She asked the guy who called himself Super Toyman, are you sure Gotham already has a Toyman? I have a double degree in physics and engineering from MIT. The toys designed and researched by me are not like that guy who can only hold a squirt gun. The guy who called himself Super Toyman said, in fact, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm designing a new clean energy, he would never take the title of Toyman so easily. A idiot who can only play with Barbie dolls? Ha 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 ha. Harley Quinn laughed, holding her belly. Barbie doll. If he hears it, he will definitely. Ha 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 ha. Super Toyman curled his lips complacently and held out his olive branch. Harley Quinn, I know you have been working with him recently. Why not follow me? We will definitely become the top criminal group in the whole of Gotham. First grab Harley Quinn and let the other party officially certify that he is the Super Toyman, thereby making his debut by stepping on the Toyman who is currently in the limelight in Gotham. It has to be said that this guy's brain is not completely broken. This is indeed a good opportunity to become famous, but he made a small mistake. What did you say just now? The Joker stood up with a gloomy face. The Super Toyman didn't understand where he made a mistake at all. He tentatively said, I say, Harley Quinn. If you feel too unfamiliar, I can call you Holly, or Miss Quinn. The Harley Quinn pulled out the baton from her waist, raised her hand, and snapped. It seemed that something hit the back, but after a muffled sound, the man who just stood behind the Harley Quinn was hit in the nose and fell heavily to the ground, with blood spurting all over the ground. But the Harley Quinn didn't care about the guy behind her. She swung the baton and hit the left face of the Super Toyman, with two front teeth flying out, ending this recruitment neatly. When she turned her head, she found that there was an unlucky guy lying on the ground behind her. Oh, who is this? Harley Quinn covered her mouth. You won't blame me, will you? I just came to have a drink. The people around looked at each other and shook their heads to show that they knew nothing and saw nothing. HMPH. Harley Quinn hummed twice in satisfaction, and then the bartender put a glass of wine in front of her. Thanks, country cowboy. After drinking the wine in one gulp, Harley Quinn pointed at the Super Toyman who was rolling on the ground with his mouth covered. It is basic courtesy to chat with a lady, and the bill will be on him. She shook off the blood on the baton and raised her leg to step over the poor guy who suffered an unexpected disaster behind her. Of course the bartender smiled and nodded. Walking out of the bar, Harley Quinn had just put away the baton and suddenly realized that something was wrong. She retreated violently, dodged with a backflip, and supported herself on the ground with one hand. Doo-doo. 2 bat darts were nailed to the place where she was standing just now. A slender figure landed. Batgirl, I have fought with Batman, and they don't have the habit of using bat darts right away. Harley Quinn raised the short stick with her right hand, and the stick extended. Batgirl said, you guys have been making too much noise lately. Holly, where is Toyman? Really? This is Gotham. No matter how much we rob, we can't kill more people than those capitalists. Holly stood up and gently waved her left hand, sweeping across the blue ponytail on the left side, but her face changed again. Wait, I'm right here. You want to find Toyman? Don't you know that we are partners? And I made the action plan. Batgirl was silent. She had a brief exchange with Toy Batman. At that time, Toy Batman said that he would not stay in this world for a long time. When everything is over, the person who should be paid the most attention is Toyman. Toyman may not be as bad as the Joker, but it cannot change that he does not care about human life. Now several incidents in Gotham have also confirmed that Toyman is really not a good person. Tell me, where is he? Batgirl leaned forward suddenly, and when she was half a meter away from Holly, she suddenly leaned over, supported the ground with one hand, and kicked out at the same time, half turning her body and kicking Harley's surprised face. Ouch. Harley Quinn fell to the ground, covering her face. You kicked my face and swollen it. I will fight you. She climbed up and raised the baton high, but she could only see a black shadow drilling into her armpit. The pain came from her wrist, and her 5 fingers lost strength. When she came to her senses, the baton had been taken away. Her back hurt, and her legs were kicked twice. Ouch. She knelt on her knees, and her right hand was handcuffed behind her back. Don't think about making me beg for mercy like this. Harley Quinn stretched out her left hand towards her collar, but the hand reached into her collar faster and grabbed a delicate little pistol. The pistol was quickly disassembled and scattered into parts. I surrender. Harley Quinn obediently raised her only left hand that could move. Batgirl tied Harley Quinn's hands with special ropes, but she did not forget her purpose this time. Tell me where the Toyman is. Don't make me repeat myself. I have a small request. Harley Quinn whispered. Don't lock me up in Arkham. Many people died there, and it might be haunted. I'll agree to your small request. Batgirl mentioned Harley Quinn and said, you will stay in Gotham prison for a while, and then go to Blackgate prison. That's good. Harley Quinn nodded with satisfaction. In fact, the house he rented is not far from the Gotham Police Department. Chapter 289 Hunter. Yes, 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 put it here. Lizu pulled open the sofa and stood in the living room to gesture. 2 employees of the home appliance store were moving a large screen TV. Under his command, they ran to the left and then moved to the right. Yes, facing the sofa. Finally, they found an angle that satisfied Lizu. The 2 employees breathed a sigh of relief and raised their arms and heads to wipe the sweat off their sleeves. Sir, please sign here. Howard Stark, with beautiful cursive writing. It can be seen that Lizu has practiced for a long time. After signing, the 2 home appliance store employees left, leaving Lizu sitting on the sofa, studying the function keys on the remote control. There were crisp footsteps upstairs, and Shirley Birkin ran downstairs and looked at the TV. Is this the good TV you said? Can you watch talk shows? Talk shows. I remember they like to tell jokes about sex. Children shouldn't watch it. Huh. Shirley looked at Lizu in confusion. Forget it. I'll give you the remote control. Lizu gave up explaining and let the physiological hygiene knowledge be left to the teacher. He is definitely the most irresponsible parent. Apart from letting Shirley control the zombies, he usually doesn't care about her. But it's not that he doesn't care about Shirley's studies. It's just that he found out after he went to the teacher to find out that he can't help Shirley's studies at all. Harley Quinn may be able to help. Even in the Flashpoint world, it still hasn't changed the fact that she was once a psychiatrist in Arkham Asylum and is a top elite in society. But with Harley Quinn's personality, teaching students, it's estimated that she will teach a new lunatic. Shirley's level is far beyond that of ordinary people, especially after G's evolution again. It seems that her brain has been developed. The most intuitive manifestation is that she has taught herself all the knowledge of this grade and got a full score in the exam. The teacher intends to write a recommendation letter for this blonde freckled little cutie to let her go to London to finish her high school and university. Lizu stood up, walked to the refrigerator, opened the door, and took out a can of iced Coke. Swish, the gas squeezed out. By pulling the pull ring, there is a kind of cool and refreshing pleasure in the ears, although it is already autumn. Shirley turned around and asked, "Isn't Yao back yet?" Lizu took a sip of Coke. "I don't like this flavor." He shook his head. "No, probably wandering around outside." Harley Quinn is not like Lizu, who has this strong crime plot. For her, Gotham is the real paradise, without Batman, without Arkham Asylum, a crime paradise that solves all worries. The TV was turned on for the first time, and Shirley curled up on the sofa. Watching TV was one of her rare hobbies, because she really didn't have many friends of the same age, especially considering who adopted her. She was even more reluctant to make ordinary friends. This is a Gotham news channel. A new highway has been initially approved. The Gotham City government calls on citizens to donate. The philanthropist who raises the most money for this road will get the right to freely name the new highway. Shirley changed the channel. The youngest CEO of the Wayne family, Miss Helena, came forward to explain the disappearance of Wayne Manor. The young girl, wearing a custom-made women's suit, faced the microphones that were densely packed in front of the camera like long guns and short cannons, and said, "Although it is a pity, it is an indisputable fact that the manor has fallen into disrepair over the years. I emphasize again that Wayne Manor did not suddenly disappear from the world as rumored by the outside world. I just decided to build a better one." Hearing the news on TV, Lizu suddenly turned his head and looked at the Wayne Manor model toy next to the TV. It took him a lot of effort to take this building away. The Batcave was difficult to pack, and he gave up because time did not allow it. "Miss Helena, do you have any plans for the new manor?" a nervous and stuttering female reporter asked in a low voice. Her question immediately attracted a group of white eyes from her colleagues. Is it time to ask the Wayne family how to build a house? Of course, there are more important things to ask. For example, the rumored Bruce Wayne has disappeared, or even whether Bruce Wayne is the legendary Batman, the guy who made the world so bad. Helena Wayne smiled and nodded. "Of course, I plan that the new manor will be 5 times larger than the one that was demolished." Faced with such an answer, what else can a group of reporters say, except to sigh at the evil rich people? Helena Wayne? Who is it? Lizu fell on the sofa. Shirley was wearing cartoon pajamas and sitting on the sofa with her knees hugged. When she heard Lizu's question, she rolled her eyes. "I heard from my classmates that it seems that she was the daughter taken away by Bruce Wayne's ex-wife a long time ago." Oh, Lizu nodded in understanding, but then he was stunned. "What? Bruce Wayne's ex-wife?" The window glass shattered, and with a whoosh sound, an arrow shot towards Lizu. The speed of the arrow was not slow. Lizu only had time to turn his chest into a hateful greenskin, and then he felt the arrow pierce the greenskin as tough as cowhide, and it dented an inch inward before it bounced out. Lizu pressed Shirley's head and pulled her back. "Go hide in the attic." "Do you want me to call them out?" Shirley hid behind Lizu and looked up at him. In the ceiling above her head, she could hear the sound of moving back and forth. "Not for now, but we have to move." Whoosh, whoosh, 2 more arrows shot into the living room from the broken window. The upper one pointed at Lizu's head, and the lower one pointed at his lower abdomen. But by this time, Lizu had already turned into hatred by 60%. While maintaining the body shape of an ordinary person, he also possessed strength far beyond that of humans. Naturally, these 2 arrows did not cause any harm to him. He should not be a superhero. Lizu looked down at his crotch, and the arrow was bounced away, and his eyebrows raised. He said, "He must want to kill me." Bang! The door at the staircase was knocked open, and a black shadow rushed to Lizu at a high speed, and a quick punch swept in front of him. "Batgirl?" Lizu was stunned when he saw the fiery red hair that the bat mask could not cover. Batgirl did not look like the type who could use arrows. "Get down," she whispered. "Ah." Lizu was stunned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows came in from the window, 2 of which went straight to Batgirl's left shoulder and right leg, and only the last arrow shot at Lizu's forehead. Ding, ding. Batgirl pulled her cloak and turned halfway to block the 2 arrows shot at her. At the same time, she turned back, but only saw Izu's hand in front of his face. The arrow did not even pierce the skin of the palm of his hand. After losing its power, it fell to the ground. "Don't get in the way, Batgirl." There was a voice in the darkness. It sounded like a woman's voice, and the ice went straight to the spine. "This is Gotham, my territory." Batgirl looked through the broken window and looked into the darkness, saying, "No matter where you come from, you have crossed the line." The voice in the darkness continued, "You are a hero, but unfortunately I'm not. I only hunt for targets." Chapter 290, Separation. Swoosh, 2 more arrows came, but Batgirl was one step ahead of Lizu and blocked the arrows. At the same time, she kicked Lizu twice quickly. She tried to fight 2 people alone, not letting the unknown woman outside hurt Lizu, but also had to give Lizu some trouble. But whether it was Lizu or the guy in the dark, she was not someone she could deal with easily. Although the arrow was blocked by him, her kick to Lizu's leg was easily dodged. "Look where the person is." Lizu turned his head and blinked at Shirley, whispering. Shirley can easily locate all living things around with the help of the licker's thermal induction, unless the person can isolate the heat energy in her body. But the person who came obviously didn't have this awareness yet. Even if she was hidden in the dark, she was like a bright light bulb in the eyes of the licker. Hanging on the air conditioner on the outer wall of the opposite building, there is another person tied up and struggling on the roof. "It looks like Yao." Shirley hesitated. Lizu grabbed the unfinished can of Coke, stopped Shirley with his left hand, and took a kick from the Batgirl. He took 2 quick steps and smashed the window. He jumped up, as if a spring was pressed under his feet. The wind whistled on both sides, and he jumped over the height of 5 floors in an instant, as if he had wings under his feet. After jumping to the highest point, Lizu also found the figure hanging on the opposite wall when he descended. Her body was perfectly integrated into the darkness, and only her slender thighs were exposed. "Try this." He threw the can of Coke at random and smashed it directly at the woman. The can of Coke thrown with the power of hatred was as powerful as a high-speed solid artillery shell. Bang! The precise arrow pierced the can of Coke, and the can of Coke broke, and the carbonated drink spurted out, brushing the woman's face, and smashing into the wall behind her, and stuck in the wall. The woman was wearing a blindfold and couldn't see her expression clearly, but it was obvious that the means displayed by Lizu exceeded her expectations, which made her a little stunned. She once again took a deep look at Lizu's figure, which was jumping and moving on the high-rise building like a spring man. Knowing that she could not catch up, the woman flashed into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. The rope pulled Batgirl out, but she had lost the mysterious woman and Lizu. She did not go to the roof again. The Harley Quinn on the roof must have been rescued. At least he is still well behaved now. Batgirl thought about what Batman said to her when they parted. Looking at the air conditioner on the other side of the wall, she pursed her lips. That person is more dangerous than the toy man. Batgirl agreed deeply. A hunter with a goal is far more terrible than a robber without a purpose. A headless fly will randomly bump around, but it will not be like a hunter with a goal, trying everything to cause trouble to this dying city. Batgirl jumped and disappeared into the night sky. A few minutes later, the police station not far from Lizu's rented apartment responded, but when they arrived, they could only see a rental house that was destroyed by wild beasts and the ceiling was completely torn into pieces. Lizu held Shirley in his left hand and Harley Quinn in his right hand, jumping on the rooftop. His right foot landed on the rooftop of a building, and he stomped his foot hard. The excellent explosive power and jumping power of his calves pushed him into the air. Ahahaha. Harley Quinn shouted excitedly. Shirley squinted in the wind. Although she was only a little over 10 years old, she had seen the zombie siege, witnessed and experienced nuclear explosions, and even kept tyrants and lickers in captivity. She was no longer an ordinary little girl. Boom. The ground was smashed by the sole of his foot. They stopped in front of a store, and Lizu put the Toledos down. He bent down and opened the rolling door and took a long time to find the key from his arms and said, "This place has not been renovated yet, but we must stay here tonight." "Where is this?" Shirley turned her head in confusion. Toy store. Harley Quinn knew that Lizu had worked in this business before. Back then, his ability to control toys was very ordinary. The toy store was more like a secret retirement base, opened in a downtown area. Now Lizu is preparing to open a store again, which means that he still intends to immerse himself. This is not a good sign. Yo-yo, Harley Quinn whispered to herself. Looking at the door of the toy store and thinking about today's experience, Harley Quinn took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Snap, the light came on. As soon as you enter the door, you can see the toy of the Flash, the genie of the lamp, with a broken arm. He kept a confident smile, but the broken arm was somewhat regrettable. The interior of the toy store is more than 1,000 square meters, and the construction and decoration of the shelves are the fundamental reasons for the delay until now. Most of the positions on the shelves are empty. Lizu walked behind the glass cabinet and opened the glass door of the non-sale shelf. At this moment, 4 after images rushed in. They were 4 lickers, and they brought a lot of gifts. The first one flicked its tongue and threw something into Lizu's arms. Thank you. Lizu wiped the toy Wayne Manor and placed it on the display stand of non-sale items. I want to talk to you, said Harley Quinn. As if he had been waiting for this conversation, Lizu was not surprised at all. He just said to Shirley, there is a bedroom upstairs. Sleep there for a while. It's not far from the school. You can walk to school tomorrow. Shirley looked at Lizu, then at Holly, nodded and went upstairs. The hall of the toy store was empty for thousands of square miles. Lizu looked at Holly, who was shy, and said, you have the right to choose. Do you know what I want to do? After all, not everyone wants to be a toy or stay in a dream forever. Lizu nodded. We used to work together under the hands of the Joker, remember? But since you were captured and taken to Arkham, you have become different. Harley hesitated. This is an expression that is almost impossible to appear on her face. Everyone who was turned into a toy by Lizu must not like to be turned into a toy and stay in a small box. But compared with the threatening Alice and the uncontrollable Hawkgirl, Harley's company in so many worlds can be regarded as, no matter if she is bent on sabotage and doing something eye-catching, or simply wants to repay the grace of saving her life. Or maybe it's the intimacy with hometown people, etc. Harley Quinn has been helping Lizu to achieve various goals. We are friends, right? Lizu reached out to Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn reached out her hand and the two held hands together. Not friends, but a criminal gang. Whatever you say. Lizu shrugged his shoulders and continued to bend down to organize the toys. He still has a lot of them alive here. Don't worry, I will come back often. Shirley's growth education can't be without me. She doesn't know what it means to have an explosion of eyeballs and internal organs. Harley Quinn's smile bloomed, and the smile of a crazy woman can be as beautiful as a flower. Soon, I will rule Gotham. I look forward to you becoming the queen of crime in this city. The two laughed. After dawn, Shirley carried the school bag taken from the liquor alone, wiped the mucus, and walked towards the school while asking for directions. She also asked where Harley Quinn was going, and Lizu didn't hide it from her. The criminal gene rooted in Harley Quinn's cells destined her to be unable to be honest. Moreover, Lizu has a lot of things to do now, such as decorating the shop and finding a house nearby. The only thing he is thankful for is that people are only sensitive to the name of the toy man in the green suit. Just like Superman in a red cape and Reporter Clark look exactly the same, but people will subconsciously think that they will never meet Superman in their lives and treat them as two people. This makes Lizu's next work a little easier. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Request to Run Second, 10,100 words long chapter. Recently, a cold wave suddenly swept Gotham City. The Gotham City Meteorological Bureau called on everyone to add more clothes in time and avoid gathering in public places. Lizu lay on the sofa, holding his chin with one hand and changing channels boredly. Creak, the door opened. I'm back. Shirley was carrying a pink backpack, holding a large convenience bag in her left hand and 2 brown paper bags in her right hand. She walked to the sofa and put the bags in her hands on the coffee table. I bought it back, the beef burger you asked for. Hearing that there was food, Lizu sat up and stretched. After he and Shirley lived together, Lizu completely gave up his responsibilities as a parent. Apart from paying for daily expenses, he didn't care about anything else. Starting tomorrow, the school will have a week of Boy Scout training. Boy Scout. Shirley also tore open a paper bag, took out a hamburger, and took a bite, and said, "The world was a mess in the summer and school was suspended, so now it's a catch up." Lizu nodded, yawned and said, "Oh, remember not to perform too well. Second place will be fine." Shirley stared at Lizu and said, "You seem to be listless recently." "I'm studying dreaming recently, but it's hard to improve my proficiency." Lizu raised his index finger and tapped his temple. "In addition to nightmares, I also want to at least have a good dream." Shirley shook her head and didn't say much. The evolution of the G-Virus seems to have evolved not only her genes, but also her heart. She behaves less and less like a teenage girl. For Lizu, the advantage is that he can save his worries. The only awkward thing is that there is an inexplicable sense of disobedience when watching a little kid chatting with him with a stern face. Shirley looked at the TV and said, "It seems that many students in school have also been suffering from the flu recently. What do you feel different?" Lizu sat up straight for a rare time, and his eyes with dark bags under his eyes became more serious. Whether it is the T-virus or the G-virus, it is possible that they will be catalyzed by the outside world, resulting in uncontrollable mutations. A flu may bring unknown changes. Shirley recalled, "My classmates sneezed in front of me at that time, but I don't think it was a germ. It's good that you are fine. I will call your teacher, and don't go to the Boy Scout training." Lizu scratched his messy black short hair. If another William Birkin number 2 popped out at this time, his head would definitely explode with worry. Shirley didn't say anything, but stared at Lizu with her big eyes. No matter how mature she was in her heart, she was still a little girl over 10 years old. Lizu really couldn't resist the eye attack. "Okay, but you have to bring the tyrant and the liquor." "Yeah." She nodded vigorously. This Boy Scout training was of great significance to her. Masks are good things. Remember to wear them. Lizu felt that as a guardian, this was all he could say. "Achoo." Harley Quinn rubbed her nose and rubbed her arms. "This damn place is so cold. I heard that there is a flu outbreak recently. I don't want to get sick before I make a name for myself." She looked around and looked up and shouted, "Mr. Freeze? Hey, hey, Mr. Freeze, didn't you ask me to do a big deal?" At this time, Yao Yao was in the penguin house of the zoo. Her boots stepped into the ice and snow, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and her eyebrows were covered with white frost in the blink of an eye. A man in a thermal suit walked out of the penguin house. He said in a muffled voice, "Harley Quinn, be quiet. Mr. Freeze, due to an accident, acquired this physique. He must live in an environment below 0 degrees, otherwise his body cannot withstand the high temperature and will die. The thermal suit on his body is the equipment that can always keep his body temperature. I thought you were killed by Batman." Harley Quinn jumped twice on the spot, trying to warm herself up through exercise. Mr. Freeze glanced at her, then said, "Bruce Wayne is missing." Harley Quinn snorted. She thought to herself, "I know why he's missing." As she thought about it, a smug smile appeared on her face. Mr. Freeze frowned and stared at the smile on Harley Quinn's lips for a long time, but he really couldn't guess the intention of Madman, so he could only continue with his previous topic and said, "Although Wayne Enterprises suppressed the news with timely public relations, and there is a little girl at the helm." Harley Quinn raised her hand, interrupting Mr. Freeze's slow analysis, and said shiveringly, "Sorry, Mr. Popsicle, can we talk about business? You and I are different." The fresher Mr. Freeze asked, "What did you find when you came to this zoo?" Harley Quinn tapped her frozen purple lower lip with her finger. "Well, camel's poop stinks, and they actually raise illness. Haha, I wanted to raise one too." Mr. Freeze sighed. "I shouldn't ask a madman," he said. "There are very few animals here, and they are all pale and thin, because the biggest boss of this zoo is Bruce Wayne. Now that he is missing, that little girl named Helena has withdrawn the zoo's funds." Harley Quinn clenched her fists. "Oh, that won't do. I have to rescue those little cuties." In such a short conversation, Mr. Freeze had learned how to ignore Harley Quinn's crazy talk. He seemed to be explaining to himself, the Penguin house will be closed soon, and the ice and snow here will melt. Wait, so you ask me to come here, to grab some money, to pay the zoo's electricity bill? Harley Quinn's answer finally hit the point this time. Mr. Freeze nodded. Yes, it is true. This idea is not cool at all, but forget it. Who made you the first one to find me for cooperation? Now I don't have a leader. I always feel a little lost when I work by myself. Harley asked, do you have a plan? Mr. Freeze said calmly, Wayne took back the money he should have handed over, so we must bring the money back this time. Cool. Late at night, when the minute hand and the hour hand of the clock tower overlapped and pointed to 12 o'clock, Harley walked to the path next to Gotham Bank with a hunched back. Popsicle didn't say that he also found so many partners. She looked at the group of third-rate villains around her and curled her lips. There is no doubt that if a group of villains rushed up to rob the bank, then Harley's name would not be remembered by anyone. Among a group of villains dressed in extremely dazzling clothes, she would be like a passerby. Mr. Freeze walked in front with a gun, and there was no one within half a meter of him. When the cryogenic armor was in action, a trace of cold air leaked out, which made people shiver uncontrollably. Everyone hid far away, fearing that they would be touched by the cold air. What's the plan? Harley Quinn looked at the group of bastards who were eager to try behind her and asked Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze raised his cryogenic gun and said, go in, take out the money, and then we will share the money. Haha, yes, share the money. Harley Quinn, have you been a good baby for too long? You still want a plan? She is so cute, stupid and cute. Now that Gotham has no Batman, who can stop us, a group of elites? Harley Quinn shook the bat in her hand and said in annoyance, shut up your ass. Even I can rob this bank alone. As she finished speaking, the laughter not only did not stop, but became more and more intense. It was not until Mr. Freeze stretched out his hand, keep your voice down, don't attract the attention of the bank, that the laughter subsided. Listen to me, go in and get the money. In front of the freezing gun, the door of the vault is completely open for us. Go. Mr. Freeze was the first to lead the charge towards the bank. More than 20 thugs, waving their fancy weapons, also shouted go, and followed. Harley Quinn stood there and rubbed her face. Are they kidding? She once followed Ms. Joker. Although everyone said that Ms. Joker never had a plan, the best course of action for Ms. Joker was to link things up. After that, she followed Lizu to wander in one world after another. The cautious and fearful Lizu even took all kinds of situations into account and never took meaningless actions. It must be said that Harley Quinn's thoughts have also been assimilated. So much so that now, when she saw a group of thugs rushing towards the bank with the shutters closed, she actually felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. What could they do? It may be unavoidable to alert the police or superheroes, but when alerting those people, at least they must ensure that they have received the money. Looking at the group of people in front of them, the noise they made has already woken up the superheroes and police in this city, but they didn't even enter the bank door. Mr. Freeze raised his gun and froze the shutter door with his excitement beam. 3 people rushed up with sticks and smashed it. The shutter door, which had been frozen like ice crystals, was very brittle and was easily broken. Okay, it's time to go in now. Harley Quinn followed helplessly. The bank robbery went smoothly. Without investigating in advance what time the bank would deliver the money, how much money would be hidden in the vault, and the security force, they took half an hour to finally rush to the door of the underground vault. It was indeed smooth. Mr. Freeze walked to the front and said, get out of the way. The crowd immediately dispersed and stayed away from Mr. Freeze and the vault door. Someone is going to use his freezing magic again. Harley Quinn yawned in boredom. This robbery made her feel very boring. The police didn't even come. The freezing gun, after freezing for 5 minutes, the door lock was finally unscrewed. But when the door of the vault was opened, the scene became strangely quiet. Harley Quinn tiptoed to look into the vault. It was clean. Yes, clean. Don't you know that Wayne Enterprises has built a new bank and transferred all the funds this afternoon? This place is now an empty building with only some computers and phones. A woman's voice suddenly came from behind. See, I told you that it is important to make an action plan. Harley Quinn nodded in agreement, but found that everyone was looking at her back. A bad feeling came over her. Harley Quinn turned her head and saw the familiar bat cape. Batgirl. Harley Quinn lowered her head. My luck is really not very good. But I have good luck, Batgirl said, and at the same time, threw 3 bat darts with her right hand, and the darts accurately hit the wrists of the 3 guys who raised their pistols. Blood arrows spurted out, and the 3 immediately fell to the ground holding their wrists and howling. A big harvest tonight, Batgirl said, and she had already pounced on Harley Quinn, punching her in the side of her face with a quick and fierce fist. Harley Quinn lay on the ground with her back, and she said angrily, "My face." In response to Harley Quinn, Batgirl chopped her right leg from top to bottom like a battle axe. Bang! Harley Quinn grabbed the bat with both hands and held it across her chest, barely blocking the kick, but the bat was still pressed down by the force of Supergirl's foot and pressed on her chest. Sizzle, a white ice light flashed. Batgirl quickly flipped to dodge. Without the foot pressing on her chest, Harley Quinn rubbed her chest and sat up and said to Mr. Freeze, "Thanks, Mr. Freeze. Everyone come together, she's alone." Someone shouted, and a group of villains swarmed towards Batgirl, trying to surround Batgirl with a sea of people and use the advantage of numbers to win the final victory. "We can't defeat her like this," Harley Quinn said helplessly. She began to discover the weaknesses of the supervillains, that they were disorganized and undisciplined. The best way to fight on the scene should be for everyone to get out of the way, and then let Mr. Freeze shoot indiscriminately. The corridor of the underground vault was not very wide, and Batgirl had no place to hide. This place was simply the best battlefield for Mr. Freeze, but now that group of idiots rushed up, Mr. Freeze couldn't shoot at all for fear of his own people. And Harley Quinn didn't think that a group of rabble could beat Batgirl. If there were 200 people, maybe there would be a chance, but forget about more than 20 villains. Sure enough, screams were heard soon, one after another. Batgirl turned into a shadow, flapping her bat wings and uppercutting the guy with a mohawk on the chin. At the same time, she squatted down to avoid the taekwondo flying kick from behind, but she continued to lower her center and swept backwards. The attacker who kicked missed, was swept by Batgirl's lower body as soon as he landed, and he screamed and fell to the ground. Batgirl curled up her arms and rolled. When she got close to the 3 boxer-shaped guys, she supported herself on the ground with her arms and stepped on the air with her legs. She kicked the 3 people in the chest 7 or 8 times in a row, knocking them down and flying. Batgirl hadn't stopped her attack yet and rolled forward to remove the reaction force. She quickly stood up and happened to meet a guy in a burgundy shirt. He tore off his tie as he walked and wrapped the tie around his fist again and again. The long boots kicked the man in the burgundy shirt vertically, but she didn't expect the man to suddenly open his hips, causing Batgirl to miss the kick. When Batgirl's kick continued upwards and hit the vital point, she quickly closed her legs and clamped it tightly. Heavy the man's fist wrapped in a tie hit Batgirl's left eye. Batgirl turned her head to the right, pinched the 5 fingers of her right hand into a bird's beak, and pecked hard at the inner bend of the man's right arm. While her body was stiffened by the attack, she pressed down with her left palm and crashed into the man's arms, but her shoulders were just under the man's armpits. With the attack on his elbow and shoulder, the man could no longer maintain the strength of his legs, and he relaxed a little. Batgirl seized this opportunity, leaned back, and pulled her legs up. Ouch. The man in the burgundy shirt fell to the ground, holding his crotch, and curled up like a cooked shrimp. With a thud, the sound of his knee hitting the ground, the last villain who pounced on Batgirl also fell to the ground, and the only ones left at the scene were Mr. Freeze in the distance and Harley Quinn nearby. "You have good skills." Mr. Freeze raised the muzzle of his gun, but before he was ready to shoot, whoosh, an arrow pierced the air and accurately pierced Mr. Freeze's wrist. The freezing gun fell to the ground and slid away. Mr. Freeze fell to the ground with a scream. The arrow accurately hit the weak point of the wrist of the cryogenic armor, which caused the cryogenic system to be broken, and the cold air was rapidly lost. When the temperature rises, Mr. Freeze will also become a dead man. Hunter. Batgirl knew that the woman was coming again. Sure enough, her high heels stepped on the ground rhythmically, and she walked towards the vault step by step. When she passed by the 2 villains, she did not stop for a moment. Who knew that the 2 people suddenly jumped up and drew their daggers and pounced on her when the hunter turned his back to her like 2 poisonous snakes. Puff, puff, the arrow accurately pierced the chests of the two people. They fell to the ground, and their eyes lost their spirit. Hunter raised her hands. She held a delicate and small crossbow in her left and right hands. "What are you doing?" Although the mask covered Batgirl's face, her expression at this time must be frowning or even angry. "You're like a star," Hunter said. "This city doesn't need stars. When I knew the root cause of the worst in this city, I knew that talking nicely and punishing were useless. Fear is the only way. Someone needs to scare them. Maybe Batman did a good job, but I can't do it to his level." Hunter raised his crossbow again. Batgirl had already rushed forward. "Stop." The two were heroines and had both undergone rigorous training. The moment they fought, they seemed to be in a duet, punching each other. Boom, boom. Batgirl was kicked, and she only punched back. After a 1-minute fist fight, Batgirl didn't want to admit it, but she was indeed a little inferior in fighting skills. "Stop." Hunter stopped Batgirl, who wanted to rush forward again. She pointed to the back. "A lot of them have already run away. If you keep fighting, there won't be many of your captives left. Don't fight anymore." Batgirl looked back and saw that Harley Quinn and Mr. Freeze had already escaped. She asked, "What is your purpose here?" "To kill people. If I have to, I will kill people," the other party replied. "But I want to see if you can bear that title wearing this cloak." The hunter turned and left, blending into the darkness. Her voice came at the last moment. "We are not enemies, Batgirl, but mercy is definitely not your way of doing things in this city." Batgirl breathed a sigh of relief. If she continued to fight, she dared to guarantee that within 20 moves, she would be pinned to the ground by the other party and unable to move. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the guy who tried to get up and run away and said, "In fact, that guy's not a complete villain, right? Except for killing people. I can't accept this. The law does not give her the right to kill. I will catch her next time." People's hearts and values will change. Only the law is the fairest. It is a line of text and a code of conduct. It will never be lenient because of who you are or who you have a good relationship with. Batgirl said regretfully, "It's a pity that two of them ran away. I hope they can be quiet next time." Who? Harley Quinn held her knees and panted heavily. After running for 10 minutes in a row, Harley Quinn had already exhausted all her strength. She glanced at the dark street in the distance. "Mr. Popsicle, I wish you good luck." "Where is this?" She turned around, but found that the whole wall behind her was covered with ground weeds, a piece of green. Damn mosquitoes, they like to hide in places like this. Harley Quinn slapped herself in the face in anger. Half of her face was red, and there was a glaring blood stain on her cheeks from the stubborn autumn mosquitoes that were full of blood. It's better to make a plan for future actions, otherwise there will always be mistakes, just like tonight, she muttered, wanting to leave this dilapidated area. The sound of high heels came from the darkness. Harley Quinn froze in place. The moon passed over the Wayne Group building. The cool early morning moonlight cast a long slender shadow, stretching all the way to the feet of Harley Quinn. At the same time, a voice came, "You are right, but unfortunately, you have no chance. Hunter." Harley Quinn stared at the shadow in the distance seriously. Whoosh. In the dark night, the silent crossbow arrows are more deadly than bullets. She tilted her head and dodged the arrow attack subconsciously. But Harley Quinn raised her hand to wipe her face. Warm. She was bleeding. "Next time, will it be your heart or your head that will be pierced?" The hunter's voice was cold. Harley Quinn laughed. "You remind me of someone, Thomas Wayne, the Batman in her world, a guy who doesn't use a bat mark but a pistol." "Batman? Yes, this is Batman." Harley Quinn felt her body burning. Since she knew that Batman in other worlds is a character who doesn't kill people, Harley Quinn felt bored for a while. For her, Batman will not represent fear. Maybe Batman in other worlds has many ways and tricks to torture people, but there is no doubt that the fundamental reason why he is the embodiment of fear is that he can take the life of criminals at any time. Harley Quinn rushed forward with a baseball bat. The other party calmly raised his crossbow again. Puff. An arrow pierced her thigh. Her thigh hurt, and she lost her balance and fell forward. The sound of high heels was getting closer and closer, but Harley Quinn didn't have the strength to get up. I really want to see what color my brain is, whether it has been bleached by chemicals from the chemical factory, she said to herself, with regret. What the hell? It was the hunter, she exclaimed, and at the same time she was retreating and dodging, as if she saw something terrible. There was a rustling sound, something crawling on the ground. It sounded like a snake moving between branches. Bang, bang, bang. That was the vibration of the crossbow bowstring, very faint, and Harley Quinn could hear it, proving that the sound was close to her ears. Boom. There was an explosion, and the sound of fighting stopped. Harley Quinn opened her eyes in confusion. The situation of inevitable death was suddenly broken. Something soft wrapped around Harley Quinn's waist and lifted her up. When Harley Quinn opened her eyes, she saw a huge mouthful of cracked teeth. Burp. The other party burped, smelling like a dead cat. You're the one who killed my captive rations? The voice sounded a bit like a human voice. At this time, a nice female voice came. Frank. Ivy. I was just trying to scare her. The big mouth was a little aggrieved, but with his voice, it sounded like a provocation or a prank. The soft body wrapped around Harley Quinn's waist slowly turned, and Harley Quinn saw clearly that the guy who had just talked to her was actually a huge green plant. It looked like a magical version of the piranha plant. It was alive. The piranha plant. Frank lowered his head like a subject. Harley Quinn found that the other vegetation was the same, shrinking back and making way, as if welcoming their queen. First of all, there was the beautiful and soft long hair as red as a rose. She was like a primitive man, wearing a green short skirt woven from leaves. But she looked so elegant. Are you the owner of these little cuties? Harley Quinn asked the beautiful woman walking towards her. The other party nodded. Ivy Pepper. You can also call me Poison Ivy. Ziana Hong. Can you make me a set of clothes like yours? Harley Quinn immediately ignored the two names she said in her self-introduction. Poison Ivy was stunned and smiled. Of course. Let me interject. Ivy the man-eating plant. Frank came over. She is injured, and the wound is poisoned. I'm afraid she will die soon. Not in my place. Poison Ivy smiled confidently. She walked in front of Harley Quinn, stretched out her hands, and the soft object wrapped around Harley Quinn slowly pulled Harley Quinn down. At this time, Harley Quinn realized that the soft object wrapped around her was a thick soft vine. My way of detoxification is a bit strange, she said. I have to mix the antidote with my saliva. Poison Ivy took out a small glass test tube, drank a sip, and then came to Harley Quinn, holding her face and gently touching her lips. Now you are immune to all poisons, but we have to treat your legs first. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am. Poison Ivy said. I know Harley Quinn, and I know you are not from this world. Harley was surprised. Others don't know what they think. I saw Harley Quinn die with my own eyes, so I'm sure. Poison Ivy said. Maybe there is no Poison Ivy in your world, but that doesn't matter. As long as you are Harley, I believe we can be friends. Can you control plants? Harley limped and followed behind Poison Ivy. Of course, the greatness of plant life is far beyond that of humans. Then do you grow grapes here? Dream. Basic. 89%, 90%, 91%, 0.95%, 0.100%. Dream plus 1 dream. Mastery. 2%. Lizu suddenly opened his eyes. Familiar ceiling. Familiar hall. Can control the time difference between dreaming and reality to 10 times. He stared at the palm lines of his palm for a while. Bang, bang, bang. There were hurried footsteps upstairs, and Shirley ran downstairs in a green scout uniform. Shirley looked at Lizu, who was sitting on the sofa, and complained to him. You said you would wake me up. I had a dream last night and suddenly had some breakthroughs. Lizu laughed awkwardly. Lizu picked up the clothes on the table and waved to Shirley. Let's go, scouts. We should set off. You send me there? Don't need to sleep today. Lizu replied. Sleeping is useless in the short term, and I haven't been out for a long time. The two's new home is next to the toy store, and naturally not far from the school. When they walked to the school gate with breakfast in their hands, they saw luxury cars surrounding the school gate, 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside. At this time, Lizu remembered that this elementary school is a veritable noble school. Those who can come to study must have parents who are at least dentists, otherwise they can't afford the high tuition. Shirley. Three little girls in scout uniforms in the distance waved happily and called Shirley. Shirley looked up at Lizu. Go ahead. Oh, and here's this. Lizu pulled out 2 Tyrant toys and 4 Licker toys from his pocket. Although they were only the size of a gashapon, they looked very creepy. They were definitely not the type of toys that little girls would like. Press the button in an emergency. Now that I've infused energy into them, they can also last for a week of long-term storage. Got it. Shirley took the toys and put them in her pocket, then ran towards her friends. After making sure Shirley had walked into the school, Lizu turned around and prepared to go back, but saw a luxury private business car parked. The teacher, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, trotted over. The two of them didn't know what they were talking about, but the teacher looked very happy. Who cares? Shirley should be able to handle it. Lizu put his hands in his pockets and walked out. The 3 Lego walls he contacted should arrive today. Gotham, suburbs. 3 yellow school buses walked across the bumpy concrete road and stopped in front of a low manor. The doors opened and the students got off one after another under the guidance of the teacher. A whistle blew. The female teacher with a big nose shook her ponytail. Scouts, line up. The little ones quickly gathered together, but the team was inevitably twisted and turned. Especially there were some little boys who loved to show off and play pranks in the team, which made the team even more chaotic. Everyone line up and follow me. In the next week, the scout training will be closed here. We would like to thank Mr. Maxey for providing the luxurious manor. Wow, manor. Shirley. The red-haired companion pulled Shirley and pointed to the huge statue in the center of the courtyard. Look. What statue is that? No clothes. Woo woo, another covered her face. That's a statue of Zeus, Shirley said. Although she didn't like to read mythological stories, since Alice put on the helmet of the god of war, Lizu had been studying Greek mythology all day for a while, so she was able to understand, when she was in her teens, that the guy who didn't like to wear clothes and held thunder was the legendary Greek god Zeus. You know so much. Don't gods wear clothes? I've seen it. The boys' bottoms look very similar to that god's, but the god has hair. The 3 little sisters chattered in Shirley's ear, but they seemed to be relatively quiet in the whole team. At least they were much more honest than the boy who had already started running around the statue. Wally, get back to the team. The big-nosed female teacher shouted while running, trying to catch up with the fast-running little guy. But this guy seemed to be born to be an athlete, running circles with the female teacher one after another. It's Wally West, said the little girl next to Shirley. He's a troublemaker. Last time he stole my hairpin, I chased him all over the playground, but couldn't catch up. Yes, he's a bad boy. The 3 girls stared at the boy running in the distance with a common hatred. Wally West, who suddenly felt the murderous look in the girl's eyes, was stunned, but the female teacher seized the opportunity and hugged him in her arms. Now I've caught you. Get back to the team. Wally nodded listlessly. Yes, teacher. The team was still in a mess. The female teacher took a deep breath. Whoever doesn't quiet down will cancel the lunch. Okay, finally quiet. The female teacher exhaled, looked at the eager eyes, and said, in the next week, we will all train here, and you will graduate and go to middle school. Of course, it's still early. Christmas hasn't come yet, she said. Now the teachers of each class will check the packages and pockets. Scouts are not allowed to bring strange things to the camp. If they are found, they will be temporarily confiscated. After you graduate from here, they will be returned to you. The inspection started quickly, and each teacher was responsible for about 20 people. What is this, Mr. West? The first target of the big-nosed female teacher was Wally West. Game console, ma'am. His voice didn't sound as energetic as at the beginning, and he still lacked confidence. Confiscate it. Don't do that. I promise to train well during the day, but at night, you don't know how long I've been looking forward to it, ma'am. Hiding in the tent and playing video games, the female teacher said. No one will live in the tent, and no one can play video games. You need to obey orders for the next week, Mr. West. Okay, ma'am. Wally West nodded weakly. Wally West was not the only one who brought things. Every student had snacks, toys, comic books, video games, etc. in their bags. Soon the big-nosed female teacher checked Shirley. Teacher, can I see what you brought with you? The female teacher treated Shirley very well. She was the best student under her, rarely worrying people, but very proud. Shirley's backpack was flat and there was nothing in it, but looking at her pockets, there were a lot of things in it. This is. The female teacher held 6 toys as big as capsule toys. 2 bald, strong men and windbreakers, with their eyes closed, looked a little scary. But what was even more frightening was the other 4 monsters. Her hands were shaking, and she didn't even dare to grab the toys that were far smaller than her palm. Dudong, the female teacher, clearly heard the sound of her swallowing saliva. She said, "Shirley, leave these things here with the teacher first, and I will return them to you in a week." Shirley looked at the toys hesitantly. These things were not ordinary, and they had the energy stored by Lizu. If she was not careful, they might be activated. How big a disaster would it be without the liquor and tyrant under her control? "Teacher, put them in the backpack." "I don't need the backpack either." She took off her backpack and said, "Okay, don't worry, the teacher will definitely return it to you." For some reason, the female teacher subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the hideous toys put into the bag, and she made up her mind not to touch the backpack before the end of this outing. She also thought secretly in her heart, "It seems that I have to talk to Shirley's family. She seems to be an adopted family. The child must be well educated from an early age, otherwise he will be psychologically distorted." The inspection was quickly over, and the female teacher clapped her hands. "Everyone go to the dormitory to put down your things and take a break before we start lunch." Yeah. Speaking of lunch, the scouts who had just had their snacks, toys and game consoles confiscated finally regained some energy. The lunch was very rich, and even Shirley's 3 good friends had bloated stomachs. This did not rule out the law that eating together is more delicious. After lunch, they had half an hour to rest, and then they would have the first running training and competition in the afternoon. "Shirley, what's wrong?" Shirley's friend asked when she saw Shirley suddenly looking into the distance. "There are a lot of people here," Shirley replied. Her friend looked like you were making a fuss and explained in a little adult manner, "Of course there are a lot of people, there are 60 of us." "Yeah," Shirley nodded, but she turned her head in confusion. 60 classmates and teachers were sitting here, but there were indeed quite a few people outside. G changed her genes and body structure, and her hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people. There were more than 60 people outside. The afternoon running training was just for the students to warm up, and the biggest highlight was the running competition. There is no distinction between boys and girls here. Everyone is about the same height, and some girls are even much taller than boys. They were divided into 6 groups, and Shirley happened to be in the same group with Wally West, the boy who ran very fast. With a whistle, the students rushed out. Wally West was the first. "My idol is the Flash. There is no way you can surpass me." He was very proud and turned his head to look at the classmates who were far behind him. But he found that the girl with light golden hair was following him calmly. Wally West increased his speed, but the other party was still following steadily. How is this possible? He gritted his teeth and ran more than 40 meters regardless of his physical strength. His breath was disrupted. Wally could even hear his urgent heartbeat, and the nausea in his throat was almost uncontrollable. "You can't keep up now, right?" He turned his head triumphantly, but found that the girl was still following him, and compared to his own panting and embarrassed appearance, the other party seemed very calm. Squeak. The whistle blew, and Wally West crossed the finish line. The teacher raised the stopwatch in her hand happily. 14 seconds. A child who was over 10 years old, Wally West ran 100 meters in 14 seconds. He had a talent far beyond that of ordinary people. Soon, the second group of competitions began. Although the students in this group tried their best, they could never surpass Wally. Only one boy who collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion achieved a score of 16 seconds, which was the same as Shirley Birkin. Shirley Birkin, Wally remembered her name. When the third group started the competition, Wally walked up to her and asked, "Why?" He used to communicate with girls in a naughty manner, but this time he suddenly talked to girls seriously, and he felt a little shy. So Wally West opened his mouth again, trying to make the question clearer. But it seemed that Shirley understood, and she replied, "My family asked me to run second." Chapter 292 flew, 8,300 words long chapter. My family asked me to run second. The words of the girl with light blonde hair were like a needle piercing Wally West's heart. When Wally returned to his position, he was dejected. There was no worse answer than this. He wanted to shout out righteously, "What do you think running is?" However, such a passionate shout would not bring anything back, and might even be laughed at. At the age of more than 10 years old, hormones are initially secreted. Everyone is deliberately paying attention and trying not to leave any unspeakable black history for themselves when they grow up. From the competition just now, Wally also noticed that the other party was really calm and definitely not pretending. There was not even a bead of sweat on his forehead. In comparison, he was very embarrassed. After Wally left, the girl who had just finished her group's race hurried to Shirley and asked, "Why did he look for you? He won't come to steal your hairpin, right?" The girl's name was Anna. She combed her brown hair, and it was neat and tidy, like a waterfall draped over her shoulders. In Shirley's 4-person group, Anna was the only one who joined, because of her face. At this point, we have to talk about Shirley's sister group in detail. Shirley is cute, and her academic performance is the best, that no one can shake. The people who are close to her are also academic masters. One is called Kelly, who is very friendly. The other is called Kitty. Her father is a fan of Batman, so Kitty has been learning martial arts since she was a child and is very good at punching and kicking. When Anna mentioned hairpin, Shirley keenly noticed that her friend suddenly became very nervous. Her heartbeat accelerated, and the blood under the skin flowed faster, making Anna blush and hot. "No," Shirley shook her head. "He just asked me why I came in second. Proud bad boy. Is it great to come in first?" The girl wrinkled her nose and provocatively glared at Wally West, who was in the distance with a dark cloud. It can be seen that she is actually in a good mood. Wally West in the distance happened to look over and met Anna's provocative gaze. He was already aggrieved and almost cried. "What did I do to offend someone? Why did I feel worse than the last one, even though I came in first?" Soon, the competitions of all the groups were over. The big-nosed teacher announced that the unshakable first place in running was Wally West. If it were in the past, Wally would definitely raise his little head proudly and never miss everyone's eyes looking at him. It made him feel great. It was like he was also the Flash. But after talking with Shirley, Wally's condition was surprisingly bad. Even though he was given a Boy Scout medal by the teacher, he was listless. "Where's Kelly?" Shirley asked. After she finished running, she said she was not feeling well and was taken to the car by the accompanying school doctor. Kitty pointed to the medical car in the distance, where people were walking around. "Is she a cold? The flu is very serious recently," Anna said with some concern. "Someone in my family is also in the hospital." "Flu?" Shirley was silent for a moment and said, "Let's go see Kelly." Kitty was the first to raise her hand and agreed. "Okay." The teacher said that everyone has their own rest time before dinner. The 3 girls walked quickly to the medical car. Kitty knocked on the door, and the door opened. A young nurse with big eyes appeared. "Our friend is sick, and we want to see her. Is she okay?" Kitty said. The nurse nodded. "There is only one little patient here, but you have to keep your voice down. She needs to rest well and receive intravenous treatment." Yeah. They nodded vigorously. The space in the medical car is not large, and Kelly is sitting in the back seat, receiving intravenous treatment. "How do you feel?" Kitty asked her good friend. Kelly rubbed her head and said, "Nothing, just a little dizzy, achoo." Just as she said that, she couldn't help sneezing. "We are not here to taste your saliva." Kitty wiped the saliva on her face. Kelly apologized weakly. "I'm so sorry, it just happened suddenly, I can't control it." "How did you get the flu?" Kitty stared at the 4th bag hanging high up in surprise. The words were crooked, and she couldn't recognize them all, so she gave up. Kelly shook her head. "I don't know, I just caught a cold suddenly, and now I feel weak all over." "Weak all over? It must feel really bad, right?" Kitty suddenly remembered something. She pulled Anna and said, "Anna seems to be a fortune teller. She actually guessed that you might be infected with the flu." Anna curled her lips, rolled her eyes and explained, "The flu is so contagious now, it's just a guess, not a fortune teller." "Then can you tell the love partner all of fortune?" Kitty completely ignored Anna's explanation. Sure enough, as long as it comes to fortune telling, it must be love that cannot be avoided. The younger you are, the more you are addicted to it. The sickly Kelly also became interested. Yes. Quick, help us tell fortunes. Tell fortunes. Tell fortunes. Tell fortunes. Kitty was making a fuss. I told you I wouldn't. Anna covered her ears, looking helpless. You guys, be quiet. The nurse who was typing on the keyboard finally couldn't help it. She took a deep breath. Today's visit is over now. She still needs to rest, do you know? I'm sorry. Kitty took the lead in apologizing. After making a fuss for a while, the three were sent out of the medical car. Facing the car door. Kelly doesn't look fine. Kitty suddenly seemed to remember something. Her face fell. It seems that I still have to go to self-study class tonight. When it comes to going to class at night, even Shirley's little face becomes awkward. No one likes to go to class at night. I want to go to the bathroom. Do you want to go together? Anna held Kitty and Shirley with both hands. Now someone has to break the silence. Anna did a good job. She used the hand-in-hand toilet segment. It doesn't seem to be a cold. Shirley recalled the saliva that Kelly had sprayed just now. Her body did not detect the virus. Shirley, what are you in a daze? What are you talking about? Shirley came back to her senses. Go to the bathroom. Let's go. The last ray of sunlight in the sky hid behind the Wayne building. Batgirl, with her fiery red hair, arrived at her own corner on time. Achoo, she sneezed and rubbed her nose, muttering to herself, did I stay up too late recently? Why did I suddenly catch a cold? The arrival of night also means that the carnival of the filthy things hidden in the dark corners of Gotham is about to begin. Night and day have become the dividing line between civilization and madness. At this time, Batgirl was stationed in the territory of the night. She looked into the distance, taking the entire city under her eyes. Looking at the dark night sky, she felt at ease for the first time in a long time, until another sneeze came out uncontrollably. Achoo. After get off work, I should go see a doctor. Batgirl leaped up, her cape spread out as she glided like a bat. The airflow quickly passed under the glider, holding it steadily in the air, sliding from the roof to the dark corner of the opposite building. In Gotham, there is an old urban area in the residential area. The green vegetation and the dilapidated buildings are perfectly integrated. Buzz, a mosquito full of blood, flapped its heavy wings and flew towards its nest. It was going to lay eggs. A rain after the beginning of autumn accumulated into a small pool of water. Mosquitoes full of blood stayed on the water surface from all directions, preparing to lay eggs. A big mouth suddenly fell from the sky, covering the entire small pool of water. The mosquitoes full of blood were frightened and vibrated their wings to escape, but the mouth closed faster, and the teeth interlaced, closing all the mosquitoes in its mouth. Gulp, there was an obvious swallowing sound. Hick, much better it turned out to be a giant piranha plant. And an appropriate voice suddenly came. You are not a piranha plant. Why are you eating mosquitoes? I really hate your frankness. The piranha plant turned its head and said to Harley Quinn, who was limping up the stairs. Before Ivy turned me into this, I was actually a Venus flytrap. Frank twisted his vines. The one you killed last time. I have been raising it for a long time. Harley Quinn chatted with the piranha plant and was very comfortable. Really? Then I'm so sorry. I heard that someone is selling locusts. Do you want to try them? The piranha plant Frank had already answered with the sound of swallowing saliva. The acid used to digest prey dripped out of the giant piranha plant's mouth like saliva. I think I've had enough rest, but Ivy doesn't support me. Harley Quinn looked into the distance. The newly built Wayne building has become a new landmark building in Gotham. I can't think of too many action plans. Are you going to use a piranha plant as your military advisor? The vines of the piranha plant Frank rustled and twisted, and it was obvious that it was very excited. No, I'm thinking about how to become famous. She looked up at the sky. It's not Harley Quinn, it's Yo-Yo. That's too easy. The big mouth of the piranha plant Frank opened and closed. But I want to try something I haven't eaten before. Ivy always feeds me some people, and I hate the taste of those flower fertilizers. Harley Quinn put forward her own bargaining chip. Then the giant locusts in India. How about it? Deal. Achoo. Barbara Gordon walked out of the hospital and stood at the door of the hospital. She opened the bag and looked at the medicine prescribed by the doctor. New flu. I wonder if the former Batman will continue to work. When he has the flu, she clearly felt the emptiness and weakness of her body, and her head was dizzy. I don't know how she got home. After returning home, Barbara took some medicine and fell asleep on the bed. When the alarm clock for work rang at night, she reluctantly stretched out her hand from the quilt and slapped the alarm clock on the bedside to stop the noisy ring. Ring, ring, ring. Ugh. Barbara struggled to get up. The feeling of weakness surged into her brain. She lost control of her body and almost fell to the ground. The longer I work in this industry, the more I admire Batman. He doesn't have a body of steel. I really don't know how he has persisted until now. Barbara sat at the table with the help of a chair and took out the capsule to look at it for a while. Her body did not get better at all. On the contrary, her body became weaker and weaker. The only good news was that her brain did not become more drowsy. Barbara opened the closet and took out the Batsuit from the mezzanine and put it on. It was dark night and it was time for Batgirl to protect the city again. She came to the window with a rope gun, fired a gun, and jumped out with the rope at the same time. It was a move that was already practiced, but suddenly something went wrong. Batgirl lost her grip and fell from the sky. A fully loaded garbage truck happened to pass by, preventing Batgirl from falling to her death. Batgirl climbed out of the garbage dump and shook her head. The flu did not block her nasal cavity, and the pungent smell entered her nose, making Batgirl retching for a while. It's really a bad start today. Zizzy. She privately accessed the communication system of the Gotham Police Department and received a special message. Harley Quinn, can't you just stay quiet for a while? She said to herself. Batgirl jumped onto the roof of the garbage truck and took off. The cape behind her turned into a glider to lift her up, and she smoothly crossed the sky and headed straight for the location where Harley Quinn was active. Explosion. Boom. Even though she was a block away, Batgirl could still feel the burning sensation of the heat wave while floating in the air. What is that crazy woman going to do now? She landed quickly and dived into the darkness. The police had already blocked 4 roads, which cut off Harley Quinn's retreat. At the end of the road, struggling desperately, Batgirl didn't believe that the crazy woman had such a high level of awareness. On the contrary, she surrendered very easily, and a little setback would interrupt her enthusiasm. It was just that in the past Batman's bottom line controlled the city, and the Joker's identity was protected, so Harley Quinn was not in any danger. But now, her 2 bodyguards have all lost their effectiveness. Batgirl couldn't help but think, if the Huntress was here, if that guy who killed people without mercy appeared here. She shook her head vigorously. My head must be burnt and confused, otherwise how could I have such an absurd idea? Not killing is not only the bottom line, but also the concept she insists on, believing that the law is the fairest. Harley Quinn used special clay bombs, which should be old goods from the Batcave. She was throwing them around happily, and after a series of beep, beep, beep sounds, a wave of heat was set off. The flames were like a slap in the face, slapping mercilessly on the face, burning and painful. Ha 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 ha. Her laughter was still there. Whatever your plan is, it's time to end it today. Batgirl had already quietly sneaked into the rooftop. The heat wave exploded, making people dare not look directly at it. No, that's vines. Batgirl found something wrong. Standing at a high place, she could easily see that the person standing at the center of the explosion was not Harley Quinn, but a female model in a clothing store wearing Harley Quinn's t-shirt. Behind the model, there were 2 vines, like human arms, constantly throwing clay bombs. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Harley Quinn's action this time was not like the past, rushing into the field and sweeping away everything, but a large-scale terrorist attack broke out, attracting the police and even Batgirl herself to come over. Then she can complete her goal. Batgirl had already guessed Harley Quinn's plan. Now she just needed to find Harley Quinn's target. The explosion continued, which meant that the other party had not yet completed the goal. The black car drove steadily on the streets of downtown Gotham City. It stopped at the red light, and after waiting for the green light, the car continued to move forward and finally stopped in front of the bank. The car door was pushed open, and Harley Quinn blew up the bank door lock with a gun. A security guard patrolling the bank rushed over, but was wrapped in the flames from the gun in Harley Quinn's hand, and fell to the ground screaming. "Frank, your plan is really perfect." Harley Quinn laughed. "Those idiots and Batgirl may still have a headache because of the explosion." Harley Quinn responded to a small plant standing on her shoulder, which gently rubbed her cheek, as if responding. The security guard who was close to the alarm device and was shot in the leg saw that Harley Quinn didn't look at him, so he struggled to crawl over and raised his hand with difficulty, trying to press the alarm. Bang! The gun was swung horizontally like a baseball bat and hit the security guard's hand. The back of his hand was hit, and the security guard screamed. "It's robbery time now." Harley Quinn looked at the screaming security guard proudly and said, "Calling the police is not allowed." Bus, the red light flashed rapidly. "It is obvious that there is more than one alarm device in the bank." Harley Quinn yelled angrily, "These capitalists, they press so many alarms, aren't they afraid of accidentally hitting them? We have to hurry." Harley Quinn prepared to go to the vault. This operation was not like Mr. Freeze's. She had done some investigation and understanding, and knew that a sum of money would be delivered today, and she also knew about the bank's security force. When she arrived at the underground vault, Harley Quinn was still carrying two unconscious security guards. The small plant on her shoulder twisted and climbed along her arm to the unconscious security guards, and the roots were as easy as piercing into the soil. Soon, a thick vine grew. But the price was that the two security guards lost their flesh and blood and turned into skeletons. The vine continued to twist, and the pointed vine stretched into the keyhole. After a few seconds, there was a click, and the door of the vault was opened. What greeted Harley Quinn was a mountain of green banknotes. Bright and dazzling. She asked excitedly, "Who does this money belong to now?" "It belongs to the bank," came a familiar voice behind her. Harley Quinn turned around and looked at Batgirl, who appeared silently, shouting, "Do you like haunting so much? It's you who haunts me." Batgirl threw the bat dart, and Harley Quinn subconsciously raised her arm to block her face. But the imagined pain did not come. Ding ding ding, the bat dart fell to the ground, more than half a meter away from Harley Quinn. It was completely inaccurate, and the bat dart did not seem to have much power. Harley Quinn stared at her. "You look a little wrong today. It's enough to deal with you." Batgirl forced herself to support her body and rushed towards Harley Quinn with hurried footsteps. Batgirl never made footsteps when attacking, which shows that she has very poor control over her body now. Although she had sung Batgirl's fist many times, Harley Quinn was still not ready to sit and wait for death. She raised the bat and smashed it down on Batgirl's head. Boom. A stick, a solid hit on Batgirl's head. Batgirl's body softened and fell to the ground. Harley Quinn stared blankly at Batgirl, who was lying on the ground, and then glanced at the stick in her hand. "Am I so powerful now?" She couldn't believe it. She sniffed. "She stinks." On the side, the vine that sucked two people spoke in human language. "She is sick. It seems that the stick will be chopped vertically in the future, just like a warrior." "Hey ha." Harley Quinn grabbed the stick and chopped twice more. Sure enough, she chose not to hear what the plant said just now. "By the way, move the money." Batgirl shook her heavy head and opened her eyes. In the abandoned factory, Harley Quinn was curled up in the distance and sleeping. It was gray and dawn, and a night had passed. Oh no, she looked down at the rope that tied her up. It was a plant, and it looked alive. As she twisted her body joints to try to break free, the plant tightened more and more. Yawn. Batgirl's big movement woke Harley Quinn up. She stretched and looked at Batgirl. "Are you awake?" The expression on her face was extremely proud. "I actually caught Batgirl. Haha, I'm the future crime queen of this city." Batgirl suddenly had an illusion that the reason why Harley Quinn caught her and tied her up here and waited for her to wake up all night was just to say these two sentences. "You are my prisoner now, Batgirl." Harley Quinn turned around proudly. "Spend your weekend here. I still have important things to do, but don't pray that I send you to the Gotham Police Department. I won't be so considerate." Batgirl looked at Harley Quinn's back getting smaller and smaller in her eyes. She was now sure that Harley Quinn was waiting here just to say a few lines. Although the vines were strong, she should be able to break free if it was normal, but now, she was weak. After leaving the factory, Harley Quinn flicked the plant on her shoulder with her finger. That's Batgirl. If I catch her and take a video and post it on the internet, who dares not admit that Harley Quinn is the future queen of crime? She began to regret the cool lines she just said. It was not because of shame in the lines, but because she just walked away after she finished the lines. Actually, it's good to kill her. I won't have so many troubles in the future, she thought. The small plant just twisted. Harley Quinn seemed to understand. She lowered her head. You're right, Frank. Our goal is not to kill Batgirl or any superhero, but to make them never forget my name. The whole city will be afraid of Harley Quinn. Ha 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 ha. She has fallen into an infinite beautiful fantasy. Achoo. Harley Quinn sneezed. After sniffing, Harley Quinn had to complete the next step of the plan. Scout training camp. Shirley was sitting alone at the dining table with a tray. There were supposed to be 4 people eating together, but all 3 of them, including Kelly, had the flu. Although their condition was not too bad, they did not want to move at all and stayed in the dormitory. Can I sit here? The voice sounded a little nervous. Shirley looked up and saw Wally West, who was a little at a loss with the tray. Of course, she nodded. Wally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat opposite Shirley and said, my friends all have the flu, just like your friends. It seems that you have a good physique and can withstand the flu. He wanted to use the new words he learned last week, but he couldn't remember the words immunity, antibodies and so on. This has nothing to do with immunity. Shirley recalled the few times her friend sneezed, but she could only feel that something was wrong, but she didn't know what was wrong. After the training here is over, do you have time? Wally scratched his head with his right hand. Shirley looked at Wally, confused. She didn't understand what this meant. Wally West said shyly, if there is time, I mean if, maybe, I have a coupon for a pizza shop. We can use our pocket money to have a good meal. Okay. Shirley agreed very readily. Really, that's great. Wally stood up excitedly. The other students who were still eating all looked at him. It must be another prank by Wally West. Similar voices appeared again. Wally's face flushed, but he was unwilling to explain. After all, asking a girl out for food is not an ordinary matter. I'm done. Wally left quickly with the plate. Shirley looked back in confusion. She was still thinking about the problem of influenza. It seemed that she had to trouble her lazy guardian for this problem. The reason why she agreed so quickly just now was that Shirley heard about the pizza shop. She felt that she must bring some food when she returned after being away for so long. If Lizu was sleeping and dreaming for a week, he might starve to death. The corner of her mouth twitched. Starving to death. It was really possible to starve to death. Achoo, Lizu sneezed. The flu is really bad recently. He sat on the sofa wrapped in a blanket, changing channels with the remote control in his hand. Lizu, who had met the old ones and fought against various top superheroes, unexpectedly also got the flu. Hoo 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 hoo. The kettle in the kitchen boiled, and the steam pushed against the lid, making a hoo hoo sound. Lizu stood up lazily, poured a cup of hot water, and took the medicine he bought at the pharmacy. I don't know if the cold medicine worked, or the symptoms worsened. Lizu fell into a daze. On the sofa, the young man wrapped in a blanket disappeared, and was replaced by a stuffed toy dog wrapped in a blanket. When it got dark, Lizu opened his eyes. The TV was still on, broadcasting Gotham news. A new type of flu has swept across Gotham. The professor at Gotham Hospital reminded citizens to wear masks to prevent influenza. I slept for an entire afternoon. Lizu sat up and found that he had turned into a stuffed toy dog again. When he overuses his superpowers, he will turn into a puppet. After turning into a puppet, he can no longer move, and even his brain will turn into duck-down stuffing like a toy. But he used a little trick to solve the problem and not be unable to turn back. It's just that this time he turned into a puppet a little suddenly, and the reason is not yet clear. As he thought about it, the puppet's body quickly changed and disappeared, turning back into a human form. Lizu stretched his body, and the fatigue disappeared without a trace. Ah, this medicine is quite useful. I didn't expect that it can be cured by taking a single dose of medicine. The TV news was still broadcasting, but there were also programs that took a different approach, connecting Gotham's crime and influenza to explain the cause. The remote control was not pressed again. After special statistics and investigations, the number of citizens in this city suffering from the new influenza has reached 800,000, accounting for 1/7 of the total population of the city. Is this an evil plan of a villain or an extremely terrible plague? A historian sitting opposite the host said righteously, 800,000 people were infected in less than a week. This is something that no flu or virus can do. Moreover, according to the research of my friend Dr. Leahitt and I, this is more like a disaster in the myths of various regions. When the sins of mankind become unbearable for the gods will bring down divine punishment. The host couldn't help interrupting and interjected, but that's just a myth. The historian retorted, history is too distant to be mistaken for a story, and can you deny that there are really gods in this world? The aliens wearing red cloaks flying all over the sky have just left our world not long ago. And Wonder Woman has been called the descendant of gods. The host couldn't think of a reason to refute for a moment. Just some time ago, when the world regime was on the verge of collapse, the superheroes flying all over the sky fell one after another, and no one could not see it. Well, even if you say so, which god has sent this disaster? How can we protect ourselves? Pray for God's forgiveness, we should. The TV turned off. Lizu put on his shoes and pushed the door open to go out. He needed to eat something because he was exhausted after a sleep. A new pizza shop opened right opposite the toy store, and Lizu also had many coupons issued for the opening. When he arrived at the pizza shop, there were not many people in the shop. The waiter took the coupons and went into the kitchen. He was both a waiter and an apprentice. Lizu sat down by the window and waited quietly as time passed. After a long time, the waiter staggered over. "Can we order now?" Lizu started to order, but the waiter completely ignored him and pushed the door open to go out. Lizu followed the waiter's gaze and looked out. Through the French window, he saw that more than half of the people in the city had walked out, like sleepwalkers, queuing up to the suburbs. "It seems that I can't eat the dish today." Lizu stretched. Gotham suddenly had an emergency. Nearly 1 million people took to the streets. It must be someone lurking in the dark who was on the move again. He really didn't intend to care. After all, as long as the city was not destroyed and the world could still function, it would be enough to hold on until he could stay in peace, until he left this world, until he saw the Batgirl following the team. The Batcape hung on the ground. She usually glided or jumped and rarely walked slowly. The cape was like a broom, dragging on the ground. Lizu walked to the front desk, took back the coupons on the table, and pushed open the door to catch up with the large group of people. The crowd finally stopped in front of the newly built Win building. From a distance, people were next to each other, shoulders against shoulders. Ha 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 ha, laughter came from the sky. A flash of lightning flashed, and a middle-aged man in ancient Greek costumes, like a bath towel, fell from the sky with a thunderbolt in his hand. No, that's not real. It's just a holographic projection achieved with the help of Wayne technology. Crack! Exclamation mark. Thunder flashed. Lizu nodded. This projection is really amazing, but why doesn't he wear underwear? And I suggest that he should get a circumcision during the holidays. Trouble comes from the mouth. As he said this, the people around him turned their heads and stared at him with fierce eyes. Insult my god. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill. The slogans became louder and louder. As long as the eyes can see Lizu, they want to kill Lizu directly with their eyes. Obviously, this group of guys who don't know what's going on are not joking. 4 or 5 people rushed towards Lizu. They were very strong and fast, and they were like waves, one after another, constantly rushing up, and they didn't even care about the life and death of their companions. Boom. The airwave exploded. Lizu has turned into abomination, and there are hundreds of people around him who fainted after being affected by the airwave. He said in a muffled voice, "I haven't tried my skills for a long time. Thank you Void watching for the 100 starting coins reward, and thank you 9 Heavens Demon Master Believer for the 100 starting coins reward. I've been busy during the day recently, so I can't keep up with the updates at noon, so I thought about writing a long chapter in the evening to make up for it. Chapter 293 Zeus, 9,000 words. The ground weave is woven into a thick coat of leaves, wrapping the old building with peeling wall. This place looks like an abandoned building, lost in the rainforest. It would not be strange if two tribal natives suddenly jumped out of it. Gotham has never lacked such personality places. Buzz a mosquito flew around aimlessly under the guidance of the moonlight. It may have just slept in, or it may have been accidentally swept by the tail of a stray cat when biting it, and fainted. Now it is alone. A big mouthful of fangs covered the mosquito, and sent it on its last journey. The temperature has dropped so fast recently. Frank, the man-eating plant, licked his lips with his tongue. At first glance, his tongue looks like a human, but if you look closely, you will find that it is just a mutated red vine, which is just a decorative function imitating humans. Can you feel the temperature drop? Asked the Harley Quinn. After doing a job together, the two of them can barely be considered teammates. Usually they would choose to stay on the rooftop, because every time at this time, when Poison Ivy tests her strange ideas, there will always be dangers around. Even if one of them can ignore the toxins as a plant and the other is completely immune to the toxins, they still don't want to get close. Of course not, at least I can't understand what it feels like to be cold. Frank's tongue drooped outside his mouth, and his vine stretched out and pointed to the sky. There have been fewer mosquitoes recently. It turns out that it just judges the weather by the amount of food. For mosquitoes, a summer is just a summer. It is indeed correct to judge the temperature by the number of mosquitoes, but the only problem is Harley Quinn mercilessly sabotaged. Isn't it because you have eaten too much recently and ate them all? I hate your frankness. Frank twisted the green stem. Although there was no human face at all, Frank's next words would make people mistakenly think that they were chatting with a wretched uncle. Frank said, Ivy must be naked now and transforming those little guys. Sorry, your laughter sounds disgusting. Harley Quinn said generously, and then she sneezed. Achoo. See, I told you the temperature was dropping. Frank first confirmed that he was not lying, and then said, while she has no time to take care of us, how about we go out and get some snacks? Harley Quinn looked at Frank puzzledly. Snacks? Yes, when I was watching TV, I saw that a zoo was going to be demolished soon, and some little cuties with special tastes might be taken away. Aha, this is what you are talking about. I'm a Venus flytrap, but have you ever seen a Venus flytrap that eats people 3 times a day? Just because the nickname is a man-eating plant? To be honest, I'm really tired of it. When they named my species, couldn't they call it the tiger-eating plant, the elephant-eating plant, or the sparrow-eating plant? Just change the name 3 times a day. Frank kept chattering, but after a while, he didn't hear any response. Yow yow? The flower with its mouth wide open turned to face Harley Quinn, drooling, giving the impression that it might open its mouth at any time and swallow Harley Quinn in one gulp, but this was just the mucus it secreted to digest its prey, not the saliva in the human sense. Harley Quinn did not answer. She staggered to the edge of the building and took a step. Without any hesitation, she stepped on empty air and fell down. Hey! The vines caught Harley Quinn before she fell to the ground and died. The green vines formed a net and carried Harley Quinn slowly to the ground. After getting up, Harley Quinn chose to walk away as soon as possible. What do you want to do? Go prepare a zoo gift bag for me? Frank's big flower bud nodded his head up and down. Well, if you put it that way. Harley Quinn was like a corpse, walking farther and farther, and soon she was beyond the reach of Frank's vines. I guess she's in trouble. Frank coughed hard and adjusted his voice on the spot. The voice was a little low. Being frightened, shouldn't the tone be higher? It raised its tone. Not even close. Frank muttered to himself and kept saying to adjust the tone until it sounded like a scream. Ivy, this is bad. Harley Quinn seems to be controlled by someone. Bang. The door leading to the rooftop was kicked open and the red-haired woman wrapped in a leaf skirt rushed up immediately. Where is she? She went over there. The vine pointed to the direction where Harley Quinn left. Poison Ivy immediately jumped down the building, and the vines that broke through the ground wrapped around her slender waist, carrying her lightly to the ground. Now I'm alone. The man-eating plant. Frank's red tongue drooped out again. Now no one will stop me from going to the zoo for a full meal. Wait, my grandmother is a plant. I can't leave. Damn it. Frank hurriedly shouted. Ivy, wait, take my little brother with you. Lizu stood there, like a green iron tower, unable to be shaken. Around him, the seriously injured or unconscious people were piled up like corpses into small hills. It was God's guidance. He is a monster, a monster. The end of the world is coming. The crowd was still rushing over like fanatics. Maybe I will be on the news after this incident. I might as well brutally massacre tens of thousands of people. Lizu raised his right arm with barbs. Snap, a vine suddenly attacked, wrapped around Lizu's arm, and pulled him out of the crowd. The vine stretched down from the building more than 10 meters high. When Lizu landed on the roof, his knees bent slightly, shaking the rooftop. Brother, you are really heavy. Piranha plant? Lizu looked at the guy who greeted him, and might even have saved him. Yes, I am. Cough cough. The piranha plant looked like a living person. Not only the movements made by the vine-woven body, but even the tone of voice was impeccable. We should talk business now. We just saved your life. When Lizu heard the piranha plant call itself we, he noticed the heartbeats of the people present. Besides himself, there was another person. Her red hair was like a blooming rose. She didn't wear textile clothes, but a short skirt made of emerald green leaves, which perfectly matched her wildness and sexiness. The piranha plant noticed Lizu's gaze and said, I'm Frank number 2. As for this beautiful lady, you can call her. Lizu had already guessed the other party's identity. Poison Ivy. I didn't expect you to be quite famous in the world of green guys. Frank number 2 joked to Poison Ivy. Snap. Poison Ivy snapped her fingers and blew at Frank number 2. Don't do this. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Help. The piranha plant withered immediately, like a dry grass that had lost its moisture and fell to the ground motionless. A seed popped out from the fingertips of Poison Ivy and fell to the ground. The seeds quickly developed roots and pierced through the concrete roof. Then the seeds grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 minute later, another piranha plant that occupied an area of hundreds of square meters appeared in front of Lizu. Let me introduce myself. I'm Frank number 3. The piranha plant introduced itself. Without saying a word, the piranha plant opened its mouth and swallowed Lizu. Lizu, who turned into hatred, raised his arm and slapped him. The piranha plant's head was smashed into flour mud by the slap, and the juice turned into rain and scattered all over the ground. Lizu smelled the pungent blood from it. Another new piranha plant grew up, and it said, I'm Frank number 4. Damn it, how can you, a green monster, have such great strength? It sounds like these piranha plants all have the same tone, or even the same plant, and the numbering is even more intriguing. A gust of wind blew, and Poison Ivy raised her hand to lift the red hair flying in front of her eyelashes and put it behind her ears. She said, I know you, the toy man. HMM. The abomination quickly became shorter and turned back into Lizu, supplying energy for a long time. To support the operation of the abomination is a considerable expense. Lizu is not prepared to waste his energy when he expects hundreds of thousands of enemies. You turned into a pretty boy. Do you often stay up late? Frank number 4 moved in front of Lizu. It seems that the one who died was not his real body, otherwise he would not come so calmly. He is a toy man who can turn others into toys or turn himself into a toy. Poison Ivy stared at Lizu with her green eyes. Is there poison in her eyes, or is her mind full of poison? Thank you for saving my life. Lizu turned around and prepared to leave. Poison Ivy is not a hidden element of this world and does not provide a little world exploration, which shows that she is just a supporting role, a real marginal role. This does not mean that the other party can be despised. On the contrary, Lizu realized that Poison Ivy happened to be his nemesis. The other party could use plants to fight a protracted war with him. Whether he was controlling toys or turning himself into a toy, insufficient energy in his body was a big problem. These days, Yao stayed with me. Poison Ivy's voice was a little calm, which was slightly inconsistent with her hot and sexy appearance. Lizu raised his eyebrows. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. If his memory is correct, there are some universes where Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn will have something beyond friendship. Beyond friendship. Then thank you for taking care of her. If you want to purchase seeds, I can help. Lizu turned around, and a hunter's hat appeared in his hand and was put on his head. She was injured at the time and was chased by a woman with a bow and arrow. A woman with a bow and arrow. Lizu nodded, and he instantly concluded who it was. She was a rookie in Gotham, and she didn't mind killing people. Just a dozen minutes ago, she suddenly left me, and then I found that there were hundreds of thousands of people in this city who looked like her. Poison Ivy looked down at the crowd downstairs, surging like a tide. She was also controlled. Lizu was now 100% sure that a very difficult guy had taken action, acting indiscriminately. The two sides could exchange information, and Lizu immediately gave up the idea of leaving. He turned around and looked at the charming face of Poison Ivy and said, "They seem to have been brainwashed, but if there is something that can brainwash hundreds of thousands of people in an instant, if that guy really has this ability, maybe it would be better to choose a tougher way. It sounds like they believe in some god." Frank number 4 mocked Lizu. "Boy, don't you ever watch TV? It's a Greek god. Historians have confirmed that this is a large-scale awakening ceremony for believers." Lizu looked at number 4. "Plants also believe in gods?" "Of course not. I just think that the guy who doesn't wear underwear and calls himself Zeus is a little funny." Ha 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 ha. The scene of a carnivorous plant laughing so hard that it looked very weird. Poison Ivy wrinkled her nose slightly, very slightly, and Lizu didn't notice it until he had been focusing on her. Bang! Number 4 exploded directly, and number 5 grew quickly. "I know, you are number 5, Lizu said at the beginning of the piranha plant. He was a little fed up with this guy's nagging. But number 5 was very honest and didn't open his mouth again. Instead, he secretly glanced at Poison Ivy and hid away from the two. "I've looked for her, but there is no trace of her," Poison Ivy said. "I can find her." Lizu looked into the distance, which was also the direction where the believers were running. In his perception, Harley Quinn was as dazzling as a torch in the dark night, and he could easily detect her location. That was the application of the toyization ability, but it was more like a curse that was attached to the bone and could not be shaken off. Lizu said, "Before looking for her, we have to find out why she was controlled. I'm afraid of death. Is it really okay to be frank with a lady you meet for the first time that you are afraid of death?" Poison Ivy finally had a smile on her face. Lizu also smiled. "It's better to tell you first. If the situation is not right, I may sacrifice you, so you should be mentally prepared." "Really?" She tapped her lips lightly with her finger, and her red lips trembled slightly. "That's what I planned too." Even though they had the same goal, to rescue Harley Quinn, they didn't trust each other. The test was stopped at that point. Lizu squatted on the edge of the rooftop and looked down. What can quickly infect these hundreds of thousands of people? Poison Ivy was also thinking. They also knew that if they dragged it on and let the conspiracy of the people in the dark succeed, it would be more troublesome, but they had to make a rough plan and have a goal instead of rushing forward aimlessly. Flu was spoken by Frank number 5. The flower head of number 5 turned to Lizu and then to Poison Ivy, as if looking at two monsters. "Don't you two watch TV? Recently, the TV news is all about this thing. In less than a week, more than 800,000 people have been infected." "Flu. I got it too." Lizu patted his clothes in surprise, "But I took cold medicine once, slept on the sofa, and woke up, and it was fine." "Flu." Poison Ivy was also confused. "I'm sure that Yaya is immune to all poisons. Even if there is a new virus, the bacteria and spores are left and her body should be able to react quickly." "Sir." Madam number 5 coughed. "Now it is certain that someone is using flu to spread something, and this thing can also affect people's spirits. I think we have to take action quickly." The carnivorous flower shouted, "Team Frank, action." The atmosphere was very awkward, and there was no response. "How about changing the name to Green Family? Everyone has green on them." Frank number 5 still wanted to grab a title for this operation, and he had to ensure that he had something to do with it. Crack. Or thunder flashed in the distance, from the ground to the sky. Lizu stopped thinking and said, "Let's go and have a look first." His legs suddenly became thick and turned into hateful green legs. He kicked the ground with his legs. Boom. As the whole building shook, Lizu had turned into a cannonball and flew into the sky. Poison Ivy was also not slow, swinging on the vines to catch up quickly. Boy Scout training camp. After dinner, the students did not leave their tables and stayed here as required by the teacher. Today was a little special. Shirley's 3 good friends also dragged their weak bodies here. Since the injection had no effect, Kitty took the lead in not getting an injection. It turned out that she was right. The students who received an infusion every day inevitably had edema on their faces, and their physical condition was getting worse and worse. Wally West came over and sat opposite Shirley. He said excitedly, "Shirley, you ran really fast in the relay race today. If you had gone through professional training like me." 3 pairs of eyes came over, and Wally's excitement froze on his face. "Kitty, Corey, Anna, do you feel better?" He asked the 3 girls about their physical condition. "You two seem to have a good relationship." Kitty was sick and listless, but she didn't change her characteristics. She always liked to guide the problem to a more troublesome direction. Sure enough, as she finished speaking, Wally noticed that Anna's eyes occasionally looked at him very sharply. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and explained, "I've been in a group with Shirley these days, and we've won a lot of first places." His eyes didn't change. Wally secretly glanced at Shirley, who seemed to be completely unconcerned about Anna's look, which made him secretly give her a thumbs up in his heart. Clap, clap, clap. The big-nosed female teacher clapped her hands, attracting everyone's attention. "Tomorrow our training will end, and we will return to school in the afternoon." She raised her chin, and her big nose on her face was as eye-catching as the Eiffel Tower. It was definitely a landmark feature on her face. "Do you remember, classmates? The owner of this manor, he loves children very much. Let's applaud and welcome Mr. Maxizus to give us a speech." Sparse applause rang out. A man in a suit walked into the restaurant. He was very burly and had a beard. His beard is dyed white. Wally whispered to the 4 girls, "Look, the roots of his beard are black." He was very observant. The 3 sickly girls rarely refuted him. It was probably because they had no strength at all. "I believe you have heard of my name before, and some people have not heard of it." Maxizus raised his arms high, as if he was embracing the sky. "I'm the human incarnation of Zeus. You are gathered here for a special mission. Mr. Maxizus." The big-nosed teacher was a little surprised. "You also prepared a party program? I have to say that you are really attentive. You provide us with a training camp and arrange jokes." "Ha ha ha ha." As she said, she laughed in cooperation. Boom. Maxizus punched the big-nosed teacher's high nose bridge, and his eyes were refocused on the students. "Your chance has come. The Greek gods decided to add some devout young believers to Mount Olympus. This is why you are here." The scene was a little quiet. To be precise, no one spoke except Wally West. "Is there something wrong with his brain?" Wally West asked Shirley quietly. "It's like a play." Wally suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit depressing, and the burly figure enveloped him. Maxizus was already standing in front of the dining table, looking down at him. What made Wally feel even more terrified was that half of the students present stood up and glared at him. "Kill him, kill him. Dare to insult our god. Kill him." The sound of "kill him" was like a slogan, looping non-stop, hitting the ears unstoppably. The rest of the students dared not move. The only slightly inappropriate thing might be the ubiquitous sneeze. After every sneeze, there would be one more person who hated Wally. Maxizus lowered his head, and his forehead touched Wally's trembling forehead. He glared at Wally's trembling eyes. "Little devil, do you want to taste the thunder? Huh. Sorry." Bang. The chair hit Max's back of the head, and the burly man was knocked to the ground. "Run." Shirley dropped the chair in her hand, and said to Wally, Oh. Wally nodded blankly, and quickly followed Shirley to run out. During this period, no one moved. "Ahem, it's bleeding." Maxizus climbed up and touched the back of his head. He shook his head. "Go and catch them 2 back," Maxizus said angrily. The students rushed towards the door of the restaurant like vicious dogs out of the cage. They looked lively and energetic, which was completely different from the sickly look a few minutes ago. Who? Wally West leaned against the wall and panted heavily. "What should we do now?" He looked at Shirley, a girl about his age. When facing the pursuit of dozens of classmates, she could still remain calm. Wally admired her very much. "Go to the teacher's room. I want to find something." Shirley just took 2 steps and suddenly stretched out her hand to stop Wally and covered his mouth. "Shh. Tap tap tap. There were footsteps in the distance. Shirley, Shirley, are you here? It was Kitty and the other two. They were holding flashlights and searching in the corridor. Shirley pursed her lips and did not answer until the three people walked away while shouting into the air. Why don't you call the three of them? If they are caught by that group of people, the three of them will be in danger. Wally finally broke free and gasped. Also, next time don't cover my mouth and nose together. I will suffocate to death. Even if they follow us, they are not safe. Can you beat dozens of people by yourself? Shirley said and asked Wally. Wally scratched his head awkwardly. At most one. Although I run fast, I'm not very good at fighting. The search for the way continued. The teacher's room was on this floor. He opened the half-closed door. In addition to the messy bed, there was a pile of things in the far corner. Every day, we scouts also make the quilts. Wally looked at the bad sheets and hated that he was too young to have a mobile phone. Otherwise he would definitely take pictures. Shirley quickly found her backpack and opened it to see that the toys were still there. She breathed a sigh of relief. There should be no threats in this manner at the moment. Wally watched Shirley put on her backpack, and he also rummaged through the pile of miscellaneous items and soon found his game console. Haha, I finally found it. My camping game console was ruined at night. We should go. Shirley walked to the window and threw two toys out. Dang, dang. The sound of two heavy objects falling to the ground. Wally was startled. Did you hear the noise? It's like an earthquake. Hold your game console. We should run for our lives. Squeak. The door was pushed open again at this time. It was obvious that their loud chat attracted the patrol scouts outside. Shirley, Wally, you are here. I finally found you. So good. Kitty breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, follow us. We found a way out. Kelly and Anna also nodded. See, Wally looked at Shirley triumphantly, as if to say, I didn't see the wrong person. The three of them were really not controlled. The five people walked out of the teacher's room. Kitty led the way in front. Anna and Kelly followed behind on the left and right. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps came from a distance. Run, they are chasing us, Wally shouted. But when he ran back, he saw Kelly and Anna holding hands, blocking the retreat. Even if he was stupid, he knew that these three people were not right. The situation was critical, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Wally took a deep breath and encouraged himself silently in his heart. Wally, you are from the West family. There are no cowards in our family. You should fight now. Besides, they are just three girls. How much can it hurt? But, I heard that Kitty has been practicing kung fu since she was a child, and there are dozens of people behind her. Can I withstand their punches? His heart was shaking left and right. Finally, Wally took a deep breath. Shirley, I will stop them later. You take the opportunity. Bang. There was a movement behind. Wally's eyelids jumped, and he saw the girl with short light golden hair kicking and brushing past him, kicking Anna in the chest, and then rolling on the ground with her head in her arms. Her legs clamped Kelly's ankles like scissors. She rolled on the ground, and her waist drove the power of her thighs, pulling her calves, and rolled Kelly to kneel on the ground. The whole fight lasted no more than 5 seconds, and Wally's jaw was almost dislocated. What should I take the opportunity to do? Shirley looked at him puzzled and asked. No, I mean, Wally turned around and saw the base lying unconscious on the ground. This means that this girl is not only the absolute number one in study, but also good at fighting. Wally's surprise lasted for a while. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Someone had already appeared from the corridor around the corner and was rushing over. Go. The two ran downstairs and stopped at the door of the restaurant. Wally couldn't help trembling. Shirley, there is a giant, gray-white skin, bald head, black windbreaker. Every step he took would cause vibration feedback from the ground. The giant ignored Wally and walked towards the students who were chasing him. He didn't do anything, but kept walking slowly forward. The crazy students rushed towards the giant, pulling his windbreaker, or simply biting him with their teeth. The giant was unmoved. Like a humanoid armored vehicle, he controlled dozens of students, and no one could rush over. Ah! There was a sharp scream in the sky, and a person fell heavily to the ground, and his head rushed into the door. Got. Help. Help. The man spat out blood, and screamed towards the restaurant. Help. Boom, boom, boom. It was the sound of heavy footsteps. Surely, another bald giant. Wally was not as scared as before. He thought the two giants were helping him, like a superhero. The door of the restaurant was wide open. Maxi Zeus took off his suit, revealing a Greek bathrobe. He stood there proudly, not changing his face at all, because of the appearance of the two giants, as if he was really the incarnation of the god King Zeus on Earth, a guy with a tall body. In his eyes was just a slightly larger ant. However, with the sound of bang, 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 people kept being thrown into the yard like broken sacks. Maxi Zeus's face changed. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots broke out suddenly, but the giant in the yard stood there, resisting the bullets that hit his face, and the bullets only left a fleeting spark on his face. Surely, he is invulnerable. Wally waved his fist excitedly, as if he was the invulnerable person. The bald giant walked towards the guy who fired the gun. He stretched out his big hand and gently squeezed it. Squeak. It was like a blood bag was squeezed out, and thick plasma was squeezed out from all the holes in the man's body. The body that was clenched like a shrunken toothpaste tube was thrown on the ground. Ugh. Wally held the wall and vomited. It was the first time he saw a dead person, and he did it in such a horrible way, squeezing a person into mud with one hand. Surely, Wally. The big-nosed female teacher woke up slowly, and the scene in front of her surprised her. The students seemed to have become Maxi Zeus's fanatics in an instant, including all the teachers except her. Only Shirley Birkin and Wally West remained awake. She looked over the shoulders of the two children, and looked into the distance. The bald giant grabbed a believer who rushed over with a knife and easily squeezed it into a piece of rotten meat that could not be distinguished. The big-nosed female teacher suddenly remembered the scary toys in Shirley's school bag. Those toys are not fictional, they have prototypes. Boom, boom, boom. After the bald giant killed all the people who appeared inexplicably outside, he walked towards the restaurant, but in the eyes of the big-nosed female teacher, the other party's target was her two students. She fainted again due to excessive shock. Maxi Zeus took a deep breath. The manor was filled with a strong smell of blood, which was very uncomfortable. He took out a cane and pressed a button with his finger. Crack. A strong current exploded, and as time passed, the current became stronger and stronger. When the bald giant walked in front of him, the cane was already carrying a dazzling lightning, pointing to the heart of the giant. Try the thunder of the king of the gods. Boom. A fist-thick lightning shot out, turning into a terrifying lightning column, easily penetrating the heart of the bald giant, piercing through the ceiling of the first floor, and then through the wall of the second floor, and finally piercing through the sky from bottom to top. Maxi looked at the other person with pride, trying to see something from that expressionless face. Fear, terror, regret? No matter what it is the most favorite emotion of the angry god. Haha, Maxi laughed. He saw the distorted expression of the other person. That is the expression of fear or pain. You should have done this earlier. Angering a god. This is the stupidest decision you have made. But the bald giant's expression was still distorted. That may not be called a change in expression. Perhaps it is more appropriate to say that it is a change in bones. The body that was already 2 meters tall has grown a lot. The windbreaker has long turned into ashes under the electric heat. In fact, the bald giant not only had a chest injury, but his skin was also burned by the high temperature electric heat generated by power generation. That's why Maxi can clearly see the changes in the other person's body without the cover. The fist-sized hole in the heart looks like dozens of spiders working hard to weave a web to repair it at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bones are expanding outward, like a layer of bone armor wrapped under the gray skin. Moreover, his right hand has undergone a huge change. It is several times thicker than his left arm, and the alienated nails can easily tear the ground. In the distance, Wally was still retching against the wall. Shirley looked at the monster she had summoned with her own hands, and remembered what Lizu had said at the beginning. Tyrant Model T103, mass-produced model. The windbreaker he is wearing is actually a straitjacket. The Tyrant without the windbreaker is a real biochemical weapon. I think Umbrella Corporation has done a good job in the Tyrant production line, and the cost and effect are controlled within a reasonable range. The bald head without the windbreaker is the real Tyrant. Bang. Maxi Zeus's head was crushed, and he fell into the same fate as those fanatical believers. Ugh. Shirley covered her head. As a B-man, she lost control of the tyrant in an instant. Since the tyrant's combat effectiveness is more perfect after the windbreaker is untied, why should it be restrained by force? Lizu's words still rang in his ears. Although the controlled tyrant is weak, it is useful. Even if the tyrant is strong without restraint, it is just a mad dog and may hurt himself. Boom. The floor shook. The fully liberated tyrant turned his head and looked at Shirley. It's time to kill the next one. The target is far outside the city of Gotham. Something is wrong, said Poison Ivy. Lizu nodded, and he also became serious for a rare time. I can see it. It's really wrong. Hundreds of thousands of Gotham citizens in the back are rushing here like crazy, while the citizens who rushed to the front are standing there staggeringly, motionless. The two landed one after another, but no one paid attention to them. They shuttled through the crowd. Poison Ivy found Yo-Yo, and Lizu found a strange manor with a pile of corpses in the front. That was where the thunder broke out just now. Hearing the sound of rustling behind him, Lizu turned his head and really saw Poison Ivy coming. Behind her was Harley Quinn, who was entangled in vines and motionless. How is it? Poison Ivy said. The physical condition is not right. I need time to study what happened inside her body. Wait a little longer. There are more important things. More important? Are you going to save the world too? Poison Ivy seemed to have heard an interesting joke. It may not be possible to save the world, but if we don't stop it, we may have to face a biochemical crisis. As he finished speaking, with a boom, the fully liberated tyrant rushed out. He threw it casually, and Shirley was smashed to the ground like a cannonball. Chapter 294 Recovery, 8400 words. Shirley's petite body was smashed to the ground, leaving a hole. In addition to the boom sound, there was also the sound of broken bones. The tyrant, who was completely freed from the restraints, was obviously not something that a slightly strong little girl could deal with. Another tyrant in a windbreaker rushed out and tried to restrain his former companion, but his huge right claw had already grabbed his head. Snap. The head fell to the ground like a watermelon and exploded. The tyrant looked at Shirley, and his slightly bloated body walked, causing the ground to shake violently. The fear in Shirley's eyes was aroused, as if the scene of being chased by a monster that night was replaying. Ivy, help me catch it, was a familiar voice. A pair of yellow leather shoes fell not far from Shirley's head, and then she saw the familiar face. Abnormal white skin, black eye bags, like a person who stays up late for a long time. The red bloodshot in his eyeballs is very eye-catching. His spirit is constantly suffering from some kind of torture. After living with him for a while, Shirley has a little understanding. Now he is still relatively comfortable. These performances are just mild sequelae. In his words, after a person's brain receives too much information that cannot be processed, the head should turn into paste. He is lucky not to become an idiot now. Hey, Shirley? A hand waved in front of her eyes. Shirley came back to her senses. Run to the red-haired guy later. As he spoke, his hands groped Shirley's body. 2 bones are broken, and there are bones dislocated. Bear with it. As Lizu grabbed her broken bones and twisted them to reconnect them, Shirley's eyes suddenly misted. Take a rest for a while, listen to me, and then run. Yeah, she nodded. Lizu turned his head, and the huge vines rose from the ground and covered the sky above his head. The completely liberated tyrant waved his claws and pushed the vines that tried to approach one by one. Something went wrong, Lizu said suddenly, looking at the tyrant. He raised his left hand, and his arm quickly turned into a green giant arm with a very uncoordinated proportion. The yellow leather shoes stepped on the dilapidated stone road of the manor, and the weeds growing in the cracks of the bricks were trampled down. Lizu, dragging his extremely uncoordinated arm, had already arrived in front of the tyrant. Coincidentally, at this time, the vines were torn apart again, and the tyrant's alienated huge monster hand was raised high, stirring up a strong wind. When wearing a windbreaker, the tyrant's arm was as thick as the abomination's arm. At this time, it was completely liberated, and the thickness was twice as thick as before, which was even more terrifying. In addition, it was in a high position, which gave it an advantage. The claws collided with the fists. Snap. The tyrant's monster claws were smashed into a bloody mist by the abomination's fists. It was indeed a little short of the power to collide with the planetary power. At the moment, when his punch was effective, Lizu had already jumped to the head of the tyrant. He stretched his legs straight and slid behind the tyrant's shoulders. At the same time, his right hand tightly hugged the tyrant's neck, and his whole body hung on his back. His left hand pressed on the back of the tyrant's head. That's it. He landed, his legs slightly bent. The tyrant disappeared on the spot, holding only a one-armed toy in his left hand. What did you call me just now? Poison Ivy sat on the chair made of twisting vines like a queen. Harley Quinn was safely protected on the leaf bed. Ivy Lizu's body stiffened and said, "Run." After such a short rest, Shirley's injuries were almost healed. After hearing Lizu's words, she immediately got up and ran towards Poison Ivy. What? Poison Ivy looked at Shirley running towards her blankly. Shouldn't the battle be over? One of the two monsters was killed in an internal fight, and the other was turned into a toy. Boom. A dull sound was produced after the collision of metal and metal. Lizu, who was standing still, suddenly leaned back. A white air circle appeared around his back. His body turned into a cannonball and flew straight to the top floor of the manor. Boom. Poison Ivy came to her senses at this time. There was an invisible enemy. Zizzy. There was a slight electric current in the air, but it was not enough for Poison Ivy to capture the enemy's location. She reached out and grabbed the little girl Shirley to protect her behind her. In the current situation, she and Lizu were on the same front, so it was necessary to provide some protection for the little girl. Poison Ivy. The voice came from all directions. The voice was hoarse, like something crawling out of the abyss. Poison Ivy raised her right hand, spread her 5 fingers, and pressed down hard, pressing on the ground. Boom, boom. The ground shook, and vines stretched out, surging in all directions with her as the center. From a distance, it looked like green waves surging. The invisible blade passed by, and the vines in front of the right were cut off. I found you. Poison Ivy smiled, and she stretched out her right hand to the right front. The ground exploded, and a big mouth broke through the ground and wrapped around the direction where the vine was cut just now. The flames suddenly erupted and wrapped around the piranha plant. The high temperature airflow turned into wind, blowing Poison Ivy's long red hair. Fire, the natural enemy of plants. Poison Ivy stared at the flames with disgust, and her right hand continued to press forward, but her left hand was secretly clenched. The huge flower bud rose from the ground and slowly wrapped them. As for the vines that rushed to the flames one after another, they were just adding fuel to the fire. After the flower bud was completely closed, Poison Ivy was completely relieved. She said to Shirley, who was up to her chest, "Don't worry, this is a specially cultivated plant that can isolate the temperature and is not afraid of fire. We should be able to hold on for a while." But that voice, like a nightmare that could not be shaken off, also appeared in the flower bud. "You did catch me just now. It's just that the fangs are not enough to bite me." The temperature in the flower bud was rising, and Poison Ivy's face changed drastically. The voice continued, "Isolating the temperature, does it mean that the heat from the burning inside can't escape? Isolating the temperature means that the buds are completely closed. If the other party ignites first, they will jump into the incinerator automatically." Poison Ivy quickly opened her buds and breathed in the choking smoke before she was about to be roasted. Looking around, there was only flames burning. The other party ignited all her plants and surrounded her. There was only a sea of fire in the area of thousands of square meters. There was a rumbling sound in the distance, and a green figure fell from the sky in front of Poison Ivy. It was Lizu, who once again became abomination. "Cover your ears." Lizu's voice was a little dull. Poison Ivy did not hesitate and quickly covered her ears. Then she saw that Lizu, who had turned into a green monster giant, opened his arms, slapped forward suddenly, and merged his palms. Boom. The huge force caused the airflow to change, and a gust of wind swept across, directly extinguishing the sea of fire. It is true that people can extinguish flames by waving their hands, but the maximum is only the flame of a candle. If you want to use the palm wind created by clapping to extinguish a sea of fire burning thousands of square meters of the front yard of the manor, how much force is needed? Poison Ivy also understood what it meant to cover her ears. She just kept the appearance at first, but the strong air pressure almost tore her eardrums. Poison Ivy stuffed her slender fingers into her ears to avoid injury. During this period, the people in the dark did not attack again. Lizu stood behind Poison Ivy and the other two. There is one bad news and two good news. Which one do you want to hear first? You are really relaxed. Poison Ivy raised the corner of her red lips. Two good news? I want to hear one good news first. Lizu said, he can kill us silently, but we can't even find him. Poison Ivy raised her eyebrows. You said this is good news? Of course, this means that he can't beat me, so he can only hide. The appearance of the green little giant is not cute at all. That's right. What about the bad news? Poison Ivy asked again. Lizu replied, we can't even find where he is. You just said this is good news. But it's also bad news. Just based on the strength of his fist just now, it won't be difficult for him to kill us secretly, so he has other purposes. It's a bit unpleasant to say that we are probably not his main target. Lizu clenched his fists, and he still maintained his hatred state, even though this would drain the energy in his body and make him weak earlier. Maybe in half a minute, he would become a puddle of mud that couldn't even lift his arms. If he continued to stalemate, he would only die more miserably. In my opinion, this is the same. That is bad news. Poison Ivy turned her back to Lizu and alerted the other direction. What's the last good news? We still have half a minute to kill him, otherwise I have to surrender first. Lizu took a deep breath, and his green chest expanded a little more, making him look more burly. 30, 29, 28. He began to count down silently in his heart, but he had a hideous smile on his lips. Besides, I almost guessed who he is. Dark clouds covered the sky, and continuous drizzle fell. In Wayne Manor, a man in a white shirt, who was already soaked by the rain, was digging a hole. Bang, the shovel sank into the soil, hit the stone in the soil, and shook his arm away. Sorry, father. The man turned around, and there was a coffin parked there. He pulled the coffin into the dug hole with his own strength, as if he also wanted to bury his pain and fill it with soil. On the erected stone tablet, Alfred Pennyworth was engraved. Bruce. The voice came from behind, and the man turned around and looked at his companion whose body was wrapped in an iron shell. He held a bouquet of flowers in his hand, and half of his face, which still belonged to human body tissue, showed a sad expression. Don't worry, Cyborg, I'm fine. Yeah. Cyborg walked to the grave and put the flowers down. After Cyborg bowed to the tombstone, he turned around and asked, aren't we going to hold a funeral? Let Clark and the others come. Bruce Wayne did not answer, and asked in return, how do you feel after you become like this? You have lost your human rights, you don't need to eat, and you can catch criminals with just a thought, both good and bad. Cyborg answered seriously, but I think I should be alive now. Yes, you are still alive. Bruce nodded. So, I want to ask you for a favor. I want to create an artificial intelligence, based on Alfred's brain and memory. Cyborg hesitated. Maybe it's not bad for Mr. Pennyworth to rest like this. Bruce did not look back to see the grave he had bought with his own hands, but raised his head so that the raindrops could fall on his face over a larger area. Gotham needs Batman, and Bruce Wayne will be Gotham's Batman. He continued, and Alfred is my Batman. Bruce looked at Cyborg with a sincere look, and the pain and expectation in his eyes made it difficult for Cyborg to refuse. I promise to help you research an artificial intelligence, but if there is a problem, you must ensure that it is destroyed. I believe in Alfred. A few dozen days later, a horrific massacre swept through Gotham's Blackgate prison. In the Batcave, Cyborg was calculating rapidly with his quantum brain. There is a problem. Batman, the man in a bat costume, made sure to stay in the dark even in his own cave. I think there must be some problems with our calculations. He should still be Alfred, right? He is. Cyborg took a deep breath, even though this action was meaningless to him. First of all, I can be sure that I have created an artificial intelligence that is exactly the same as Mr. Pennyworth's thoughts. Cyborg turned his head left and right, and there seemed to be hundreds of computer screens in front of him. But when he came into contact with the outside world, something went wrong. Maybe it was the first time he understood the entire human world in this way. I was almost driven crazy at the time. Batman did not respond. He knew what problem meant. Cyborg continued, I was just an unknown kid who was pretty good at playing football, so the negative news about me only existed in a few chat messages from my classmates. But you are Batman, and he loves you deeply." Batman still didn't answer, but he knew that Cyborg was right. An artificial intelligence with human emotions, the moment it was connected to the network, discovered that the entire city, from top to bottom, had hurt its beloved son, and countless people were planning how to kill its son. It was inevitable that it would lose control. Although he has human thoughts, his brain still thinks in binary, which is cold information. Cyborg finally stopped calculating. He looked at Batman and said, "I still have the most important brain for humans. Maybe this is why I haven't become absolutely rational, but Mr. Pennyworth is now. He loves you, just like an electronic setting. So, if someone tries to hurt you, he will use the most direct and straightforward way, just like a search engine, always finding the simplest and most appropriate shortcut, and then just click the mouse to connect." Cyborg walked out, and when he reached the entrance of the Batcave, he stopped and said, "I suggest destroying him, Bruce." "I'll consider it," Batman finally answered, but his voice sounded extremely tired. "Just let him stay in your host, Batman," Cyborg finally advised. "Don't let him connect to the internet." Cyborg left, and Batman stayed alone in the Batcave. He is Batman, so he will not take risks and rashly allow an artificial intelligence that may be out of control to connect to the internet. In his life creed, a 0.1% chance also means being well prepared. Not only the network, but also the Batcave was temporarily disconnected. He only needed to make one last decision now. But to kill the artificial intelligence based on Alfred was the same as killing him for the second time. "Bruce, my son, you need my protection, and I will always protect you in the future." The voice came from the simple speaker at first, but then it came from a distance. Zizzy, in the Batcave warehouse, several prototypes of the Bat armor suddenly lost control and rushed towards Batman at the same time. The opponent possessed all the martial arts that Batman was proficient in, and even some that he didn't know. Batman was suppressed by his own equipment. The electronic signal instantly enveloped the entire Batcave. It was meaningless to cut off the connection, even the network connection with the outside world, because the moment the artificial intelligence was connected to the outside world, it separated a part of itself. Even if Batman decided to eliminate him, he would not die. "With my protection, you don't need to be sad or afraid in the future." That was the last voice Batman heard emotionally. From that moment on, he would lose fear and sadness. After counting to 22 in his mind, Lizu said, "You should be the Batman known as the Killing Machine, right, Batman?" Poison Ivy's face finally showed shock. Didn't Batman become a madman and even nearly destroy the world, and was finally solved by a group of superheroes? Poison Ivy had to admit that Batman during that period scared her. The laughing bat values you. The voice in the air was still cold. The half minute that Lizu said at the end was a simple conspiracy. It would be better to say that half a minute was a restriction imposed on the secret Batman, rather than a restriction imposed on himself by Lizu. The other party didn't know his situation, so he didn't dare to remain silent. "I'm not like them. The laughing bat is just a madman. The one with the Green Lantern is not Batman. He's still a child." The voice in the air continued. "The monster controlled by the Doomsday virus, or the one controlled by the helmet, or the freak that is the combination of Batman and Flash. He may not even be able to tell whether he is Batman or Flash. He's just a waste. That's why you didn't come with them." Lizu nodded. "Actually, I have to thank you too. In my plan at that time, the chance of winning was 6%, but you didn't come, and the chance of winning became 60%. Really? Your inference is correct." 15. Lizu continued to count silently in his mind, and did not interrupt the countdown in his heart, because he wanted to speak. 14, 13, 12. Lizu counted down continuously, which meant that his last strength was about to be exhausted. Whether it was a long sleep or a big meal, it was not something he could accomplish at the moment. Here it comes. The left chest was attacked, and the smell of burning penetrated into his nose. The wounds on the chest were neat, probably some kind of plasma high-speed blade, like a chainsaw blade that rolls thousands or tens of thousands of times per second, and the disgusting skin can't withstand this damage. Lizu ignored the heart that was about to be pierced, and clenched his right hand, which had been ready for a long time, and hammered it diagonally in front of his eyes. Hit. Boom. a clear explosion sound, and a thick sense of impact. A human figure lying on the ground suddenly appeared, and vines had already pounced on it. Needless to say, Poison Ivy had guessed Lizu's winning plan. Lizu ignored the chest that kept using green blood, and walked in front of the trapped guy. "Hey, got you." With a kick, a figure wrapped in uncontrolled electric sparks appeared, and the cold mechanical armor was revealed. So hard. He used all his strength, but still failed to break the armor, but only slightly deformed it. Maybe he could do it in another minute, but he didn't have that time now. The Hulk was able to move, even though his heart was pierced, thanks to his special physique. "Get out of the way." Poison Ivy suddenly shouted to Lizu, and at the same time, the vines wrapped around the armor layer by layer, isolating him from all contact with the outside world. But her warning was still a little late, and Lizu's face was already covered by the sudden smoke. Achu. The abomination, whose chest was still bleeding green blood, suddenly sneezed. "It's you." Lizu lowered his head and looked down at the killing machine under the vines. He also knew that the other party could definitely see him. "I think you should have used nanorobots or some mechanical neurotoxins to turn everyone into your puppets, but this program setting should only be useful for the human brain. To be precise, it should only be useful for most people. People's brains are not exactly the same. There are people in the world with 4 kidneys or hearts on the right side. A benign brain tumor may change this situation. Shirley is the queen bee. As the central tower that can control zombies, it is difficult for her to be called a human. Poison Ivy seems to be ready to photosynthesize herself. She may not be a human anymore. Lizu was surprised at himself. He thought he was not a human anymore, but he didn't expect to be infected. There is only one reason why he was not infected before, and is immune now. When he turned himself into a toy, everything in his body, including the virus, would become part of the toy and pose no threat. Lizu pressed the armor's mask with one hand, turned into a toy, took off the plastic mask, and revealed the face of Bruce Wayne. The countdown of 3 ended. Lizu's body changed rapidly. The energy required to turn into Shirley is completely different from the energy required to maintain such a powerful force as hatred. Lizu sat on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. The heart injury recovered rapidly. Is it over now? The vines wrapped around the killing machine, and it was obvious that Poison Ivy was not going to waste fertilizer. She walked to Lizu and watched him return to his original appearance. End? Not yet. The information I have says that this guy is just a puppet. He should have an artificial intelligence. Lizu rubbed his chest and sighed. Artificial intelligence, enter the network, and then it will never be killed. As long as there is a mechanical shell, it can be resurrected. It is also possible to find vibranium to build a body. Forget it, I guess someone is worried about this. Speaking of which, he just wanted to use the coupon to eat a meal. Huh. Poison Ivy cast a confused look. This beautiful rose showed an unusual style. Shirley, can you tell me what's going on inside? Lizu waved to Shirley, who was sitting next to Holly. Hey, wait a minute. He walked to Holly and pressed her head with one hand. 1 counted down again. He could clearly feel that if he forced his ability again, the end result would be to become a motionless toy dog until someone took the initiative to use the toy ability to wake him up. Harley Quinn rubbed her head and sat up. Why am I here? Ivy? She looked at Poison Ivy in surprise, then looked at Lizu and Shirley. We just saved the world. No, I always feel that we just dealt with a small soldier. Lizu looked into the distance. Hundreds of thousands of people did not wake up. They were still moving towards this side. Shirley repeated what happened before. Hearing that hundreds of thousands of people in Gotham were controlled, they became fanatics, crazy people without brains. What? Where is Huntress? Where is Batgirl? Harley Quinn jumped up. Lizu pointed to the distance. Batgirl is over there. Huntress? The woman who plays with bows and arrows. It seems that she didn't come today. She is my captive. I will never let her go this time. In the building that was almost in ruins, the man who called himself Zeus was now a headless corpse. The one who really controlled him was the killing machine. So who was the one who controlled the killing machine? But he believed that someone was already thinking about this problem. Lizu looked at the Boy Scouts who fainted on the ground. One of them, according to Shirley, was not affected at first, but later fainted after seeing the exciting scene. Arctic base. Lex Luthor, wearing the exoskeleton armor he had used to fight Superman, was holding a cup of coffee and sitting in a room full of bright lights. So this move, it seems that you still lost. Do you have to dress like this to visit the prison? You are so timid, Lex. Hehe. The laughing bat was tied in a big shape, but he didn't stop his mocking tone. Is it called killing machine? Lex put down the coffee and said, on that day, he should have been my opponent, but you were very cautious. Let him avoid me, which can reduce our winning rate from 80% to 60%. He is a freak, the only freak who doesn't look like Batman. Ha 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 ha. He doesn't know how to be afraid. Ha ha ha. What kind of Batman is he? The laughing bat laughed. But your backup plan is a bit immature. Lex stood up and said, you're right. I don't need to be cautious at all, because your childish tricks don't make me need to be cautious. What did you say? The killing machine is in action? The laughing bat tilted his head, grinning all the time, and no one could figure out the truth of his words. Enjoy the rest of your life slowly. I will find where they are hiding soon, and catch them all in one fell swoop. Lex Luthor turned and left, leaving only a cup of coffee on the ground with white smoke floating. Only the laughing bat was left. In the room filled with light, he whispered, Luthor didn't lie. This is so funny. Ha 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 ha. Zizzy. The headset vibrated. Barbara opened her eyes suddenly, and she found herself standing in the crowd. Looking out, there was no end in sight. It was like being trapped in a sea of people. Batgirl shot out the rope immediately and hid in the darkness. Everything that happened in front of her made her confused. She suddenly appeared among hundreds of thousands of people and had no impression of it. The voice in the headset asked, Batgirl. Zizzy. Batgirl, can you hear it? Yes. Who are you? The zizzy sound in the headset was not caused by a bad signal or the sound of electricity, but a fixed transmitter of a certain frequency. Moreover, Batgirl discovered that the person in the headset did not make a zizzy sound every once in a while, but was always playing a certain frequency of sound, just because the acceptable range of the human ear is 20,000 Hz, and the part beyond that will appear very quiet. Flash. Batgirl's heart skipped a beat. Flash, you're not still alive, but not for long. Listen, we can arrange a time to have a good chat, but now, you are Batgirl, the Dark Knight of Gotham, right? Yeah. Batgirl immediately understood the current situation. Someone is trying to control hundreds of thousands of people in Gotham with an information virus, just like the inexplicable flu some time ago, said the Flash, but I have found a solution. Next, I will transmit a piece of audio to you and try to let everyone in Gotham hear it. It's not difficult. Disaster alert. She responded immediately. Although she has not been a superhero for a long time, she cannot deny that as a novice, she has done well without a leader. Found you, little bat. A loud cry suddenly came from below. Harley Quinn. Batgirl looked at Harley Quinn jumping below and gritted her teeth. I'll let you go today, but you won't be so lucky next time. The black cape opened, and Batgirl glided away. I'm so angry. Only Harley Quinn was left stamping her feet in anger. So, this Maxi Zeus took the initiative to find the school to provide this place, and now everyone has gathered here again. After listening to Shirley's information, Lizu pinched his chin and looked at the statue of Zeus that was not affected by the battle. He had some impression of Maxi Zeus, a mentally disturbed lunatic who thought he was Zeus, but as a cult leader, he was qualified. The corpses of the cultists around him obviously believed in this false god. It makes sense to let everyone come here and worship him, Lizu thought, but why do you have to drag the students? Obviously Maxi doesn't know Shirley, and the most distinctive person here is only Shirley. Then, what else can attract him to do this? Lizu shook his head. He was sure that he couldn't think of an answer. The only thing he could be sure of was that there might be trouble in the future, but if the trouble was a few years later, it would not be his trouble. The Harley Quinn, who ran back angrily, interrupted Lizu's thinking. I feel like a marginal character, she shouted, pulling Poison Ivy away. She had a problem, and then was saved by the lazy Lizu. Now she swore that she must rule Gotham. The earthquake alarm suddenly sounded throughout the city. The people standing on the street woke up one by one and looked at their hands blankly. Then, a nice young woman's voice came out, "Sorry, someone accidentally triggered the earthquake alarm." The mayor, who also woke up on the street, was furious. Who pressed the alarm? Of course, some people were wondering why they were on the street. Even if it was an earthquake alarm, they had no memory of it before, as if they had lost their memory. It was just a mistake. In addition to bringing trouble to the mayor's re-election and providing opportunities for the next candidate, it would not cause any waves. In comparison, the evil forces that have revived in Gotham are truly frightening. The sky in the east is slightly bright. The citizens of Gotham have gone home. Batgirl stands next to the gargoyle, letting the morning wind blow her cloak. Wayne Building. Ahem, the light in the room was turned on. Knock knock. After the knock on the door, a sophisticated man in a fitted tuxedo and a Mediterranean hairstyle appeared at the door. "Miss Helena, it's time to take medicine." "Afu, I." The girl poked her head out of the quilt. She said bitterly, "This medicine doesn't seem to work. Recently, there is a flu epidemic. It's late autumn and the temperature drops very quickly. The medicine is effective. Your fever has subsided, and you feel much better after a good sleep, right?" The old housekeeper walked to the bedside and placed a glass of water at a suitable temperature on the bedside, as well as the prepared pills for treating colds. "Before I." "Dad, how did he do it? He is also a human being, and he will catch a cold. Inject adrenaline, electric shock, or take medicine with 10 times the dose?" The old housekeeper recalled. His expression became very warm, but what he said was not warm. On the contrary, it was very scary. He has to keep himself awake. But he's not Superman, so he got into trouble. The old butler stopped the topic, bowed and said goodbye in an elegant manner. "Don't forget to take your medicine, miss." "Okay." Afu. The girl sat up and picked up the water cup. "Holly Quinn, Toyman. Recently, you have good luck. HU thank ATP for the 100 starting coins reward." Chapter 295 Social Evening, 8600 words. In the morning of Gotham, the sky cleared up after a long absence. In the pizza shop, Wally West sat opposite Shirley with some restraint. Yesterday, he suddenly saw a horrific killing and fainted as expected. When he woke up, he found himself lying in the school's infirmary. Soon, the nurse from the infirmary came to check Wally's body after hearing the noise. The nurse in the infirmary also explained to him why he was here. Just last night, there was a sudden earthquake in the manor. Many students were injured because of trampling while escaping. Mr. Maxizus, who provided the venue, was even crushed to death by the broken beams of the dilapidated house. A moment of silence for the selfless capitalist. These words fell into Wally's ears and caused his brain to be confused. Wally couldn't tell for a while whether what he experienced was real or a dream, but he knew that Shirley Birkin would definitely help him confirm everything. That was why he insisted on asking Shirley Birkin out for dinner, and it was just the two of them, so that the truth of what happened last night would not be revealed. This was Wally's explanation to himself. However, the situation was a bit awkward. Shirley's upright menu blocked her face dotted with cute freckles, and only a tuft of blonde hair tied in a ponytail was exposed. Wally West stole a glance at the light blonde hair, and his face became a little hot. "Say something, Wally. We can't let the air get so cold." The young man kept cheering himself up in his heart. "This is the first time you've asked a girl out for dinner, even though you're only 10 years old. But this date cost you a week's pocket money, and the coupon you begged for a long time, and you even pretended to be rich, and didn't let the girl pay. Are you going to let the air get so cold? Ask something. Yes, ask something." Wally took a deep breath and clenched his fists. After countless rounds of negotiations in his mind, Wally finally mustered up the courage to speak. "Zoo, Shirley, after we finish eating, do you have any plans?" "Yeah." Shirley nodded, and the menu was spread out on the table, but Wally also found that she was really looking through the menu, instead of feeling embarrassed and shy like him. "Are you going?" Wally suddenly wilted. "Yes, go home, otherwise the people at home will starve to death." Shirley nodded. "So serious?" Wally was shocked. He was a little embarrassed. "Forget it. I saw a big toy store opened across the street just now, and I wanted to invite you to take a look." Wally pointed to the toy store across the street. The car made of Lego was really cool, just like the real thing, and it had attracted many people. to take selfies just there. Wally's eyes were also attracted just now, and he almost couldn't help but leave Shirley to watch it up close. "Are you going to?" Shirley asked doubtfully. "Then let's go together." "What? Are you sure you want to go to that toy store with me?" The second step to a successful date. It must be said that, while achieving proud results, Wally West had forgotten that he seemed to have a question to ask. He also subconsciously ignored that question. Why did Shirley agree to go to the toy store with him? Wasn't there someone in her family who was starving to death? The date of two 10-year-old children made the waiter smile. "The fries are free. I wish you a happy meal." Seeing the ignorant boy and girl sitting together, adults couldn't help but smile, as if it was a miniature of their past. "I want to take one more." Shirley unzipped her backpack and took out her wallet. And in Wally's shocked eyes, she took out a bill from the thick stack. Big bills. Wally West didn't expect that the girl opposite him was actually an invisible rich woman. No, the children who can go to Gotham Middle School have very good family conditions, but carrying a few $1,000s in cash with them is not something that ordinary families can do. "Same pizza?" "Wait a minute." The waiter took the money and was surprised that a little girl had so much money. He recalled and said, "Children nowadays are more educated than adults." Just like yesterday, because of the earthquake, all the people in our store ran out, and a bastard stole the coupons quietly. "Coupons?" Wally was puzzled. He said with disdain, "That person is really low class. By the way, how did you determine that he stole?" "I saw it when I was processing the video in the store." The waiter gritted his teeth. "Although it is not a valuable thing, I have to thank him. He only took the coupons and did not steal the money in the cabinet." The thief who steals coupons but not money, not to mention Gotham, is probably the only one in the whole world. "Sorry, I have to go to work." The waiter left. Everything just now was just a small episode. Eating the delicious pizza on the table, Wally couldn't help but sigh that the money was not wasted. It was indeed worth the price, but there was still no communication between them. "Thank you for your patronage." Pushing open the glass door, two little guys walked out. Wally couldn't hold back his restlessness, but he thought about his image, so he pretended to be nonchalant and walked slowly towards the toy store with Shirley. The toy store's doorplate was made of Lego bricks, and it was obvious that the owner liked Lego very much. The huge glass cabinet display window at the door of the store was a 1:1 scale military off-road vehicle made entirely of Lego. If you look at it from a distance, you might think it's really a car. Toy store is a very straightforward store name. Before entering the store, there is a sign with a string of words on it. You can find the toys you want here, and you are also welcome to bring your own toys, whether new or old. Each toy has its story. I can buy it and repair it for free. Wally stared at the words on the sign and said, "This place is definitely one of the best places in Gotham City." He pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Wally's body stiffened unconsciously. His first thought, this is not a place for children. On the left side, there was a wall of water guns. From the shapes, you could tell the models. There were about dozens of them, including rocket launchers. Further in, there were empty shelves made of grids. There were only a few toys that were sold in every toy store outside, such as the Green Lantern ring, Bat Darts, Wonder Woman's lasso of truth, Guardian silver bracelet, etc. Of course, they were all made of plastic. It was obvious that the owner of the store did not value these things. Further in, there was a legion of soldiers the size of fingers. The officer standing in the front was waving a long sword. Behind him, there were tanks the size of fists, ready to go, and dozens of soldiers. They were crowded on a large sand table, facing the door. Further back, there were toys with hideous shapes, with human limbs, but no body hair, hunched over on the shelves. Their faces did not look like humans, but rather like illness. On the next row of shelves, there was a group of half-human half-fish monsters. Wally took a deep breath, and felt a chill on his back. These things should be placed in the haunted house of the amusement park. When you pull open the blood-stained curtains, you will be suddenly startled by these exquisite little things. This is why a group of people would rather linger at the door and take photos with the Lego cars in the window than come in to learn more about them. The atmosphere of this toy store is a bit weird. But when Wally saw the things in the non-sale exhibition area, all his questions were thrown out of his mind. It's the Flash. Why did he break an arm? Wally had never seen such a realistic Flash. He had never seen the Flash before, and he had only glanced at the lightning from a distance, but Wally still believed that the Flash with the broken arm in front of him was the real one. No one answered Wally. Wally turned around and saw a man sleeping with his eyes closed on a recliner. Sir. He waved to the other party. The sleeping man did wake up, but he didn't look at Wally, but at Shirley Birkin, who had been silent. Are you back? Yes, I brought it to you. Shirley put the pizza on the other's lap. Wally saw with his own eyes that the man who was lying half dead suddenly sat up. That smell. Pizza. The pizza from the one across the street. Wally West suddenly felt that his brain was not enough. Shirley Birkin actually knew the owner of this toy store, and it could be guessed that the starving man she was talking about was actually the man in front of him. The pizza shop was just across the street, and even if he was too lazy to go over to buy, he could make a phone call to order food. Just when Wally was confused, the other party continued to talk. I'm starving to death. I don't know what happened today. I went in with a coupon to eat, and was kicked out. Stealing coupons? That's because they took my things yesterday, but didn't make anything. Instead, they went out for a stroll. Of course, I had to take the coupons back myself. After saying that, half of the pizza was eaten unknowingly. Wally suddenly realized that the thief who stole coupons the clerk mentioned was this person. The pizza was quickly eaten, and the man grabbed a tissue to wipe his hands. His eyes were directed at Wally. Wally's heart tightened, and he subconsciously stood up straight with his chest straight. Does this count as meeting the parents? Shirley, do you have a boyfriend? Wally's heart almost jumped out of his chest. It was so straightforward. He subconsciously glanced at Shirley beside him. No, he wanted to come and play, so he stopped by, Shirley said with a flat expression. Although he knew it would be like this, Wally couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Is that so? Then you are a customer? Just take a look around. I will close in half an hour. He yawned and waved at Wally. Mr. Manager, it's only noon now. I have made some progress in my research on dreams recently, so I need to take a nap. It turned out to be a late nap. Wally wanted to say, are you sure this casual way of doing business will not really make you lose money? But when Wally thought of Shirley's thick wallet, he suddenly realized that this family is very rich and probably doesn't care whether the toy store makes money or not. Can I ask you a question, Mr. Manager? Wally West asked. The manager picked his ear with his right little finger, very casually. Wally was very concerned about that sentence. What does the sign at your door mean? That's what it means. As long as you can provide a complete story about the toy and convince people of the authenticity of the toy, you can get a very big discount from me. Complete story? Yes, a complete story, life, or origin. The manager sat up straight and looked at Wally. The artifact in the myth is like Thor's hammer. If the hammer is placed here, you will think it is Thor's hammer, and you can say that it is made of the core of a dead star. Thor? Wally was sure that he had never heard of such a Thor. This is an example, young man. Yawn. It doesn't matter whether it exists or not. I understand. Just like producing the characters in comic books and making them into toys. That's the truth. Actually, I just want to try it. The manager lay back down. Maybe someone can bring me a refreshing toy instead of constantly collecting it myself. Wally nodded as if he understood. He looked at Shirley, always feeling a little uncomfortable here. It was not just because this was Shirley's home, nor because the store manager was lazy, but Wally always felt that the monsters on the wall seemed alive and staring at him. Shirley said, the party is going to be held soon, in a few days. I see. Do you want to wear formal clothes? Formal clothes. Shirley thought of Lizu's formal clothes. As long as that green suit appeared, it could instantly arouse the sensitive nerves of the entire Gotham. And the other suit, called the hunter suit, might be considered a laughing bat when wearing it. Shirley rarely saw Lizu wearing that suit, although she heard that the suit would make his mind feel a lot better. Forget it. You can wear whatever you want. Don't forget to bring money. Shirley decided not to ask for so much. I see. You help me watch the store here. I'm going to the bathroom. Wally stood here awkwardly like an outsider, not even in the mood to appreciate the toy store. Fortunately, the store manager left, and he was freed from the nervousness of facing strangers. He was not Wally West, but for some reason he just felt this nervous. Wally walked to the Flash toy with a broken arm and looked up at it. "You are really so good, Flash." When Lizu came back rubbing his belly, the sun had already set. Shirley was watching TV. "Where is that kid?" Lizu asked. Shirley replied, "He has gone home." "Oh." Shirley looked at Lizu. "I miss Claire. I don't know how she is doing. And Alice. Can she be cured?" "Maybe. Wait until my ability is further improved." Lizu lay back in his position. The space fell into peace again. In Gotham's wild city, the rooftop is the territory of Harley Quinn and the carnivorous plant Frank. They are enjoying the sunset and chatting. He is so cool. Just like that he turned into a big green guy. His fists are really powerful. The carnivorous plant Frank twisted his vines, looking like he was dancing. What is he? A toy man, right? So how does he do it? Frank chattered non-stop, turning living things into toys, or making toys move. It's even more amazing. Harley Quinn recalled, while holding a donut takeaway. Just like you saw, he can turn himself into a toy, and then it's like making building blocks. Disassembling himself, making other things, and then completely turning himself into something else. After Harley Quinn finished speaking, there was only a long silence and the sound of the wind whistling in the sunset. The piranha plant said bluntly, "I don't understand. This is very difficult to understand." Harley Quinn raised her chin proudly. "Actually, I don't understand either. It's amazing that he can come up with this idea. He was a newbie who followed me around back then, and was locked up in Arkham. He was also locked up in Arkham. I heard that only some extremely vicious bastards and lunatics can go in." The leaves of the piranha plant swayed, as if imitating the chest-patting shock posture of humans. "Just like Ivy, once." Frank paused. "I feel murderous." Harley Quinn turned around and looked. In the sunset, a graceful woman with fiery red hair like roses was standing there without knowing when. "Have you seen the Toyman?" Poison Ivy asked. "Of course," Piranha answered. Poison Ivy asked casually, "So what did he talk to you about? Did he, for example, mention me?" "What? Why did he mention you?" Piranha was confused. "Weren't you there at the time? He said that you had to stay behind to cover the critical moment, and he ran for his life." "This is the first time I've seen a man who is so afraid of death," Piranha said disdainfully. "I often help Ivy, and even died for her many times." "Oh, you are talking about what happened last night." Poison Ivy immediately understood. Harley Quinn and Piranha turned to look at her and asked in unison, "What do you think?" Wally West was lying on the bed. The room was dark, and it was already night. Knock, knock, knock on the door. Then Mrs. West pushed it open. She was still holding a candle. "Baby, get up and eat something." "No, I'm not very hungry, and I'm a little tired," Wally said. "We have called the power company. Someone will come to repair it tomorrow. The power outage tonight is only temporary." "Well, it's okay," Wally replied. He was really tired. That pizza cost him the money for the bus back, and then he walked from dusk to dark before going home. Being cool always has to pay a price. "How is he?" There was a voice outside the door. It was Mr. West. Mrs. West said, "He looks listless." Mr. West said very understandingly, "It's normal. Who can live without electricity in this era?" And there is his favorite talk show tonight. If there is a power outage tonight, he can't even watch the replay when he goes to school. I would be unhappy if it were me. There was a creaking sound outside the door, as if someone was moving something. "Wait, honey, what are you doing?" It was Mrs. West. "Fix the electricity and give my child a happy holiday. He saw the earthquake yesterday, and some people died in it. He needs some happiness to buffer him." Mr. West seemed to be climbing higher, and his voice was trembling. "Can't we wait until tomorrow to let professionals do it? It's too dangerous." "Don't worry, I was the first in physics class in middle school." Mr. West's voice sounded very confident. Wally listened to the conversation outside the door, and his tired eyelids slowly closed, but he still said in his heart, "No, I don't think so. I'm really just too sleepy." Crackling! Exclamation mark. In the darkness, a flash of lightning suddenly exploded. Wally opened his eyes suddenly, and an uncontrolled current suddenly surged in the room and hit him head on. He was knocked away by the current, and his body was very flexible and half crouched on the bed. Then he patted his body. Except for a hole in his clothes, he was in good health, and even the fatigue on his body disappeared. "What are you doing?" Wally opened the bedroom door and walked out, but found that his parents seemed to have been paused. No, it wasn't completely motionless, it was just that they slowed down countless times. Or rather, Wally himself was accelerated. Wally looked down, his hands pulling out a string of yellow electricity. He picked up the cup on the table and let go. The cup floated in the air and fell at an extremely slow speed, so slow that it could be ignored. He threw the quilt into the air and rushed out at the same time, running wildly on the street. His speed became very fast, and he could reach the toy store in a few seconds. The door of the toy store was not closed yet. The lazy store manager was lying on the chair. Maybe he fell asleep and forgot what he said about closing the store for a rest. However, Wally West's purpose of coming here was not to see the other party. He came to the toy of the one-armed Flash and said, "Flash, I may have become faster. I may have super speed like you." At an age of fantasy, when his body undergoes such changes, he is not worried or afraid at first, but excited. Superpowers, who doesn't want to have them in this world? Flying, racing with light, or building powerful weapons with fantasy and will. The world needs a new Flash, right? He waved his hand at the Flash and quickly came to the store manager lying on the chair and said, "You should still be a young man, right? Shirley is only 10 years old. Are you sure you take care of her, not her taking care of you? But seriously, manager, I like your toy store, pa." In the flash of lightning, Wally had already run back home, caught the falling cup, placed it steadily on the table, and then lay back in his room. The only bad news was that his clothes were burned during the high-speed running, and now he was lying naked on the bed. Knock knock. After knocking on the door, Mrs. West came again. "Are you asleep, baby?" No response. Mrs. West walked into the room and finally felt relieved when she saw the child sleeping with his eyes closed and breathing steadily. After closing the door, Mrs. West breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, you didn't cause any major electric leakage accidents." Mr. West said apologetically, "I won't do it next time, really, I promise." In the dark room, Wally opened his eyes, and the current flashed in his eye sockets. He might suffer from insomnia tonight. At the same time, the toy store. Lizu sat up. He rubbed his nose. "Am I so bad? I didn't expect this kid to have super speed." Sure enough, the world will never stop. Looking at the life-size Flash broken arm toy, Lizu snapped his fingers. Click, the stiff toy slowly twisted its body and woke up. Crackling, the electric light flashed. This time Lizu really didn't see clearly. "Nice place. So is this my booth?" asked the Flash. Lizu asked, "Can your speed force feel something? Let you also have the speed force?" "That's impossible. The speed force will choose the fast runner, not the fast runner choosing the speed force," the Flash said very seriously, "and your ability is already very good." He didn't understand what Lizu said, and Lizu was too lazy to explain for his toy, so he followed the other party's words. Toyization? For someone else, this ability might just be the ability of street juggling. Like this, it's already the limit of ability. Lizu said, "I want to borrow your speed force to use. I was created by you. Of course I listen to you." The Flash nodded, but he added, "The speed force that the old Flash lent me is running out. When the time comes, you can stop waking me up. Even if it's fake, at least I'm still the Flash. The feeling of running fast is really addictive." Lizu nodded, "That will have to wait for a while. I haven't found a good target yet." "Of course, anytime." The Flash returned to his original posture and didn't move. Then, his body stiffened a little bit, turned into injection molding material, and turned into a toy again. That guy might have been influenced by the Flash and was chosen by the Speed Force. Lizu sighed, "If the Speed Force had chosen me, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble." Toyification, after all, is just a severely limited juggling ability, destined to be not on the same level as the Speed Force, Green Lantern Ring and other abilities. A few days later, the Green Wild City. Harley Quinn pushed Poison Ivy into the bedroom with a lot of things in her hands. Bang! The door closed, and Frank the Piranha stayed alone in the living room. I'm just a flower. Do you expect me to peek? The vines rolled up the remote control and turned on the TV. Haha, the TV is mine now. This feeling of being excluded is really bad, even if I'm a flower. Harley Quinn's urging voice came from the room. Change to this one. I've been picking it for a long time. No, this one is better. It's guaranteed to overshadow the whole crowd. All the men will scream for you. Poison Ivy's voice didn't sound as domineering as before. She asked hesitantly, isn't that a primary school party? Each student has 2 parents, so this will be a social party for adults. Harley Quinn's explanation was undeniable. Social? Poison Ivy asked in confusion. Harley Quinn hummed, of course, you may be great when it comes to plants, but what about people? People. Poison Ivy's voice became disdainful and arrogant. Flower fertilizer. Harley Quinn sighed. Oh, I knew it. You have to promise me that you won't hurt anyone. We are Shirley's parents. Don't embarrass her. Bang. The door opened. Frank the piranha plant's flower head turned around. Judging from the degree to which its mouth was opened, this appearance was definitely beyond its expectations. Are you sure we are going to the elementary school party? The taxi stopped in front of Gotham Elementary School. The door opened, and a pair of slender legs wrapped in over-the-knee black boots stepped out first. She was wearing a fluffy pink fur coat, sunglasses, and a pendant with the letter J hanging around her neck. She also had 2 ponytails, one pink and the other blue. She was dressed like a typical gangster. Hurry up, we are already 20 minutes late. Harley Quinn waved at the taxi. Are you sure? Poison Ivy came out. She looked a little more normal in her clothes, a belly exposing t-shirt and denim shorts. But the sunglasses on her face and the fashionable baseball cap that was obviously worn by street artists made her look very out of place with Harley Quinn. She had 12 rings on her 10 fingers, and she couldn't even make a fist. The two walked to the door. Harley Quinn held her sunglasses in her right hand, lowered her head, and looked at the security guard. We are parents attending the party. She took out the invitation letter, which also contained $20. The security guard just glanced at it and pointed to the distance. In the gymnasium. Please come in. Ziana Hong. Remember what I told you. Harley Quinn reminded Poison Ivy again. Even if they are just lowly fertilizer, don't do it tonight. And don't hurt anyone. We are here to attend the party. Poison Ivy nodded. Let's go. We will be the center of attention tonight. Lizu carried the plate and walked around freely. The combination of buffet and party is really good. You can eat something casually and enjoy the show. But it's still a bit too much to just drink some carbonated drinks here or self-service pasta for $10. You also think it's too much, right? A middle-aged man walked up to Lizu with a big belly and a plate in his hand. What kind of buffet is this? It's just pasta. If my nephew hadn't asked me to come, I would rather use this $10 to do something more meaningful, such as watching a asterisk. The ticket is only $5, which is much more affordable. He complained. Besides, there are only 2 parents here. Those parents of other students must have known that this would happen a long time ago. Poor my nephew who just transferred here, alas. Watch the evening show as the main thing. Lizu grinned. At least finish watching the next show, sir. The middle-aged man shuddered, and he couldn't help shuddering when he met the weird and scary smile. Freak. He cursed inwardly and walked to the door. In addition to pasta, there are also ice cream and fruits here, which is obviously not particularly monotonous, but the staple food is really only pasta. The next show, the whole class sings together. The teacher was very passionate when announcing the program. Lizu looked at Shirley in the crowd in surprise. He didn't expect that the show she was talking about was this. A chorus. Warm program, warm group, warm class life. Bang. The door opened, and a woman with twin ponytails wearing a pink quilted coat and sunglasses walked in. Harley Quinn was stunned. All of them were little brats. The only adults present were the teacher, Lizu, and a wretched fat man. This is the elementary school party, miss. May I ask you? A teacher came over, looked at the exaggerated Harley Quinn, and then looked at the Poison Ivy behind her. Obviously, hot girls like them should not appear in a children's party. I'm here to attend this party. Harley Quinn slapped $20 on the teacher. Let me see. Buffet. Pasta? The teacher looked at the money in his hand and didn't know what to do for a while. The students on the stage were also frightened by the two people who suddenly appeared. Why did such women suddenly appear in a warm party? The middle-aged man whistled. Strippers. Haha, I said this party was boring. Now it's a little interesting. He shook his right hand and shook his wrist at Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn raised her eyebrows. Poison Ivy, who had already taken off the complicated decorations on her body, asked, Yow, do you remember what you said? She realized that some people would be the first to break the rules they set. I learned to dissect cats by myself when I was 8 years old. They will get used to it. Harley Quinn dragged a stool beside her and rushed towards the middle-aged man. Other screams startled the entire venue. Whether it was teachers or students, they were all stunned. Only Harley Quinn was still swinging the stool. Once, and again. The man lying on the ground began to kick his legs in the air and twitch. Students, leave quickly to avoid being trampled. Some teachers had noticed something was wrong and began to organize students to evacuate. But one student said, "Too cool. She's so cool." Exclamations came one after another. It was the age of advocating violence, and this was Gotham. The people are simple and honest. Seeing Harley Quinn hit someone who offended them and made him spit blood, their hearts were shaken. This is a party. With the students taking the lead, the party quickly turned from a warm start to a chaotic one. Dancing, revelry, and screaming. After tonight, I guess more teachers will resign, Shirley said as she walked to Lizu. Lizu said, "Don't tell me your show is just a chorus. That would be a shame for me to come all the way here." Shirley looked at Lizu, tilted her head slightly, and her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "It seems there is no chance to perform, so keep it a secret forever." Poison Ivy looked at Harley Quinn, who was surrounded by a group of excited girls, and had to admit that, although there were some mistakes in the middle, Harley Quinn was right. This was a social evening, but the social objects had changed from adults to a group of little kids. Moreover, Harley Quinn was also right in another point. She lowered her head, and a group of little boys who were not even qualified to be fertilizer for flowers surrounded her. She was indeed the most beautiful girl in the audience, making the men present scream, even though the hair of these men had not yet grown. Thank you book friend 2017012613381438 for the 100 starting coins reward. Chapter 296, Date with Poison Ivy, 10,000 words. Charming lady, can I buy you a glass of juice? The little boy with the slicked back hair walked up to Poison Ivy, holding a glass of orange juice, original juice, no sugar. The strong sour taste will make you never forget the feeling of your first kiss using Kiss Once. It seems that she is deliberately emphasizing her fake maturity. Looking at the little boy with a pretentious posture, Poison Ivy almost couldn't help but hang him by the neck with vines or plant seeds in his head, watching the hair that was covered with too much ointment being broken, and whether the vines that grew out would also be greasy and shiny. He won't like the pretentious smell on you. Look, another boy came over. He put his hands in his pockets and tossed his thick bangs in a self-righteous manner. "Can I ask you to dance?" Poison Ivy smiled, her sexy red lips slightly raised. This boy was much more pleasing to the eye than the previous one. "I'm looking forward to it, but you have to grow taller. At least you have to be able to touch my shoulders when you tiptoe." The boy blushed. "I just developed late." He was indeed the shortest among the boys. Another boy came forward. "Move aside. I think this lady should like music. I can see a strong rhythm in her." "Really? You should be very good at music." The boy stared at her red lips with burning eyes. "Of course. All kinds of music are no problem. But I like to listen to Chinese songs. Can you sing a line? Just sing." The third boy was defeated. No matter how much Poison Ivy didn't give her face, there were still boys coming to her. Ivy is having a lot of fun. Harley Quinn had completely dealt with the group of little girls who surrounded her. She walked to Lizu and said, "Look, I've never seen her laugh like this." "Laugh?" Lizu looked back. Although Poison Ivy kept a calm smile, Lizu could still find the murderous aura coming from her. It is very likely that she will suddenly start a killing spree at a certain moment. That should be a sneer ready to kill at any time. "Do me a favor," Harley Quinn said in a low voice, fearing that others would hear it. In fact, the whole party was so noisy that no one would notice what they talked about. Harley Quinn lowered her voice. I have to go. There is an operation tonight, but Ivy can't follow me. It seems that you have a good relationship. Lizu drank a sip of juice. She is very nice to me. Maybe not as nice as you, but Harley Quinn didn't say anything. She knew that Lizu would leave eventually, and she herself might want to stay now, at least for now. Lizu asked, what should I help you with? Take Ivy out, provoke her to go out with you, or just beat her up. Anything is fine, as long as she doesn't continue to follow me. I have to steal something from her. I take back what I said just now. Your relationship seems to be very bad. In the dark night of Gotham, when the bat lights are no longer on, the city once again falls into an endless abyss. Every night, filthy things must crawl out from every dark corner. The figure in the dark night jumped on the roof very lightly and gracefully. She half crouched on one knee on the iron container, looking down at the port below with only one or two lights. Millerport, the big port of Gotham. The owner of the cargo ship docked at the port is the Elliott family, one of the 4 major families in Gotham. No one. What big business does the Elliott family have recently that requires such a large cargo ship? She pressed her ear with one finger, where there was an invisible communicator. Business with us, miss, Alfred said. Master Bruce's best friend, Thomas Elliott, proposed a mutually beneficial business with us after knowing that you were back. I don't have this information on my desk, she snorted, somewhat dissatisfied with herself as a person in power, but not having much power. Although those people on the board of directors could not shake her absolute right to speak as Wayne, they could make a young girl like her feel like she was being used as a gun. Alfred knew what the other party was thinking and said, Master Bruce once trusted them to handle the company's affairs, as long as they continued to generate profits. But I'm not him. She took off the portable telescope from her waist. I think you have to investigate what the Elliott family is doing. After putting down the telescope, she jumped off the container. The 5-meter high container could hardly stop her. A rope pulled around her waist was her safety guarantee. Under the container, 7 people were tied together, their mouths were blocked, and they could only make woohoo sounds with their noses. In front of them was a pile of torn toy dolls, each of which had a lot of new materials hidden in its belly. These new materials could make the dolls sell for hundreds or thousands of times more. Obviously, the Elliott family's active cooperation was not out of goodwill. Without Bruce Wayne, the Wayne family is a fat sheep. She bent down to pick up the black bat dart on the ground. It was much thinner than the dart she had seen in the Batcave, and the curvature of the bat's wings was also much larger. Batgirl. She really has the style of the old master. Maybe you can consider cooperating with her. The old housekeeper suggested. You two can work together to make the world a better place, at least like before. Cooperation? Her action of throwing the bat dart has already explained her thoughts. Cooperation? She doesn't need it. We have another target tonight, right? Number 1. To be honest, I don't recommend that you go looking for trouble with the toy man. Alfred suggested sincerely. He won't be an ideal opponent. The crazy Batman was also defeated by him, along with several Batmen with various abilities. Although the Huntress was decisive in killing, it was almost impossible to win against the toy man. When I see him, I will use an arrow to directly penetrate his arm, so that he won't do anything tricky, the Huntress said decisively. You are a lady, you have the final say. The old housekeeper knew that he had used his greatest strength. The people of the Wayne family all have a stubborn temperament, especially Miss Helena. Her experience from childhood to adulthood can only be summarized as cruel and cold-blooded. Oh, wait, miss. Call me Huntress, number 1. Yes, number 1. The old housekeeper said with a melancholy tone, as if she had returned to the time when Bruce Wayne was still young, when they played games together and had this kind of name. Now, these names have more practical meanings, but he still feels that this is a bit like a child's game. There is an emergency, Huntress. 2 people are robbing a convenience store 2 blocks away. The Huntress did not hesitate. Direction. She was ready to leave. Northeast direction. But you should be careful. Just now, the circuit of the convenience store suddenly burned out, and there was a 3-second power outage with interstreets. The Huntress said, it sounds like someone carried an electromagnetic pulse when robbing. It may be a high-tech crime. Be careful, Huntress. I will, but it has just started tonight. We have to work harder To make this place better, it was still evening, and it was not dark yet. "You are not coming today. What about our chorus?" At Gotham Elementary School, some boys were confronting each other. They formed a circle and questioned the little boy together. Wally West was trying to get out of this party. Maybe in the past, he would have cared about this party. That would make him the center of attention. But now he had more important things to do. Things as important as saving the world. Wally West winked at him. "I'm not feeling well, Loke. My position is the position of the running champion. Maybe if I don't come, you can stand there." But he miscalculated this time. Loke didn't want this opportunity. "You have to attend, West. This is for the honor of the school and the class, and parents will come at that time." As one of the few little kids in the class who likes to be in the limelight like Wally, Loke should never give up this opportunity. "I don't think my family can do it." Wally's mind was spinning rapidly. He had to find another way not to come, or come later, so the performance program filmed in the early stage had to be cancelled. "The line at my house burned, and they have to lay wires at home. This actually happened a while ago, but it's not a bad excuse to use it as a leave of absence. So no one from your family will come," Loke said aggressively. "Are you still considered a member of this class?" Loke was a little too much today. Wally's patience was almost exhausted. His speed force control was not good. At a certain moment, he would enter the speed force and watch Loke's face twist and deform little by little. The sound was slowed down dozens of times, which was simply noise pollution. "I remember that you are not a good student, Loke, or are you going to go on stage with a pig's head face?" Loke was shocked. He just said a few words. Why did Wally look like he wanted to beat him up? He didn't understand the torture Wally suffered in just a few seconds. Without Loke's objection, no one would stop Wally from leaving. Looking at the back of Wally trotting away with a bag, Loke sighed. "Alas, I can't play tricks on his parents today. I really want to see the embarrassed face of that show-off bastard. I'm so disappointed." Wally trotted out of the school. After entering the alley, he increased his speed, but he didn't run far before the flames burned. The body moved at high speed, the air rubbed against the body, and he was wearing cotton clothes, so flames rose up. He was already standing naked on the street. Wally kept moving to ensure that no one could see him. This is really an important matter of saving the world. Wally ran with his butt naked. Which hero would run with his butt naked when saving the world? Whether it was Superman's red cape, Batman's battlesuit, Green Lantern's energy battlesuit, or Wonder Woman's Amazon leather armor. That was the symbol of a superhero, and it could also help them in the use of their abilities. Otherwise, with Superman's power, he would probably fly in the sky with his butt naked every day. "I must have my own uniform and battlesuit that can withstand my running and not burn. It must be resistant to high temperatures." Thanks to Google, Wally understood why his clothes would burn when he ran. Generally speaking, if you run fast and the wind is strong, your clothes should not burn. Friction generates heat, and the wind will take away some of the heat, but when the degree of friction exceeds the assumed value, the heat taken away by the wind cannot reduce the temperature, which is beyond the knowledge of a primary school student. But there is also good news. Wally has already had a preliminary goal for his suit, the fire suit. Rushing into a high temperature fire scene can also protect the rescuers from being burned. This suit may temporarily solve the problem of him running naked. It only took him a dozen seconds from finding the fire suit to stealing it. He was like an empty space. The security guard yawned with his eyes wide open and didn't see Wally passing by. "I will save 2 more fires in the future to thank you." Wally tugged at the fat fire suit on his body. He stole the smallest one, which should be a lady's, but it didn't fit him well. The running speed was also reduced a lot because of this fire suit. Fortunately, he wouldn't catch fire when he ran. Lightning flashed. Wally quickly ran across the street and rushed towards home. He wanted to learn DIY from the internet and make this suit more like a uniform. Bang! A gunshot suddenly came from a street outside. Wally's ears moved, and he immediately changed direction and rushed towards the direction of the gunshot. There were 2 guys with their faces uncovered, holding pistols and robbing a convenience store. The clerk was so scared that he squatted behind the counter and screamed, "What the hell? Get up and pack the money." The robber knocked the handle of his pistol against the counter. The cashier poked his head out from behind the counter. "It's all here." I just checked the account today. There's a total of about 20,000 yuan. Scattered money and a lot of coins filled the counter. Quick, before the police come. The two robbers quickly opened the zipper of the Disney cartoon backpack behind them, and with a swipe of their right arms on the table, the money fell into the cartoon backpack. In this special period, many people's eyes are on the capitalists' vaults and banks. The poor and crazy, the unemployed, and the simple class haters. The police and superheroes are busy with this. In comparison, no one cares about trivial matters like robbing convenience stores. By the time the police have time, they may have already squandered the money and gone to other places, or they may have been arrested for other reasons. People in this business prefer to enjoy the present. As staunch rebels of capitalists, they never believe the pie drawn by capitalists. They still think the pie they grab and stuff into their mouths is the best. 20,000, much better than those bastards who tried their luck in the toy store. The robber on the left spat, and he obviously didn't think so in his heart. The robber on the right was a little rational. He said, "It's probably impossible." I asked around. The toy car in front of the toy store is said to be more valuable than a real car, but they have to share the loot. Can the money they get be 10,000 yuan? The robber on the left said again, sounding very unhappy. The companion said, "Who cares? Let's find a place to celebrate our first successful order later." First order? It seems that I have to find a place to celebrate later. I hope the party is not over and my buffet is not cold yet. A young voice came from the door. The two robbers who were pretending to be rich froze and looked at the door of the convenience store. It was a small man wrapped in a fat fire suit. A little kid. Ha ha ha, look, there's a superhero here. The robber on the left pointed his gun at the little guy in the fire suit. Superhero, I'm so scared. Ha ha ha. They breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly heard a voice, and were really scared. "Since you recognized me, I'll be careful when I beat you up later and not hit your face," the childish voice in the fire suit said. Ha 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 ha. The robber who had laughed enough walked over, and his burly figure stood in front of the little guy, like an insurmountable mountain. "Get out of here, kid. Before I want to blow your head off." He raised his pistol, and pointed it at the other's head from 2 meters away. Wally, who was wearing a fire suit, was a little nervous. He was facing the black muzzle of a gun. As long as the flame sprayed, he would die. Would his speed be faster than a bullet? Wally never had a chance to test it, but when he really faced the muzzle of the gun now, he was no longer thinking about whether he was faster than a bullet, but reflecting on whether he should show up to chat first. Maybe he should be like Batman. First get rid of the villains, then leave without saying a word, leaving only fear. Or like Green Lantern, first use a huge green fist to knock out the enemy, wait for the green light energy handcuffs to lock the enemy, and then teach him a lesson. Now, he gave the other party the initiative to kill him. "I won't get out of the way," Wally said. It was like he was declaring his force field and proving his beliefs. "Okay, then you can only die here." "Fei?" His companions were a little worried in the back and said, "We are just passing by here, don't make a killing. Human life. This is Gotham, the city of crime. After he is killed, he will not be a problem." His expression suddenly became serious, completely different from the laughing look before. "Forget what she told us before we came here. The easiest to bully in Gotham is the police," said the companion. "When you see a skinny guy wearing a hood, don't smell the poison gas he sprays. If you are unlucky and meet a bastard who likes to guess riddles, run as fast as you can. When you are unlucky, if you meet a freak who likes to guess coins, you can take the initiative to propose a gamble. At least you have a 50% chance of survival. When you are unlucky, you will meet a madman who loves to laugh. If he wants to tell a joke, you will try your best to commit suicide first, because it is impossible to survive. Maybe suicide can be more comfortable." Fei said, "In Gotham, the smallest threat is normal people, and the biggest threat is monsters that don't look normal. Dare to stand in front of armed robbers in a fire suit. If it were the former Metropolis, it might be normal. There is a city of hope, and everyone is positive. But this is Gotham, and superheroes are all freaks hiding in the dark. A short strange kid. That is definitely very dangerous. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go." Bang. Wally West, who was pointed at by the gun, did not expect the other party to really shoot. His eyes could see the flames from the muzzle pushing a metal bullet straight to his forehead. He could even see the muzzle flame become symmetrical for a moment and then shattered. The speed of the bullet was very fast. Wally was sure at that moment that he might not be faster than the bullet, at least not faster than the bullet that was shot at his head within 2 meters. He stretched the time as much as possible. Wally took a step and used all his strength. He took a step, but the bullet came 3 points closer. Maybe in a blink of an eye, his head would be blown up. Boom, boom, boom. Wally's heart was beating at a high speed, and even the heartbeats were connected, with no intervals. The lightning also sensed the beating of his heart and suddenly burst out. Faster. Everything changed in front of Wally's eyes. At the critical moment, he dodged the bullet sound, jumped forward, and punched the opponent in the nose. Ah. He fell backward with blood spurting from his nose, and fell to the ground. The other man raised his gun and fired back randomly, but his eyes lost the opponent's figure and could only see a flash of lightning. Boom. Pain came from the back. Wally appeared in front of the counter with a Disney backpack. He said to the cashier, "Take it." The cashier took it subconsciously, but found that it was 2 pistols. He quickly clenched the guns and pointed them at the 2 bastards who had climbed up from the ground. The cashier shouted, "I'm frightened now. I will definitely shoot. Legally, I'm still a victim." His hand holding the gun was shaking, and it was obvious that he was serious. The 2 robbers looked at each other and raised their hands obediently. "Take off your clothes and tie each other up. Quick." The cashier held the gun and felt relieved. Wally nodded. "It can be seen that you are very good at handling this kind of thing. I'm sorry that I accidentally burned your circuit just now." He was a little embarrassed, and after the cashier nodded, he turned into lightning and disappeared. Wally West left the street and ran quickly. From the sky, there was only a faint flash of lightning. If it were not at night, no one could capture the path of the lightning. Suddenly, the lightning stopped and retreated dozens of meters, and then became Wally. The moonlight sprinkled on the long street. It was quiet and deserted, except for Wally West standing in the middle of the street. "Who are you?" He looked into the shadow of the building. He didn't notice the other person just now, but Wally subconsciously leaned against the wall when he was running, which meant that he almost bumped into the person in the dark just now. Then he quickly retreated to the middle of the road, looking at the figure in the dark with caution. He also believed that the other person had discovered him. He felt a stinging pain just now, but fortunately he dodged quickly. It was a woman, and she was very good at hiding. "You performed well, but you should go to Central City." In the darkness, Batgirl walked out slowly, her long red hair burning on her shoulders. "This is Gotham. Dazzling lightning is not welcome." "Batgirl, I've seen your news." Wally automatically blocked the unkindness in the other party's words, and he said excitedly, "There were several times when you were in action. I watched the news several times, but you are like an urban legend, and there is no way to check. Maybe we can form a team?" Wally suggested. "Together punish evil and promote good. This city, whether it is you or the woman playing with a bow and crossbow, is meddling in other people's business." She accepted Batman's entrustment before leaving. She would do her best to protect this city, but that did not include tolerating the huntress who killed people casually, or a hairy kid who was obviously still in elementary school. "I'm faster than a bullet. I will definitely become an excellent superhero." Wally was eager to prove himself. He just completed an order alone. "Fast than a bullet?" Batgirl rushed towards Wally and said while attacking with a shovel, "Let me see what you can do. I don't want to hurt you." Wally frowned, but his face was covered by the fully enclosed firesuit. Batgirl's unfriendly attack really made him unhappy. "We are all superheroes, and we all want to save people. Why can't we discuss it properly and work together? This city will definitely become better." The shovel was already in front of Wally, and with a flash of lightning, Wally easily jumped back and dodged the shovel that was slowed down countless times in his eyes. But for Batgirl, it was just when she took the initiative to attack that the opponent jumped back at an incredible speed to avoid it. Pressing the ground with her left palm, the elbow and shoulder exerted force, the back muscle burst and the core strength helped each other, pushing Batgirl's body to bounce up quickly in the posture of a shovel, turning into a forward pounce, and her right fist had already hit Wally's head. Wally easily jumped back and once again dodged the slow motion in his eyes. I'm very fast. Your fists can't hit me. Wally said to Batgirl, who was a little out of breath after a set of combination punches. His self-confidence is now swelling. In terms of speed, he may not be as fast as the former Flash, but he must be the fastest person in this city. Really? Batgirl nodded and jumped back half a step. Then hit me, and prove that you can hit me. We don't have to do this. We are all superheroes. You can't do it? She said bluntly. Wally couldn't stand this provocation. He swallowed the next words, and the speed force flashed in his eyes. Since you have decided, then I will. He disappeared on the spot, but just 0.1 seconds later, Wally appeared again. He maintained a running posture, standing in front of Batgirl. He waved his fists, but couldn't touch the opponent. Wally lowered his head, and found that his feet were stuck to the ground. What did you do? Batgirl said. Super glue, Batgirl's special product. The fast runner is my imaginary enemy, and you are the first fast runner to try it. This thing can't trap me. Wally quickly lowered his head, untied his shoelaces at super speed, took them off, and jumped towards Batgirl. But this time he was greeted by Batgirl's fist that was gradually enlarged in his eyes. Bang! The fist hit his right eye, and Wally fell to the ground with a scream. Super speed is indeed good, but if you choose to jump up, it's no different from a target that can't move. I don't even have to do anything. Your super speed will send you to my fist. Batgirl turned and walked into the darkness. Wally covered his eyes and stood up. So, you suddenly appeared just to humiliate me? His heart had cooled down, not as excited as when he saw a superhero just now. Maybe not every superhero is warm and friendly, but the first superhero he met was like this, which made Wally a little disappointed. I didn't mean to kill you, Kit. Batgirl stopped and said, but the enemy will. That's because I didn't think of you as an enemy either. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen me. He was dissatisfied. Batgirl didn't refute him. You're right, but you forgot that I'm Batgirl. She had already merged into the darkness. Wally suddenly remembered that just a few minutes ago, when he was running fast, he almost bumped into Batgirl hiding in the dark. Batgirl's most powerful ability is not her fists or superpowers. She has no superpowers like Batman. It's her ghostly hiding ability and a tricky battle plan. In just a few seconds, she determined his type and made a lure plan to lure him into stepping on the super glue, but this was not the most important thing. Later, she knew that he would choose to jump up and attack, so she raised her fist in advance and waited for Wally to bump into him. Wally was silent. The whole street was quiet. Maybe Batgirl had left. Wally said, but I have this ability, and I think there is a reason why this ability appeared in me. Flash boy, study hard. A kid running around is not good for this city. Batgirl's voice came from the darkness. Obviously, she had not left yet. Flash boy, this is a good name. Wally completely regarded the teasing as the name given to him by the other party. His brain is like a wide road. After the difficulties and troubles run past, they disappear without a trace. Oh no, I still have to go to the party. I hope I can have something to eat. I'm so hungry. After a flash of lightning, Flash boy Wally West disappeared. He also took the pair of shoes away, leaving only the torn soles. In the shadow corner, Batgirl looked in the direction where the lightning disappeared and said, Barry, I met a kid who runs very fast. How is he? Very fast, but very immature. I will go to Gotham once. I will go there in a while. The voice on the other end sounded very tired. The Speed Force has finally made a new choice. Maybe I can retire. I still have troubles to solve. Batgirl quickly cut off the communication. She was hiding on the top of the spire-shaped building of the Gothic building in this block. When she stood up, she grabbed the iron needle on the spire with one hand, and her black cloak was lifted up, revealing her slender figure under the cloak. At the other end of the street, a woman who was also wearing a battlesuit, with her black hair raised, her face looked very cold under the moonlight. We can have a competition. Huntress spoke first. Competition? Batgirl looked at the cold woman, not understanding what she wanted to do. Yes, competition. With the newly built Freedom Avenue as a dividing line, you left and I right. 3 months later, see who is more suitable for this city. Huntress said bluntly. 3 months. Batgirl was keenly aware that the other party must have other intentions, but she really couldn't figure out why the other party did this. Batgirl said, Liberty Avenue? I remember that road hasn't yet found an investor, and the naming rights are planned to be sold. There is only one new avenue in Gotham for the time being. It will be called this name soon. The huntress turned around, covered with the cold moonlight, and disappeared in the autumn night. No matter what 3 months or 6 months, I will not admit your means of killing people. Batgirl looked at the direction where the other party disappeared, left a word, and spread her cloak and glided away. The huntress jumped down from the building, half knelt on one knee, and released the power. Miss, are you really going to spend 3 months competing? Call Huntress, number 1. Okay, the old housekeeper said helplessly. Hunter, does this mean that you can take care of half of the city less for the next 3 months and get a good night's sleep? No, it means that the Toyman will belong to me for the next 3 months. She raised her head, her long black hair scattered on her shoulders, and her eyes looked at the moon through the eye mask. I will be fully prepared and then get rid of him, and Batgirl can't interfere. But Alfred wanted to say something. Because I believe in your judgment, number 1. Okay, the small talk is over. We should continue the night patrol. The little hairy kids gathered around Poison Ivy showed no sign of decreasing. Just when they were planning to take advantage of Poison Ivy under the guise of drunk juice, Lizu pressed a few heads and forcibly separated them. He stood next to Poison Ivy easily, which made many boys jealous. Hey, it's first come first served. Yes, don't think you have privileges just because you're an adult. Get in line. Get in line. Lizu looked at the irritable guys, pulled his mouth, and said to Poison Ivy, in fact, you should just kill them. These guys will definitely be the carnivorous plants of society when they grow up. Isn't that your future companion? Poison Ivy smiled at Lizu. I feel like I'm cursing. Lizu clapped his hands and said, this lady has a date with me next, so we have to run to the next place, and it's a coincidence. He lowered his head and looked down at the boys. You must be over 18 years old to go to that place. You have to get a room. The kid who said this was terribly precocious. Don't even think about it. This lady has agreed to date me tonight. I remember you. Lizu nodded, but you have to grow 10 centimeters taller in 1 night. The boy opened his mouth, but in the end he could only close his mouth and glared at Lizu. What about you? What, did she also make an appointment with you? Lizu looked at another one. We agreed to go fertilize the flowers on the weekend. The boy looked at Lizu proudly. There is no height limit. I don't think you have any right to tell us to get out. She also made an appointment with me. And me. Me too. Lizu looked at Poison Ivy in surprise. Are you sure? Let them go to fertilize? He had personally witnessed the scene of Poison Ivy promoting plant growth, and a person was instantly sucked into a dry corpse. Why not? She asked back. Whatever you want. Lizu clapped his hands and interrupted the noisy boys. You also said that it was on the weekend, and I sincerely wish you a happy weekend, but I want to say that tonight. Now she has to go with me. Although these little ghosts were unwilling, they couldn't stop the two from leaving, and didn't they get a promise? Go to fertilize romantically on the weekend. I hope they can still laugh when the time comes. Poison Ivy and Lizu left and stood at the school gate. The autumn wind blew over, and it was a little cold. They stood there for a while. Poison Ivy said, you invited me here just to enjoy the cool breeze? Of course not. Lizu's eyebrows twitched, and his eyes with dark bags under his eyes became more energetic. We can find a place to sit for a while. He turned his head and looked at the school building. There was a huge round clock hanging on the teaching building. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Gotham's night carnival was about to begin, and it was the worst carnival. Are you just following me out like this? Lizu led the way and asked. Those little ghosts are boring. I just don't know where to go for the time being, she said. Lizu looked at Poison Ivy and thought to himself, so you decided to let these little ghosts fertilize the plants on the weekend? She paused and looked at Lizu. The red hair was blown by the cold autumn wind and swayed in front of her face. Her expression was full of temptation. So, I hope you can be more interesting. What a terrible joke. Lizu shrugged. I'm a boring person. Even if I used to follow a boss who loved to joke, I always had a girl like Yao who loved to laugh around me. Really? The air fell into silence. Apart from the sudden encounter that night and saving people together, the two of them had almost no intersection. One was guarding his toy store, researching and improving his abilities every day. The other stayed in his own plant kingdom, studying plants every day. In some ways, they were very similar. After walking for half an hour, the police's yellow warning banner blocked the way ahead. The policeman in the coat held a cigarette in his mouth, puffing out clouds of smoke in the autumn wind. "Let's take a detour. This road is temporarily unavailable." He stopped Lizu and Poison Ivy and looked at the young man and woman and couldn't help feeling unhappy. Why would this listless man with kidney deficiency walk with a sexy and hot red-haired beauty? And he had to blow the cold wind at night. "Go over there, maybe there's a place to sit." The police ignored Lizu and said to Poison Ivy, "There was a robbery here, but don't worry, no matter how vicious the criminal is, they can't hide from the Gotham police." "Thank you, Mr. Police." Poison Ivy nodded and walked side by side with Lizu to the road the police pointed to. "What a pity for the cabbage." The police threw the cigarette butt in his hand and crushed the spark with his toes. He might not have expected that the two supervillains who were the biggest threat to the entire Gotham would stand there and listen to his manifesto. After experiencing the joke of the police, the atmosphere between the two became a little more lively. Lizu admitted that he had nothing to communicate with women. There were few times in his life when he had a quiet communication with a woman. Perhaps the experience of being with a woman carrying an axe was rare. He didn't have that feeling when he was with Harley Quinn. If the enemy was a woman, he would chop off her head without hesitation. However, since it was a request from Yao Yao, he felt that he could hold Poison Ivy back for a while. "My store is in front," Lizu said, pointing to the door. Toy store. Poison Ivy nodded and looked at the smashed glass door. "Open late at night." "Usually open when I'm here." Lizu scratched his hair. "It must have been robbed. Thank you FNDBDB for the 500 starting coins reward. Thank you Single-Eyed Cremator for the 100 starting coins reward." Chapter 297 President Luthor. It was robbed. The store that solved the Laughing Bat crisis and saved Gotham and even the world's toy man was actually broken into. Reality is indeed more surprising and unpredictable than fiction. Lizu said, "I really hope they can follow the stripper code." "What is that?" Poison Ivy asked. Lizu stepped over the broken glass door debris and then a voice came. "Only look, no touch." Looking at the clean sand table, all the soldiers on it were looted. Lizu sighed. It seems that they didn't follow it well. Fortunately, these guys were not taken away. The gals, deep divers and other toys were not stolen, so he could at least relax, and he wouldn't hear news about people being eaten tomorrow. "There's not a penny here, but it doesn't seem like they are planning to rob money. I was going to give toys, but I have to wait until Christmas. Maybe they can be the first batch." Lizu checked and made sure nothing else was lost. Only dozens of soldiers, armored vehicle toys, tracked vehicle toys, and some helicopters were lost. Poison Ivy looked at the toys on the shelves with interest, especially the one-armed lightning. She took a look at it and asked, "What are you going to do?" "What?" Lizu opened the refrigerator and took out 2 cans of drinks. Poison Ivy reminded, "Lost toys. What was lost was a toy, not money. It's always cheap to buy from the manufacturer. They are just plastic." Lizu handed the drink to Poison Ivy. "But we have to close a store for renovation tomorrow. We might as well just change to bulletproof glass. It's very cold now." "You want me to stand here, blow the cold wind, and drink cold drinks?" Lizu asked back. "What else? Do you drink hot water?" Poison Ivy is undoubtedly very charming, not just in terms of appearance, that is the biological level. To be specific, it is the smell, hormones, and visual impact. She is like a Venus flytrap, exuding an irresistible scent for prey. If you accidentally walk into her hunting range, you may be willing to become her prey and her puppet. If Lizu, who considered himself a layman, was not so afraid of death, he might have really let Poison Ivy stay overnight. Therefore, life is the most important thing. Gotham, sewer. After the Crocodile Man's jaw was torn off by the crazy Batman, the deformed and mutated crocodile's body sank forever in the stinking sewer. There have been legends of crocodile evil spirits in Gotham's sewers more than once. A small group of people were lighting flashlights and walking through the sewers. They were burly, wearing short-sleeved t-shirts in late autumn, with strong arm muscles, like sharp-edged rocks. The leading man was even more exaggerated. He was like a bodybuilder, with thick muscles on his thighs, so that he couldn't even clamp his legs together. But this also meant that, if he kicked someone accidentally, the power would be no less than being hit by a motorcycle. Let's do this. Rob toys. What use are these things? I think we shouldn't have listened to the witch. Do we need to escape? Just wait until that yellow skinned skinny monkey comes back, and then tie him up and everything will be fine, right? The leading man suddenly stopped, turned around, and moved slowly like a hill. Everyone immediately shut up. They knew who was the boss. His voice sounded very dull, although her plan is very cautious. We are indeed living better than before. That's right. A group of sturdy men. As long as they heard the recruitment of a super criminal, they dared to rob a bank without asking about the plan, and didn't care about their own life or death. This free and easy way of committing crimes also caused many of them to die, and they almost never succeeded. Batman always appeared on time, so they committed crimes again and again, and were caught again and again, as if they were under a spell. After a long time of tossing, it was difficult to even have a meal. Arkham or Blackgate prison would not accept them. As low-level soldiers, they could only learn a lesson in the Gotham Police Department. Let's go quickly. If she's right, we should rob the Toyman's store. Toyman. Everyone was silent for a while. In the whole Gotham, when 80% of the villains were dead, Toyman was definitely a name that the villains couldn't avoid. Haha. We robbed that bastard, and he was defeated by us. Now Gotham should have our name. That's right. That's right. After a brief worry, the group of people immediately fell into fantasy and excitement. They robbed the Toyman's store, even though they only took a few toys that looked good. Whether that bastard came to the door or kept silent, they would definitely make a big splash. But someone still raised the question, what use are these toys to us? The leading man said in a muffled voice, I'll ask her. The road to the sewer finally came to an end. Pushing open the rusty room, this is a converted old power distribution room in the Gotham sewer, and the space is not small. The power supply in the room is unstable, and the lights flicker. There is a cloaked figure sitting behind a chair, and only the chin is exposed under the shadow of the hood. Where are the things? She sounded quite old. Her hands on the table were not calloused, and she was not a laborer at the bottom of Gotham. Here. The leading sturdy man walked to the table with a bag. He tipped the bag over, and the toys spilled out, filling the table. A table full of soldier toys, finely crafted, would be worth $100 or $200 if sold in a toy store. The cloaked figure shivered, as if he was startled and trembling. But no one paid attention to this detail. Perhaps they thought that this mysterious witch would never be afraid. The leading sturdy man said in a muffled voice, Leader. This time we have to know what this thing is for. You just let us rob a toy store, even if it's the one with the toy man, but it's just toys. There was a clear tremor in her voice, and after coughing twice and clearing her throat, the woman called Leader regained some confidence. Why do you think he is called the toy man? Everyone looked confused. Why is he called the toy man? That's just a title. Generally speaking, it has something to do with appearance, and some have something to do with ability. For example, Poison Ivy, who controls and studies plants. Two-Face, half of his face is burned, and he has a dual personality. Or the Riddler, who always likes meaningless riddles. Toyman, because he runs a toy store? This seems to be the most reasonable answer, but judging from what the guide said, this title should have a deeper meaning. The answer is here. The guide reached out, and picked up a toy soldier on the table, and fumbled to find it. Finally, she found a button, and pressed it gently. A clear button rebound sound could be heard. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The soldier revived, opened his eyes, and changed from plastic material to a human. The air in the abandoned power distribution room became quiet for a moment. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? The toy moved. Someone finally couldn't help asking. Another person said, it didn't move, it came alive. Jesus. Aren't you Jewish? There was a noise in the power distribution room, but the guide froze there and didn't move. The little soldier on the table stood straight. That's right, although this thing is alive, it still maintains its original size. This is just the first step. The leader coughed to draw everyone's attention back. She said, Gotham will eventually belong to us. These toys are just the first step. Where are Faye and the others? Not back yet. Someone answered. At this time, all their puzzlement about the leader disappeared, and they were left with admiration. It turned out that the toy man had such a shocking secret. I didn't expect that as an underground expert in the underground world of Gotham. She could even guess such a secret. They should have been caught. This place can't be used. Next week, I will contact you after I choose a place. See you then. She pinched the toy soldiers, put them all under her cloak, and took the lead to push the door and leave. The leader took 2 detours before leaning against the wall and stopped. She patted her chest and took a deep breath to calm her inner tension. Ha ha, I almost got caught. If these bastards knew that I was just holding on, they might beat me to death. After circling the sewer for a few more times and making sure that no one was following, the leader climbed out of the sewer. These idiots, what kind of useless toys did they steal? But they can't say they didn't expect it. Each of them has a gun, but I don't have that. The guide looked at the toy soldier in her palm, which could still move. After passing a street corner, she took off her cloak and hid in a nearby corner. Coincidentally, a patrol police officer came over. Seeing her passing by, instead of arresting her, he smiled and nodded, as if they were very familiar with each other. At noon the next day, Lizu directed and replaced the glass windows for his toy store. It might take a while before it reopens. Someone pushed the door and walked in. Lizu waved his hand lazily. Closed today. Toy man, you'd better cheer up, otherwise I can't guarantee that the FBI will not rush in next. The person threatened directly, a very unpleasant customer. Lizu opened his left eye in confusion. A round beer barrel. No, it was a woman in a dress, but her figure looked like a barrel. Amanda Waller. That size, and the undisguised disgust, were like an indelible white marker writing her name on her face. It seems you know me. Amanda was quite surprised. You surrounded this place. Lizu's nose twitched, as if he could smell how many people were around. FBI? Marine Corps? As he spoke, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing his gums. I just had a lot of things stolen. Maybe these stocks can replenish my inventory. I'm not here to chat with you, Amanda said. Introduce myself, Amanda Waller, now the security director, mainly dealing with some superhumans who are a threat to the country. Deal with me? Lizu sat at the table with his right hand supporting his face, and his left index finger tapped the table lightly. Amanda Waller did not deny it at all, but nodded and said, yes, you will be charged with robbery and dangerous crimes. The law will make you serve at least 20 years in prison, but if you are willing to join the group I formed. Whoa, something on the shelves on both sides of Amanda was whimpering and roaring. She subconsciously stopped. Before coming in, she had made full preparations. Not only had she confirmed that only Lizu was here, but the sniper in the distance had also aimed at Lizu's head, with the muzzle of the gun just 2 centimeters above Amanda's right shoulder. With just one move, Lizu's head would be blown up. There was a child crying, but if you listened carefully, it sounded like the scream of a wild cat falling into a thorny rosebush in the middle of the night. Amanda turned her head and saw that the strange shaped thing on the shelf suddenly jumped down and instantly became like a hyena, with no hair on its body and a strange mouth protruding forward to bite her. I was sent by President Luther. She shouted loudly in an emergency. The monster stopped and half crouched on the side of Amanda's calf. Her fat body trembled and her fat shook because of her rapid breathing. Would a toy man be alone? No, he would never be alone. As long as he was a toy, he was his power. So what was a toy? There was no strict definition for this thing. The exquisite injection molding assembly model was a toy. Toy water guns that can be bought everywhere in convenience stores are toys. The little people made of straw are also toys. Snowmen made in winter, spaceships made of mud in summer. At this moment, Amanda Waller suddenly remembered the instructions given by Lex Luthor before she came. Although the ability of the toy man seems ordinary, the person who has this ability is Lizu. Yes, it is a very ordinary ability. According to the existing data, he can turn objects into toys, and he can also turn toys into real ones, but this depends on the energy he has. He can't easily turn the grenade that exploded at his feet into a toy. What's more, he needs to touch it with his hands. Secondly, the toys are not obedient to him, just like Harley Quinn. It is rumored that they have parted ways, and the results after the investigation are the same. A person with various limitations, in Amanda Waller's view, only needs one bullet to kill him before he can react. That's why she dares to judge how many crimes the other party has committed with an arrogant attitude, even if she is standing in the other party's toy store, and even gives a very considerate solution. However, the current situation is slightly different, and it is not good for her. These bastards are just like her. She knows that, if there is anything wrong, she will definitely die first. Who are you talking about? President Luthor. Do I know a second Luthor? Lizu asked. Amanda Waller's face was dark. She subconsciously glanced at the skinny monster beside her calf, and cursed herself in her heart. Why was she scared by such a weak monster? But the fangs that exuded a fishy smell did not seem fake. President Lex Luthor, I don't think you know the second one. After a brief surprise, Lizu nodded. It seems like something he can do. Then, Ms. Amanda Waller, please sit down. Lizu did not move, and the hyena-like humanoid monster consciously moved her chair. The chair looked a little pitiful under Amanda's fat ass. The Harley Quinn kidnapped someone. Amanda Waller got straight to the point. Kidnapped? Harley Quinn? This was beyond Lizu's expectation. In comparison, Lex Luthor becoming president was still within his acceptable range. Amanda said, just last night, the son of President Luthor's good friend and a staunch supporter of his party was kidnapped by Harley Quinn. She asked for $100 million US. If you want the money, can't you just rob a bank? Lizu's words made Amanda Waller frown, but now she could only pretend not to hear. In fact, when the monster appeared, she had made a secret signal to let the sniper kill Lizu directly. She was decisive, but there was no movement outside, so she had to choose to sit down. President Luthor and his friends all agreed to pay the ransom. It seems that the child is extraordinary. Amanda immediately replied, no, he is very important to President Luthor and the party, but he is of no use to you. We have split up. Lizu moved his arm slightly. I hope you can rescue the kid, or catch Harley Quinn. Luthor should know that I don't like to clean up other people's asses all the time. That should be the job of superheroes. Lizu's words were to tell Amanda and Luthor and others not to worry, that he would not help Harley Quinn, and had nothing to do with this matter. I hope you can remember your words. Amanda stood up. She glanced at the monster next to her again, and turned to leave. The longer she stayed in this place, the more uncomfortable she felt. After leaving the toy store, Amanda Waller immediately found her men at the door. Where are the people I arranged? Bring them to the car. Amanda walked into a van on the side of the road. A few minutes later, the sniper was carried to Amanda. He's asleep, the subordinate said. When we found him, he was sleeping soundly, and we couldn't wake him up. No need to wake him up. She looked in the direction of the toy store. If someone doesn't want him to wake up, he might sleep forever. Amanda sighed. Evacuate everyone. President Luthor is right. It's best not to trouble him before those troubles are solved. The cars left one after another, and a few minutes later, Lizu opened the door and walked back to the store. Thank goodness for you. Maybe I would have a patch on my head. Lizu, who was sitting on the chair, stood up and pointed at his head. Lizu, who was facing the door with his back, said, it was just a little bit. This group of people is really hard to deal with. That's because you don't want to kill them yet. You should have her dead too. What are you going to do? Yow? Didn't you say you wouldn't care? I said I wouldn't care. I definitely wouldn't care, but I'm just a toy. After saying that, Lizu, who had been talking to Amanda before, shrank instantly and turned into a toy, and fell to the ground. Do I like playing word games so much? Lizu bent down to pick up the toy and put it in his pocket. It's not that Harley Quinn has never done kidnapping. In that time-distorted world, when Lizu just escaped from Arkham, he encountered Harley Quinn and Ms. Joker kidnapping children together. No matter how familiar they are, one thing must be confirmed. Harley Quinn is a real scum. She broke someone's legs because she didn't like them, or because the other party cursed her. She cut off the other person's tongue. She has done too many things like this. In comparison, kidnapping is really mild. The only thing that is not like what Harley Quinn does is that she actually asks for a ransom. Gotham, rainy day. Batgirl lowered her waist, passed over the Galstone statue, stepped on the spire roof, jumped over the heating pipes under maintenance, and came to the back alley above the Grand Theater. Time is running out. If I have the speed of that Flash kid, maybe things will be much simpler. She increased her running speed. Batgirl still has 5 minutes in the estimated time she gave herself. Batgirl learned from the external channel that there was a kidnapping case. The kidnapping location was not in Gotham, but the hostages were in Gotham. Landing, the cloak fell down and fell into the puddle. The rain can hide the footsteps very well. Time is running out, and Batgirl's speed is inevitably faster, so thank the rain. In the rain, 4 men stood under the eaves in full armor, guarding the door. Breaking through the window may be the best choice for Batgirl, but unfortunately, there is no second entrance in this place. Although this is a very stupid behavior, locking yourself in a space where you can't escape is like catching a turtle in a jar. But the benefits are also obvious. Just like now, unless someone uses a blast to forcefully break in, you have to obediently get rid of the 4 fully armed men before choosing to go in. These 4 look familiar. Her eyes under the eye mask quickly scanned. The man on the far left is a former Marine who retreated from the battlefield. His left hand was blown off. Now he has a mechanical arm installed. The chip implanted under the skin of his back head can help him use his left hand flexibly. The second one from the left is tall and not like a normal person. He wears a mask and is connected to 2 tubes. This outfit is not ordinary in Gotham. Bane is dead. But Bane's medicine will not die, and there will never be a lack of people who hope to have similar powers to Bane. The third one was a former FBI agent with good marksmanship. The only thing Batgirl remembered about him was that he killed his wife, which was why he had to flee from the FBI. His wife cheated on him with her boss. The fourth one was a circus actor. It was said that he had worked in Flying Grayson's circus for half a year, but was kicked out for stealing. After that, he often used his agility to steal. Good luck. Batgirl rushed forward, grabbed the bat dart with her left hand, and pressed it lightly on her belt. Electromagnetic bat dart. The dart went straight to the first person on the left. When Batgirl was acting, the 4 people also discovered her. When Batgirl threw the bat dart, the muzzle had already fired, and she was suppressed behind a fire hydrant on the side of the road. Ding ding ding. The fire hydrant in the rain was hit and dinged. The bat dart did not hit the first person on the left, but at the moment when he passed by, a burst of lightning suddenly broke out. Zzzz. The rain played a big role here. The electric current pierced the skin and instantly disrupted and burned the chip in his brain. At the moment he fell to the ground, Batgirl heard the gunshot weaken a little. She rushed out. The bulletproof vest could withstand 4 or 5 bullets, although it was a bit painful. The bullet hit her chest, almost making Batgirl gasp for breath, but her amazing willpower allowed her to endure the pain and pounce on the 4th one, the circus performer. The other party immediately gave up his weapon and chose to pounce on him. Thanks to his help, the other 2 also put down their guns to avoid accidentally hurting their teammates. The circus performer jumped up. The rain was heavier than before, which meant that human's vision was blocked. Snap! Exclamation mark. The thin steel wire at him. Batgirl rushed forward again, sliding down to kick the forward FBI agent while grabbing the bat dart with both hands, and rolled twice at the moment of approaching and pounced on Bane, and the drug tube was cut instantly. 3 were solved. Batgirl hit Bane in the face with her knee, leaned back, her body drew an arc, and her legs whipped down like a whip. Snap! The former FBI agent fell to the ground. All solved. Batgirl dropped the bat dart stained with drugs and pushed open the door. There was only a tied boy in the room, about 10 years old. His eyes lit up the moment he saw Batgirl. "Your father just signed a subcontract." She walked up to the boy and said in a cold voice, "There will be several countries in Eastern Europe that will enjoy missile baptism because of this contract, and the reason for this decision is that he supports President Lex Luthor. If you encounter misfortune, he will not continue to support Lex Luthor and may even vote for the opposing party." The boy looked at Batgirl in fear. Born in that family, he would know some things better than others. "But I will still save you," Batgirl said. "No matter what kind of scum your father is, at least you have to go to school tomorrow. Are you the only one here?" The news she received was that this operation was planned and implemented by Harley Quinn. But she didn't see Harley Quinn the whole time. The boy looked up at Batgirl and said, "She ran away just before you came." It can be seen that he was very afraid of Batgirl. Unlike the first time he saw her, perhaps the precocious boy knew in his heart that his future would go against the superheroes, or even that his future would be a legal criminal. A life that superheroes hate, but have to protect. Really? Batgirl paused, and the message received in the headset could be heard. Harley Quinn attacked the money truck and stole $100 million US. She thought to herself. Batgirl was very calm. Her purpose was not to wait for the money to come to her door. Thinking of the 4 people outside, Batgirl easily came to a conclusion that these 4 people who hated the country had no intention of letting this kid leave from the beginning. Taking money and kidnapping and killing are 2 separate things. Batgirl raised her hand and shot the rope gun, taking the boy to the roof. The rain was getting heavier, and a team of people found Batgirl and took the boy away from him. There was also a fat black woman who insisted on talking to Batgirl. "Batgirl, after the Dark Knight went crazy, will you become the second one?" Her voice was as disgusting as her appearance. Batgirl looked at the alert special forces in the distance and said, "I saved the people you wanted to save when you were tied up." "I don't believe you, Batgirl. This country should believe in its own strength, not a group of weirdos in strange costumes." At this moment, Batgirl suddenly understood why Batman never said too much. Just like the saying, you can never wake up a person who pretends to sleep. This group of people are prejudiced against them. This is not what you do, or even how much you do, which can change things. Even when you save the world, they don't care whether the world will perish, but stay in the safe fortress you built, staring at you from behind. As long as you make a mistake, they will immediately jump out and step you into the abyss. Batgirl took a deep breath. This is the action she did most after she started to be a superhero. There are too many things in this world that require her to take a deep breath and suppress her anger. She has to control herself so that she won't be caught by this group of people. Then rely on your soldiers, but don't play tricks on me. Anti-monitoring technology doesn't work on me. Batgirl was too lazy to say anything more. She jumped into the rainy night. The reason why the other party dragged her to say these annoying words was just to crack the channel on her body and do some tricks. The moment Batgirl found this, she completely lost the idea of continuing to talk to the other party. This black fat woman was far more disgusting than her appearance. The rain finally stopped. Batgirl turned her neck, and the rain got into her underwear, which was sticky and uncomfortable. "Found you." It is not difficult to find the Harley Quinn with 100 million. She likes to show off at any time. But as soon as Batgirl showed her head, bang, gunshots rang out. Someone is ambushing. Then there was a loud bang, and another Bane appeared. The Bane experiment would never succeed so easily, but the giant that appeared in front of Batgirl and the sense of oppression it brought was so strong. Bang, another gunshot. Batgirl subconsciously dodged, but the sky above her head became dark. Bane's big fist had already smashed down on her head. Batgirl quickly raised her arms and crossed them in front of her and had no choice but to take the punch. Snap. The sound of the broken bone involved Batgirl's pain nerves, and she gritted her teeth to prevent herself from crying out. Bane not only broke her arm with one punch, but also pressed Batgirl to the ground with the force afterwards. Her back hit the ground, her bones were dislocated, and her legs below the hips were numb. She was completely like meat on the chopping board and could only be slaughtered. Bane stretched out his hands, lifted Batgirl above his head, and lifted his knees. Broken back. At the critical moment, whoosh, 2 arrows flew, aiming precisely at Bane's medicine tube, but Bane turned around subconsciously and dodged the 2 arrows. Whoosh, 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 3 more arrows. 1 pierced Bane's arm, 1 pierced Bane's calf, and his strong muscles blocked the arrows that kept drilling in. The 3rd arrow flew towards Batgirl, piercing through her shoulder clothes and leaving a bloody mark on her shoulder. The arrow had a rope at the end of the arrow, and the rope was pulled straight. Batgirl, who was unable to move, was dragged away at the moment when Bane had to let go because of the pain. The person who came was the Huntress. A mysterious purple color was inlaid on her black clothes. The 2-handed crossbow had been redrawn. The Huntress asked, "Can you still move?" "Of course." Batgirl injured the pain in her arms and waist and twisted her body forcefully. Crack. The lower part of her waist regained consciousness, but if she wanted to fully recover, she had to rest for a while. "This is my territory," the huntress said back. "Really? But I remember this guy ran from me." Roar. The big guy roared. "From what I remember, Bane's brain is more useful than his fists." The huntress raised her wrist. "If it's just a big stupid guy with brute force, I've met better than you." She supported herself with her left leg, raised her right leg flexibly, swung 360 degrees, did a backflip, and shot 2 arrows at the same time. The specially modified crossbow is even faster than a bullet. Whoosh, 2 more. When she shot arrows to attract Bane, Batgirl had already started running. She dragged her weak arms behind Bane. Bane had to raise his hands to block the arrow shot at his eyes, which gave Batgirl an opportunity. She bent her knees and jumped. Her high heels kicked into the medicine tube, and her ankles exerted force. Snap, snap, the 2 medicine tubes were pulled off. Without the support of drugs, the Bane in front of him was far more useless than expected. His body shrank instantly and fell to the ground. The huntress came over and said, "He should be a defective product. I didn't expect Harley Quinn to find him. It shouldn't be Harley Quinn." Batgirl said, "It's like someone is giving her advice, whether it's the 4 people who looked after the hostages before, or Bane, and robbing the money transporter." The huntress asked, "Could it be the toy man?" "Maybe, but we have to catch Harley Quinn to know." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Riddler is resurrected. Ha ha ha. A money transport truck was running on the Avenue of Gotham, its 6 wheels running over the water, splashing the accumulated water. The pedestrian holding an umbrella was accidentally drenched and just wanted to curse, but found that the car had gone far away. The huntress rode a motorcycle, carrying Batgirl and chasing Harley Quinn in front. As a mentally ill patient with strong paranoia, it was impossible for Harley Quinn to hide and leave quietly after robbing the money. It was in line with her character to show off in the city. "Come closer, I'll jump on it," said Batgirl in the back seat. Because the motorcycle was driving fast and kept turning and turning, in order to lower her body center of gravity and not be thrown out, she almost lay on Batgirl's back. The huntress's words were also thorny. After all, Batgirl's tone sounded like Batman was instructing his Robin. She was Batgirl, not someone's assistant. Huntress said, "A person with a broken arm is not suitable for such a dangerous job. You can get off the car when you get to the hospital. I'm more familiar with the next job than you." The 2 of them were riding in the same car, but it could not change the fact that they had 2 different minds. "Wait, that place is..." Harley Quinn did not go anywhere. She turned a corner and went straight to the Gotham Police Department. Has anyone ever seen a kidnapper drive to the Gotham Police Department so stupidly? That was Harley Quinn. Although she was crazy, she was definitely not a fool. Unless she was prepared for something else. Boom! Exclamation mark. The Gotham Police Department exploded. The flames broke through the windows, evaporated the rain, and bursts of white steam. It was a simple trick, but it forced the 2 female superheroes to give up chasing Harley Quinn. They had to save people first. "See, it's that simple." Harley Quinn chewed bubble gum and glanced at the rearview mirror excitedly. Now no one can follow her. At the port, Harley Quinn opened the car door and jumped out of the car. In front of her stood a man wrapped in a black windbreaker, with a simple hat, long boots, and a stand-up collar, covering his entire body. "Lizu in hunter outfit. This outfit really suits you," said Harley Quinn. Lizu raised his head and pointed to his temple. "This thing can keep my head clear when I see you." Harley Quinn spit out the bubble gum in her mouth in annoyance. "You are here, so the person I'm waiting for must not be here." "Yes, I have searched." Lizu nodded. Harley Quinn did not ask why Lizu appeared here, as if she had already known that Lizu would definitely appear here. The familiarity between the 2, although not as good as Batman and Robin, must not be much different. Harley Quinn asked, So you are also planning to become a superhero? Help those people get their money back? And then lock me up? Lizu shook his head. No, after all, this is also your hard work to start a business. I came here for only one thing, to confirm whether you are still you. Now, are you sure? Harley Quinn asked. Lizu nodded. Sure. So you have to run away. A short silence. Do you know what I stole when I asked you to take Ivy away that night? Asked Harley Quinn. I guess it's something she didn't want to give to you. Lizu raised his mouth. This is a very low level way to delay time, just talking about any topic. He put his hands in his pockets, and his body suddenly swayed to the left. A pair of red rays streaked across the sky and hit the water where Lizu's boots had just stepped, stirring up a white mist. In the sky, the red cape Supergirl with an S on her chest slowly fell. Her golden hair moved without wind. Her eyes were red, ready to use the second law of heat, to penetrate Lizu's head at any time. Lizu also noticed that there were tiny plant vines wrapped around Supergirl's snow white neck. Lizu sighed. I really don't want to see Kryptonians being controlled as soldiers every time I see them. Then you may be disappointed. Pudding. Love potion. Supergirl will obey her inner thoughts and serve me. Harley Quinn walked to Supergirl, and after Supergirl landed beside her, she put her chin on her shoulder. Serving you? That sounds a bit weird. Lizu said. You know, I've fought against them. No one knows better than me, dear. Harley raised her finger and pointed at the tip of Lizu's nose. Regarding your toy tricks, whether it's Hawkgirl, me, or Shirley, the real you is a fragile coward. Without us, you can't do anything. Listening to Harley's harsh accusation, Lizu shook his head a little irritated. Listening to the tone of your voice, I'm really about to think you are the real yo-yo. I'm fake? Ha 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 ha. This is not a funny joke, Pudding. Harley patted Supergirl's shoulder gently. Look. I prepared it specially for you. As Harley moved her chin away from Supergirl's shoulder, the red cape turned into a dazzling light and rushed straight to Lizu's face. He didn't even have time to turn his arms into hateful arms before he was knocked away by a punch. Boom! Exclamation mark. Lizu was submerged in the dock warehouse, and the iron warehouse collapsed instantly. Ahem. After a while, Lizu finally jumped out of the warehouse. Toyman. Supergirl waved her fist at Lizu angrily. She didn't look like she was being controlled, but more like she was venting her anger at Lizu. Facing Supergirl's weak fist, Lizu immediately raised his fist and punched back. Then, he was beaten again. The difference in strength between the two sides was huge. Boom. He returned to the original position again. The dock was even smashed by his huge body, and his body slowly sank into the water. Lizu kicked his legs hard, and with a boom explosion, the water surface of the dock exploded. The green body fell from the air in front of Supergirl, and a quick punch was pushed out, and Supergirl flew backwards. Her body flew backwards like a cannonball, and smashed through the money truck, and banknotes flew all over the sky. But this impact was probably just like a tickle to Supergirl. She turned her body slightly, and hit Lizu's face again. A mouthful of green blood spit out, and a spinning tooth flew out. Looks like you're going to lose. Harley Quinn became a complete spectator, waving her hands excitedly. That's not necessarily true. Lizu pulled his arm back violently, clenched his fist, and then slammed it forward violently, meeting Supergirl's arm. Ah! Supergirl screamed in pain, and was knocked over by Lizu. The huge green palm was spread out, and a stone-emitting green light was lying in the palm. He looked at Harley Quinn and said, if you are real, you should know that. How could I not collect this thing? Yes, you will definitely collect it. Harley Quinn grinned widely. On the other side, Supergirl had already stood up with her head covered. She looked like she had returned to normal. Harley Quinn, what did you do? She glared at Harley Quinn, but because Lizu still spread his hands, the radiation from the kryptonite drained the strength of her body. The former iron body could not even stand up at this time. I just asked you for a small favor. Harley raised her hands with a wry smile. I surrender. Pudding. Lizu held the kryptonite in his hand, clenched the stone, and then threw it at Harley. With the blessing of the power of hatred, the kryptonite instantly penetrated Harley's head like a cannonball. Harley's head exploded, but there was no disgusting blood and brain, but turned into mud. The mud quickly went into the sewer and disappeared without a trace. Supergirl asked in disbelief. How do you know she is fake? Lizu replied, because I feel disgusted when she calls me pudding. The corner of her mouth twitched, and Supergirl was unwilling to accept this statement at all, but she still said, thank you for your help, I didn't make a big mistake. Without the influence of kryptonite, Supergirl has floated up, and the wind at the dock blew her red cape. I won't let those guys in the dark easily. After Supergirl finished speaking, she pulled out a strong airflow from her body, and her body rushed into the dark clouds in the sky, and disappeared without a trace. Lizu looked at the banknotes on the ground. How should this be calculated? Helena Wayne sat in the office of Wayne Building. Her uniform skirt outlined her perfect figure, and her legs looked even more slender and sexy under the black stockings. As the huntress, she and Batgirl failed to catch Harley Quinn yesterday, and the other party seemed to have disappeared suddenly. Perhaps as the best result, the hostages were at least rescued, and those people were willing to pay the ransom, but spending money to rescue people was a provocation to the name of the huntress. Knock knock. The knock on the door brought Helena's consciousness back. What's the matter? She asked subconsciously. The door opened, and the secretary looked at the young boss in the office with some surprise. During this period of time, the other party gave her the feeling that he was old but capable. Although his face was delicate, he always had a cold face, which said no strangers allowed. It was almost impossible for her to make mistakes at work and above. But it was only a brief pause, and the secretary replied, I have an appointment with you today, Mr. Thomas Elliot. Helena recalled that the other party had made an appointment with her today. Moreover, from Alpha's mouth, he learned that the other party was his father, Bruce Wayne's childhood friend, or even his only friend, referring to ordinary people. Please let him in. Helena adjusted her clothes and changed her sitting position, although her sitting position was impeccable. A few seconds later, the knock on the door came again. Helena said, please come in. The door opened, and a man with a good figure and a hearty smile walked in. I'm Thomas Elliot, a good friend of your father, but since I went to study in another place in middle school, we have hardly seen each other. He said with a very friendly smile on his face, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Hello. Helena's cold face also forced a smile, looking unnatural. I came here for that matter. Thomas Elliot's face suddenly became serious. He said, I'm sorry that this happened. I'm just a doctor by profession. I just want to help you with the name of Elliot. That matter, of course, was about the cooperation between the two families, and it was discovered that they were using toys to secretly transport contraband. Neither the Wayne family nor the Elliot family needs to make money in this way. The continuation of their family can support their uninterrupted squandering every minute and every second, and they will spend money until they die. Someone may want to make trouble for us, Elliot said, but no matter what, this matter is my problem. Looking at Elliot's apologetic face, even Helena, who was used to cold faces, was embarrassed to say anything more. She also investigated the other party's detailed information. He was a surgical plastic surgeon with a very loud name. The other party was Bruce Wayne's childhood playmate. Not only that, the other party's parents almost died in an accident. In the end, it was her grandfather, Thomas Wayne, who had superb medical skills, who finally saved Thomas Elliot's mother. A rich doctor with a good personality. There is nothing suspicious about it. I should have found out who did it. Helena picked up the information on the table. This was the information she collected. His wife has cancer and needs money, and you just gave him this opportunity. Elliot frowned and took the information. He flipped through it and said, I didn't expect it to be like this, Helena. He closed the information and said solemnly, but anyway, I'm sorry. The conversation with Thomas Elliot did not last too long. After Helena declined the other party's dinner invitation, her office fell into silence again. The Harley Quinn disappeared, and the tricky guy behind her was nowhere to be seen. However, Gotham seemed to have become very lively recently, with criminals emerging in an endless stream. Helena's attention was almost all there. She didn't have much energy to manage the company's business problems. Under the night sky of Gotham, a money transport truck ran happily on the road. The female hunter followed closely on a motorcycle. They just like to rob money like this, robbing and robbing. Alfred said in the headset, it seems that, if they don't do this, they have no goal at all. The female hunter said, they are making the world worse. There is something wrong with my father's previous policy of appeasement. So, you decided to use your previous method? Alfred asked. Kill. This is the way the female hunter handles it. When facing scum, labor reform education is futile. Maybe sending them to see God can purify their dark hearts a little. The female hunter said, everyone has a life in their hands. But, you have also become the worst, and this will push you into eternal damnation. Then let me fall alone. The female hunter interrupted the old housekeeper and said, there will always be someone who will go to hell. From the moment my arrow shot through the enemy's throat for the first time, I knew. Hell is my destination. The exhaust pipe of the motorcycle suddenly shook, and an iron hook was hooked on it. With a flick, the rear wheel of the motorcycle swung, and the female hunter jumped up at the first time. She had already jumped onto the money transporter by inertia. She suddenly tilted her head back, and bang, bang, bang. Someone in the car fired upwards, and the bullet grazed the female hunter's cheek, and drilled into the sky. The opponent's position was already determined. The female hunter slid down, and hung on the side of the car, smashed the glass with an elbow, and before the person inside raised his gun, she had already shot an arrow. The money transporter began to shake on the road, swaying left and right, and even headed into the oncoming lane. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Exclamation mark. Cars kept stepping on the brakes, and the cars that rear-ended each other stopped one after another, but they opened a normal road for the money transport truck to move forward. The battle ended very quickly. With a TSK, a bloody arrow pierced the iron sheet on the roof of the car. The car hit the fire hydrant on the side of the road, and stopped completely with the fountain spraying into the sky. What's the situation? Alfred's voice came. The huntress said, check their information. These people are all strangers. The police arrived at the scene quickly, and the huntress left before that. She had no intention of communicating with the police. If you think about it carefully, she is also a murderer, even if the person she killed is a scum. Maybe the bad general who sticks to the bottom line is very suitable for this city, but that was just a momentary thought. After all, she is different. What is full of money and runs on 4 wheels? Green clothes, strange question marks, and riddles that make people unhappy. After Lizu looked at the place where he followed Harley Quinn to, he didn't expect Harley Quinn to bring him money. Riddler, one of the Gotham villains who should have died at the hands of the Batman who laughs. Finding Harley Quinn was not a difficult task for Lizu, as long as the other party was still within his perception range. No matter where she was hiding, she could not escape from Lizu. Looking at the Riddler who had come back from the dead, Lizu suddenly felt that it would not be surprising if Superman fell from the sky again one day. I left a simple question for you. Oh, that huntress, she disrupted my plan again. The Riddler was so angry that he jumped up and down. Lizu looked around and finally looked at the Riddler. So, you controlled Harley Quinn? I don't remember that guessing. Riddles can control people control. No, we just take what we need. The Riddler shook his head. Seeing that he suddenly stopped and thought hard, he should be thinking about some new puzzle. I'm really different from you, Lizu sighed. He also admitted that compared with the other people in Arkham, he should be the most normal one. He punched the Riddler with his fist and kicked him. When the Riddler leaned back to dodge, there was no trick. The Riddler's fighting skills might be good, but facing Lizu, who was good at acrobatics and gunfighting, he could only hold his head and take the beating. Soon this guy was subdued by Lizu. The Riddler asked, where do you want to lock me up? Blackgate Prison, Arkham? I heard that these places have reopened. Although I don't want to, there are places that are more suitable for you. Lizu never thought that one day he would bring a super criminal to the Gotham Police Department. Such good citizen behavior almost made him mistakenly think that he would inherit Batman's mantle and become the new knight of this city. After throwing the Riddler to the police station, Lizu came to the secret warehouse and took out the Harley Quinn toy. The Harley Quinn toy fell to the ground and instantly came to life. She screamed in frustration. It was almost there. What? Harley Quinn's appearance was beyond Lizu's expectation. Money, I need a lot of money. Harley Quinn arched her nose and shouted angrily, it's almost there. I can get the money. Well, then, can you tell me what happened? The prop box fell from the sky and hit Lizu. If you said that the mud took away the money, it's here. Seeing the money, Harley Quinn smiled happily. After hugging Lizu's neck and kissing him hard on the face, she told the whole story. In fact, it's all very simple. A few days ago, a man came to Harley Quinn. He was wearing a windbreaker and a bandage on his face. He couldn't see what he looked like. The other party said that he could help Harley Quinn achieve her goal as long as she kidnapped a kid. In fact, Harley Quinn was not controlled. Everything was her own will. The reason why she did this was entirely because the other party gave a very perfect plan to commit the crime, which could make Harley Quinn famous. In addition, Harley Quinn also explained the problem of the resurrection of the Riddle Man. In the end, Lizu came to a conclusion that Gotham just had a new bastard, and he was just a little sensitive. Looking at the excited Joker girl counting money, Lizu shook his head. I'd better prepare for the Christmas sale. He seemed to have some impression of man with bandages. Gotham Police Department. Two policemen looked at the man in the Riddler costume in front of them. The fat policeman on the left stared at him for a long time before asking his companion, "Who is this cross-dressing weirdo?" The policeman on the right scratched his bald head and said uncertainly, "Riddler?" The Riddler was dead, and everyone knew it. The Gotham police were responsible for handling the body. The Riddler, handcuffed and sitting on a chair, suddenly said, "I'm at your feet, in the sun. No matter how you run, you can't lose me. What am I?" The two policemen looked at each other and said in unison, "Shadow. I can make your eyes wet and revive the dead. It only takes a moment to form, but it can last a lifetime. Who am I? Memory. If you know me, you want to share me. If you share me, I will disappear. Who am I? Secret." The Riddler fell into a brief silence. The fat policeman said, "You are talking about old riddles. Can you come up with something new?" Although the Riddler did not bring riddle guessing fever to the city, some riddles were indeed memorized by the whole Gotham people. Just saying some old riddles cannot prove that he is the Riddler. What's more, he looks completely different from the dead Riddler. It's not feasible here to recite two riddles and call yourself the Riddler. Or do you think that living in Arkham or Blackgate prison is famous? The fat policeman continued, "There is no shortage of people like you these days. There are always some supervillain admirers or people with other intentions pretending to be those dead bastards. But it turns out that the dead bastards can collar a Gotham, not because of their appearance, nor because they can guess a few riddles. These things are just insignificant characteristics of them. Can you tell me your information now? And why did you rob that car?" On a building outside the Gotham Police Department, the man in a windbreaker put down the binoculars. Bandages wrapped around his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. Two, but not enough. He turned and left without anyone noticing. Thank you 20190608202420238 for the 500 starting coins reward. Thank you for the 100 starting coins reward. And thank you Lixunhun 1994 for the 10,000 starting coins rewards. Chapter 299. True. Bruce Wayne. In the Dark Knight of Gotham, Batgirl landed beside the gargoyle statue and looked down at her territory. Snow covered the streets and Gothic buildings, finally adding some vivid colors to this dark and dreary city. Christmas. She suddenly began to recall Christmas. There was nothing special about the previous Christmases. Crimes were not chosen at any time, so her father, as the police chief, had to work overtime every Christmas. Her usual holidays were also like this, accompanied by the gunshots of working all night and the crackling of charcoal in the fireplace. She spent the sleepless night. However, tonight she would spend it alone, and she began to understand why her father did not go home. Tonight she would stay on the roof all night to protect the city. Suddenly, an explosion came from the end of the street, and the flames shot up into the sky. Can't they be quiet? Batgirl spread her glider and glided quickly towards the end of the street in the night. But when she landed, she found that someone had arrived before her. There were 5 poor guys struggling with their legs pierced by arrows lying on the ground, and one guy's hands were nailed to the wall by arrows, which was a bit in line with tonight. The huntress put away her crossbow and said, "You're late." It sounded a bit provocative. Although Batgirl didn't want to lose her momentum, she couldn't say that huntress was redundant at the moment. Overtime was about to become the norm for Batgirl. She was very tired now. Gotham has been very wrong recently. On average, there is a case every 2 hours. The huntress should be the same. Although Batgirl didn't agree with the other party's means of action, she also admitted that the other party was also good for the city, but the means were too extreme. There are more in places you can't see, Huntress said. This city has cancer, we all know it. Batgirl said, that should be benign. Now it's getting worse. Huntress said. She had raised her long legs and sat on the motorcycle. If you still want to continue to be sentimental, take off that suit. You will have a lot of time to think about what you should do. The throttle roared, and in a gust of wind, Huntress had gone far away. Someone wants to mess up this city. Batgirl raised her hand, and the rope gun in her hand fired the nail on the wall. As the rope gun rolled up, she flew up the wall. The Huntress must be looking for who this person is. The two heroines who protect this city have noticed the possible truth behind the recent frequent crimes. Just when the whole Gotham became a mess, Lizu's toy store. Where should I put this? Shirley came over with a big box in her arms. Her arms couldn't hold such a big box. Lizu stood on the ladder, dressed in a formal atmosphere, and put on a small hanging lamp, put it under the Christmas tree. Shirley put down the box and looked up at Lizu. Is there anything missing? Turkey? Burn charcoal? Please turn on the light. Lizu stood on the ladder and pointed at the switch of the small hanging lamp. Okay, Shirley nodded, walked over and pressed the light. The light suddenly lit up. The colorful small hanging lights instantly broke the monotonous cold light in the toy store, and the deep diver toys looked much cuter. Okay, Lizu jumped down. I bought it in advance. It's in the refrigerator. I'm afraid you'll have to go home and get it. As he said that, Lizu also pointed to the big Christmas tree that reached the ceiling. There have to be things hung on it, right? Candy, stars, what else? Socks? Put the socks on the bedside, Shirley said. Lizu nodded. Yes, Santa Claus will crawl in through the chimney at night. I'm going to make a chimney later. It's best to put a trap under the chimney to catch Santa Claus. That's definitely not a good decision. Shirley walked to the table, picked up the red hat, and put it on her head, and put on gloves before going out. A second before Shirley went out, Lizu also asked, by the way, bring all the snacks and drinks in the refrigerator. Got it. The door closed. Lizu hugged his shoulders and looked up at his Christmas tree. It's not difficult to transform a toy Christmas tree. And this Christmas tree is still dropping pine needles. It's very fresh. He never celebrated Christmas, but seeing that Shirley was looking forward to it, and he had nothing to do, he decided to play together. The door was pushed open with a creak. Closely tonight, Lizu didn't look back. He was thinking about what to hang on the Christmas tree. But there was only the sound of stomping feet from behind. The snow at the door was a bit thick, and people who walked in would generally choose to stomp their feet on the steps at the door. No one would do such an impolite thing. Lizu turned around and said helplessly, sure enough, two masked guys with guns were stomping their feet. His luck was not good today, and he encountered a robbery in the store again. Haha, look at Pan, his Christmas tree is really big. The robber on the left pointed at Lizu's Christmas tree and shouted, don't forget, what are we doing here tonight? The guy called Pan pointed his gun at Lizu. Take out all the money, kid. Everyone is celebrating a shitty Christmas tonight, and only your house is still open. It can only be considered bad luck. Pan had a tone of you are unlucky, and the muzzle of the gun was sometimes pointed at Lizu's head, and sometimes at Lizu's chest. Using the calculation formula of gunfighting, Lizu easily calculated where the gun was pointing at him, and could quickly dodge, ensuring that the opponent would not be able to hit him at such a close distance. However, he had no intention of doing so. There are so many people who have troubled me recently. Even if I plan to rest here for a while, it doesn't mean that I'm made of clay. What is he talking about, Pan? The robber asked his companion curiously. I don't know, maybe he wants to scare us away, Pan guessed. This kind of situation is not uncommon. Sometimes people pretend to be confident and want to avoid a loss of property, but such idiots usually lose their lives as well. Pan cleared his throat. Don't play tricks, hurry up and take the money, we won't hurt you, otherwise you will suffer. Look, what is this? Lizu kicked over the big box that Shirley had brought over before, and the things inside the box fell over. There were water guns, plastic soldiers, and even small truck toys and rail cars. There were all kinds of things. Is he crazy? I don't know, but I think we can shoot him first. After a brief discussion, the two men reached an agreement and pointed their guns at Lizu's toes. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive gunshots. The two robbers were stunned because they were not the ones who fired the guns. Although they were holding the guns in their hands, their fingers were not on the triggers. Lizu, who was opposite, had already grabbed 2 pistols in his hands. The muzzles were still spewing green smoke. It was him who fired the guns just now. At the same time, there was a crash sound behind him. The glass door was shattered, and the cold wind blew in with snowflakes. Or do you want to try this? Lizu threw away the 2 guns in his hand and grabbed the toy gun that looked very powerful. The muzzle was alight. This should be the kind of toy gun that is played at night and can project patterns on the wall. In a flash, the toy gun has turned into a rifle. Click, the bullets are loaded. Bang! Exclamation mark. Fire broke out. 10 minutes later, Shirley tiptoed over the broken glass on the ground and asked Lizu, who was decorating the Christmas tree, what happened? It's just a small matter. They told me that the glass is strong enough to be bulletproof. I will definitely complain to them tomorrow. Lizu waved to Shirley, come and see how it goes. Wayne's new manor, a huge building, has already sprung up in a few months. The newly transplanted green trees have not had time to stretch out their branches before they are covered by thick snow, with icicles hanging down, and the whole manor has become a white world of ice and snow. The old butler Alfred Pennyworth, carrying a tray, walked into the study. After turning a book on the bookshelf moved silently and revealed a dark road. He walked down with an expressionless face. At the end of the road is a brand new Batcave, which may now be called the Huntress Cave. Helena Wayne was sitting in front of the computer, searching for something. Would you like some hot coffee? Alfred put down the tray. The coffee cup was still steaming. Thank you, Alfred. Helena's eyes had not left the computer. Today is Christmas. Maybe you should take a good rest and relax for a while. He really couldn't bear to see the young girl with dark bags under her eyes from staying up late every day. Helena asked back, does he take a rest at this time? No. Alfred's answer was very straightforward. He would stay in the Batcave all night and even stay awake for the next few nights and then use adrenaline, electric shocks, or high concentration coffee to keep himself awake. I guess he must not have been as troublesome as he is now. Helena's hands finally left the keyboard, but her expression was very solemn. The surveillance system that cut into the entire Gotham provided her with sufficient images. I should act now. She stood up. The screen showed that someone was robbing again, and he had a gun. There were also people pretending to be scarecrows and wandering the streets. Christmas had long passed, and she could still remember that night was very peaceful. Batgirl can't handle these situations alone, she said, picked up the coffee, and drank it all in one gulp. Nice coffee, Alfred, but it's a little cold. It was still hot when I brought it to me. Alfred sighed. There was no movement behind him. Obviously, the Huntress had already set off. Number 1, report your position. Number 1. The voice came. Alfred sighed, sat in the position where the Huntress just now, and picked up the headset on the table. Got it. The position is not far from your right. I think there must be something that he is hiding. Soon, there were bursts of light panting in the headset, and the muffled sound of fists hitting people's faces. A few minutes later, Hunter, how is it? Alfred asked with some concern. The battle just now avoided the street corner camera, so he didn't know the specific situation. The purple figure automatically walked into the surveillance camera and made an OK gesture. The old butler breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, he froze. Hunter, there is trouble. Report your position, said the Huntress. No, not your place, but mine, he said. It's Thomas Elliot, your father's good friend. His car is parked at the door. What is he doing here? The Huntress voice sounded unhappy. Stop him. Okay. Alfred stood up with the help of the table, but it's not polite to drive away a guest standing outside the door with a gift on Christmas Eve. I'm not familiar enough to spend Christmas with a strange man, even if he is my father's friend, and no one can come into the Wayne family. Alfred nodded, and he knew that the other party couldn't see this action. Keep it a secret. I know. At the door, a red sports car was parked in the snow. A few minutes later, the door opened. Hi, Alfred. Thomas Elliot waved enthusiastically, holding a gift box in his left hand. "Hello, Mr. Elliot." Alfred bowed and greeted him. He was just a butler, and his politeness was even more impeccable. "Your newly built house is really nice, but I heard that there are only you and niece Helena here," Thomas Elliot said. "It just so happens that I don't have surgery tonight. Maybe we can spend the night together." As he spoke, he was already handing the gift in his hand forward. "Thank you, but Miss Helena is a little inconvenient now." "She's not here?" Thomas Elliot frowned. "No, she's just a little inconvenient now, Shian." Alfred was sorting out his thoughts and had prepared a more appropriate statement, but before he spoke, Elliot said, "Haha, I just remembered that I also had an appointment with a young model tonight. It's all my fault that I love Bruce too much, and I almost missed the beauty." Thomas Elliot obviously saw what Alfred meant. On this night, when he came with a gift, he was going to be turned away, but he still behaved properly and smiled as brightly. The appointment with the beauty is obviously more important. "Mr. Elliot," Alfred nodded and said along with the other party's words, "See you next time. I'll make an appointment in advance. Merry Christmas, Alfred." "Merry Christmas, Mr. Elliot." Elliot drove away. Number 1. The voice of the huntress came again. Alfred, who had returned to the Batcave, put on his headphones again and said, "I just sent him away. Mr. Elliot is very well educated. It's like many years ago when he played with Master Bruce here. It's still vivid in my mind. I'm afraid what you said is going to come true." "What?" Alfred was stunned, obviously not understanding what the huntress meant. "It's just what you thought," the huntress said. "I met Batman." The huntress half crouched on the roof, and the moonlight showed off her perfect body curves. In front of her, Batman, with his cape spread wide, rushed towards the huntress like a vampire hunting in the middle of the night. The huntress turned flexibly and shot quickly with a crossbow, but the opponent was one step faster and caught the crossbow she shot. Just like the real Batman, he was good at fighting. "My daughter, is this how we greet each other when we meet again?" Batman threw down the arrow in his hand and looked at the huntress quietly. He was very imposing. "So, you mean, you are Batman?" The huntress rolled quickly on the roof and rushed to save the situation. Whoosh, 2 more arrows flew out, one up and one down, heading straight for Batman's vitals. Batman easily dodged the crossbow shooting and said, "I remember everything between us. I'm back. I thought this would be a good Christmas gift." "Really?" The huntress half squatted down, breathing heavily. "Helena." Batman called out that name, and the huntress's body trembled. She gritted her teeth and rushed towards Batman, her eyes burning with anger under the eye mask, and punched Batman's cheek with all her strength. Batman quickly raised his palm to block her fist, and his body quickly flashed, twisted the huntress's arm, and pressed her arms behind her back. "You fake. Maybe I should let you go to the grave," she cursed. "Fake? Of course, he never calls me his daughter." Helena's right leg suddenly rose high, and the tip of her shoe passed over her shoulder and hit Batman's head. However, at the moment of hitting his head, Batman leaned back to break free, but he had to loosen his hands that were clamped on the huntress. The huntress quickly flipped and dodged. She rubbed her sore shoulders. "Even so, you still think I'm fake?" Batman took off his hood, and the face underneath was Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne should have disappeared, but why did he appear here? Even the most determined huntress was slightly shaken at this time. A person with the same appearance appeared here, with Batman's skills, and more than that, he also knew who he was. The huntress didn't think that anyone else would know her information, except Alfred and Batman, and as for the daughter, as long as she knew that Batman and Bruce Wayne were the same person, then she would definitely guess it. She fired 2 more crossbow arrows, and said as she stepped back, "Yes, I still think so." Batman dodged and then took 2 quick steps forward, but unfortunately, there was no figure. Putting on the hood again, Batman did not chase the huntress, but shot the rope gun, and swung away into the night. On the rooftop in the distance, the man with a bandage on his head, put down the telescope. "It's almost time now," he muttered to himself, and disappeared into the night. In the alley, the huntress hugged her legs. She was very confused now, and the headset that communicated with Alfred was also taken off and thrown aside. "I have to find out who is behind this." Obviously, the person behind the scenes completely angered her. In the brand new morning, Lizu stepped over the broken glass shards on the ground and stretched at the door. Passers-by looked at him in astonishment. Perhaps they couldn't believe that he could be so leisurely when his own door was broken. Whoosh, the bat dart suddenly cut through the air and attacked Lizu. Lizu slightly turned sideways and the batarang brushed his body and pierced into the snow. A black figure fell from the sky and the cape spread out and spread on the snow. It's Batman. Batman. Passers-by screamed at the doctor and then quickly ran away. That's Batman. Maybe he used to be the Dark Knight of Gotham, but after that incident he has become the representative of the most evil, slaughtering the Justice League and even almost dominating the whole world. I heard that there was a battle that Batman lost, but now, he actually reappeared in Gotham. Obviously, Gotham is not a place to live for a long time. It's time to run for your life. Are you looking for me for something? Lizu scratched his hair. As far as he knew, there were dozens of otherworldly Batmen hiding in this world, and some time ago there was a killing machine deprived of emotions. Batman said, "Today, I started to clean up the whole Gotham again." Lizu was not surprised. He nodded. "Yeah, so I'm the first unlucky guy? You can say that." Batman had already rushed towards Lizu. He raised his fist, and Lizu immediately raised his elbow and blocked it. "I don't think anyone has told you that even the laughing bat can't withstand my punches." Lizu stepped forward with his right foot, inserted it between Batman's legs, and instantly twisted his waist, rotating his Dazu, and punching forward with his shoulder. Bang! Batman took 2 steps back, holding Lizu's arm. After removing the force from Lizu's fist, he lowered his body, lifted his arm, and threw him over his shoulder. Lizu was accidentally thrown down, but before landing, Lizu's legs landed first to avoid being completely smashed to the ground. He pushed the ground with his calves and pressed his waist down. He turned from passive to active and fell to the ground with Batman. Batman's reaction was no less impressive. He curled up and lay on his side on the ground, and his knees had already hit Lizu's back. But his attack was doomed to fail. The big green hand blocked Batman's knees. With a flick of his wrist, Batman turned into a cannonball and smashed into the toy store. The battle lasted less than half a minute from the beginning to the end. If Lizu had used the ability to turn into a toy from the beginning, this battle would have lasted for the time of one punch. So, take off the hood now. Mr. Fake Lizu's arm has returned to normal. The huge green arm shrinks and becomes ordinary. The magical transformation scene is like watching a Disney animation. Lizu returned to the toy store and looked at Batman, who had broken the Christmas tree and was lying in the pile of toys. "Toyman, no matter which universe you come from, death here is your final destination." Death. Good speech. Lizu walked over and took off Batman's mask. "Bruce Wayne." Yes, it was indeed Bruce Wayne. "If I remember correctly, you should be in another place now." "Really?" TSK. Green poison sprayed at Lizu. Fear gas. Good preparation. Lizu took a deep breath, and before the fear came, he suddenly turned into a plush toy. The poison gas overflowed from the needle and thread holes of the plush toy. After a few seconds, he returned to normal. "Now you are my captive, Mr. Fake, but someone disrupted my good life. I can't continue to be a turtle." Before Batman spoke, Lizu had already thrown out a rope to tie him up. Lex Group. What are the results of the examination? Lizu stood in the office that should have belonged to Lex Luthor. However, he was a little surprised that the bald man had actually left his company and completely transferred it to his former female assistant. In Luthor's words, he needed absolute political power, and a capital company would discourage his supporters. Lizu found that he didn't understand, and now he just needed to know who could help him. The female assistant came over. "He is Bruce Wayne, and the genes are a perfect match." What? The real thing? Lizu had never thought of this result. He thought it should be a fake. After all, judging from the abilities of the members of the Dark Knights, every Batman is not simple, but the one he met this time has no other abilities, and is just an ordinary Batman. Lex Luthor on the desktop computer said, "If he really wants to clean up Gotham, you are definitely not the first one." "I think so too. I have a way. Maybe I can help you find the mastermind behind the scenes." Lex Luthor said. "Help me? That's good." Lizu nodded. Bang! The bullet hit Lizu's chest. Lizu's legs went limp, and he fell into a pool of blood. He stared at the female assistant with wide eyes in disbelief. It was she who fired the gun. A few minutes later, Batman was released by the female assistant. Batman changed into his own equipment, just glanced at Lizu, whose body was gradually getting colder on the ground, and then looked at Lex Luthor in the computer video. Luthor, no one can escape punishment. Batman seemed a little unhappy that he was saved by this bold man. Batman, I helped you. Do you have to be so heartless? Lex Luthor smiled and said, but you are welcome. Welcome back, and, I have to add, Merry Christmas. You won't be happy for long. Batman spread his glider and rushed out of the window. Chapter 300 Assassin. Lizu struggled to sit up. The blood on his chest had already coagulated into blood scabs. Obviously, the bullet just now could not kill him. At the moment he was hit by the bullet, he realized the place where he was shot. Although the bullet would bring continuous pain, it would not kill him. On the contrary, disguising himself as a corpse was much easier than enduring the pain. However, the bullet still remained in his chest. Is this your plan? Lizu looked at Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor, who claimed that he was not in this building, was standing in front of Lizu at this time, wearing a custom-made suit and a hairstyle that never changed. He is Batman. Although I have many ways to catch him, and I believe you have them too, it is not normal for him to be so honest. He should be looking for some information here. Luthor's words were obviously explaining the reason for the shooting just now. Sorry, the female assistant also apologized for the shot just now, but there was no apology on her face. Data? Lizu stood up and looked at Lex Luthor, the Batman who laughs. No, he should not be interested in the Batman who laughs, and I found. Luthor walked to the computer, called up the data, and said, his genes are 100% compatible with our Batman. Can Batman's genes mutate? Lizu paused as soon as he finished speaking. Luthor also smiled and looked back at him. You should have thought of it, right? Lizu nodded. Batman from different time and space, of course, has the same genes as Bruce Wayne, but there is one thing that cannot be avoided here. Whether it is Doomsday Batman or Flash version of Batman, their genes have been affected and modified because of special abilities and have become non-human. Either the drug changes the physical fitness, or the radiation effects, or the virus is modified, resulting in the bodies of these Batmans not being so pure. When the Batman who laughs collected Bruce Wayne, he found nearly a hill of Bruce Wayne. Those Bruces have one thing in common, they have no ability. Bruce Wayne, who has no power, is treated as garbage and piled up in the Batcave. So, since the Batman who appeared here has no genetic changes, it can be confirmed that he has almost nothing to do with the Batman who laughs. The appearance of an ordinary Batman means at least two possibilities. First, someone opened the door to a parallel time and space and brought the Batman from another world to this world. But this possibility is extremely small. If opening the door to another world can be so simple, I believe Lizu would not need to wait here for the time and space door to open again. Second, someone created Batman. As for how that person created Batman, clone? Lizu asked. Yes, clone. That person's skills should be very mature. Luthor nodded, even though he has not mastered mature cloning technology yet. So what is Batman looking for here? Let me guess, you have Superman's genes? Lizu's question is equivalent to affirmation, because only in this way can it explain why Batman, or the person behind Batman, would find Luthor. And Lizu is just a guide. His relationship with Luthor is not very secretive. With a little inquiry, it is known that among those who have captured the Laughing Bat, Lizu and Luthor have worked closely together. If there is anyone who will definitely retain Superman's genes, in addition to the Laughing Bat in this world, it can only be Lex Luthor, Superman's enemy. Luthor said confidently, he hasn't taken it away yet. Lizu said distressedly, I really don't want to see the controlled blue guy again. He has been in contact with this world for a long time, but unfortunately, he has never seen the real Superman. Every time Superman is controlled, kidnapped, or simply dead. Although there was a period of time when Superman's bones were in his hands and he used them very smoothly. As one of the most powerful representatives of this world, Superman is so easy to be caught by others, which means that, no matter who has good or bad cards in his hand, as long as he has Superman, he can turn the tide of the battle. Having a Superman as an opponent must be the worst result. I have another meeting next. See you later. Lex Luthor glanced at his phone and turned away. Lizu looked at Luthor, who left in a hurry, and whispered, "This excuse is not very good." He turned and walked to the window, where Batman left just now. From the high-rise building hundreds of floors above, he looked down at Lex Luthor's and-sized car going away. The buildings near the Lex building were under construction. The street lights on both sides were not perfect. There was also an area that was pitch black. It took about a minute to drive to the main road with street lights. After the car drove along the street lights for a while, it plunged into the dark road, and Lizu lost sight of Luthor's car. After a few minutes, the car did not come out again. Lizu jumped out of the window. He jumped out of the window. The feeling of falling pulled him down quickly. The wind swept his temples and blew upwards. He didn't need to look in the mirror to know that his chicken coop hair must have changed its shape. He turned around in the air, toy-like. The fall was accelerated a lot because of the increase in mass. His body turned into abomination. His super jumping ability allowed him to ignore the force of falling from a 100-story building. However, the ground exploded with a loud bang due to his huge foot. The airwave swept across, bending the green belts on both sides. Lizu raised his legs, pulled his feet out of the giant pit, and took 2 steps forward. His body also slowly shrank from a green giant to its original shape. In front of him, on a dark lane without streetlights, Lex Luthor's car was parked on the side of the road. The windows were smashed, and Lex Luthor had disappeared. "It seems that you have obtained a pass." Lex Luthor opened his eyes. His hands and feet were tied and hung upside down by iron chains. His neck turned, causing his body to shake. The space in front of him was not big. It should be a special modified underground base, but there was no smell of dampness and mold in the air, which meant that the moisture-proof work in this dark place was done very well. His awakening also attracted the attention of the guards outside, and someone walked in. Assassin? At this moment, Lex Luthor finally knew who was behind all this. Tap, tap, the sound of gentle high heels. Under the light that shone on Luthor's face like a high beam in the night, a pair of long legs slowly walked out of the darkness. Talia al Ghul, the daughter of the Ninja Master and Batman's old lover. Talia was wearing a white short skirt and her sexy lips were slightly raised. "Hi, Luthor," he said, "if you want to find me, you don't have to do this. Hanging upside down for too long makes my brain congested. I'm a little dizzy now. Since you once saved the world, I don't want to use any torture instruments on you, so I can only use this method to make your smart brain stop working for a while." Talia walked in front of Luthor, half a meter away from him. Even in the dim light, it was enough for the two to see every detail of each other's face. Talia said, "Is there anything you want to ask?" Luthor, who was hanging upside down, had already flushed. He asked, "You cloned Batman? I thought you would ask something more valuable." "But yes." She nodded generously, and her sexy smile was as suffocating as a snake. Luthor's next sentence broke her perfect smile and made it distorted. "You want the Batman who laughs? You are always so smart." Her voice was a little colder. "Even crazy. He is crazy, but you let him live. He can't die for the time being, before the threat he brings is completely resolved." Luthor said, "The crisis of mankind has not been resolved." "Really? Or do you think you can do better than him?" Talia suddenly retracted the hideousness on her face and turned into the woman with a sexy smile again. "I will have more perfect Batman to replace him." This time Lex Luthor did not speak, perhaps because he was hung upside down for too long that he finally couldn't stand the dizziness, so he simply closed his eyes. "Look, we all have our own persistence," she said. "Do you think that cute Batgirl, or the woman who calls herself Bruce's daughter, can protect that city?" Talia turned and left, the sound of her high heels getting farther and farther away. Lex Luthor also opened his eyes. An inconspicuous keychain toy fell to the ground. Talia walked out of the underground secret room, and the assassins on both sides quietly came to the door of the basement, where Luthor was imprisoned, disappeared like a shadow, hiding in the dark corners, guarding inside and outside. This is a branch base of the Assassin's League. The ancient and huge castle building looks like a vampire's home. The candlelight was lit, and Bruce Wayne sat across the table, watching her quietly. "Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time." Talia smiled and pulled out a chair to sit down. She picked up the red wine glass. The strong love in the eyes of the person in front of her was her most perfect appetizer. The wine glasses touched lightly, and the rich red wine swayed. "Gotham has been in chaos recently," Bruce Wayne said. "I've been gone for so long. It's time to tell the city again that Batman is back." "You will always be the leader of the Assassin's League," Talia said. "We are always ready." Bruce Wayne put down his glass. "It's not time to send the Assassin's League out yet." After dinner, Batman left the mysterious castle. He spread his bat wings and glided in the night sky, blending into the night. Talia sat down and poured herself another glass of red wine. The red wine glass held by her slender fingers swayed slowly. The wine hung on the wall, and the candlelight shone on her face through the glass, leaving a hazy red light. Bang! Exclamation mark. With a huge noise, the two assassins flew backwards and fell to the ground. The assassin's chest was sunken, and after spitting out blood, he fell to the ground completely, motionless. Talia frowned. "Who is it?" Whoosh, whoosh, the assassins in the dark quickly fell down. The sudden attack forced them to reveal their figures from the dark and defend around Talia to face the sudden attack. "You don't think that chains can tie me up, right?" Hearing that voice, Talia frowned even more tightly. "Lex Luthor?" Lex Luthor may be one of the smartest people on the planet, and he may have a lot of high-tech weapons in his hands, but this is the Assassin's League. Without those equipment, Luthor is just an ordinary person with a smarter brain. In the secret room, as long as he makes a little movement, someone will draw a blade and cut off his neck. And Talia did give such an order. "It seems that you are well prepared." Talia looked behind Luthor. The giant in a black windbreaker walked out step by step with heavy steps. The grey-white skin like a dead person and the bright bald head. He was like a black tower, following behind Luthor. The assassins on both sides instantly determined their targets. They lowered their body height, pushed their calves against the ground, and did not rush over it the first time. Instead, they took the lead in hiding their bodies and disappeared into the darkness. Due to the candlelight dinner, the room was not well lit, which actually facilitated the best conditions for the assassins to act. They can easily hide in it and draw their swords, while the enemy's vision is limited, causing fatal attacks. Swoosh! The blade passed by, and the bold giant did not react, but his skin was not injured. Ding! The knife was chopped on the head, but it was like hitting a piece of iron, and it bounced up. 7 or 8 assassins rushed over, and the first assassin who approached was pinched on the head by a big hand with a special huge black leather glove. With a flick of the giant wrist, the assassin who rushed over again was smashed away. After falling to the ground, they tried to get up, but found that their bodies seemed to be hit by a truck and could not move at all. Finally, they spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground completely. Bang! The bold giant crushed the head in his hand. From beginning to end, his expression did not change. "It's really bloody," Luthor frowned, but when he looked at Talia, his mood suddenly became much better. "Since you know that you can contact me with the toy man, you should also know that he has a lot of gadgets in his hands." "Gadgets?" Talia looked at the bull giant who only used one arm. No matter how agile his assassins are, or how strong their fighting ability is, when facing an indestructible piece of hard iron, all their skills are meaningless. This monster has the same strength and size as Bane, and even stronger physical defense. What's more terrifying is that he doesn't need to inject drugs all the time. That is, he has no weaknesses, which is not good news for any opponent. It seems that I can only get what I want in other ways. Goodbye, Lex Luthor. Talia turned around and waved her hand. Immediately, an assassin carrying a rocket launcher jumped out. The warhead flew towards Luthor and the other person almost at the moment when Talia finished waving her hand. Across a distance of more than 10 meters. Boom! Exclamation mark. The explosion burned the exquisite living room, burning the flames in the fireplace more vigorously, and the flames rushed up and burned through the roof. The airwave rolled up Talia's hair, reflecting her white skirt red. Even Bane didn't dare to take this bullet. She was about to leave, but heard the roar of the monster. The flames went out, and the flames dissipated. The bold giant knelt on the ground. His windbreaker had been burned to ashes, and his body was not hurt at all. No, his body was even evolving. Without the windbreaker, the tyrant awakened. The monster with a swollen and twisted body opened his eyes wide, raised his sharp claws high, and stepped forward with his legs that could only walk slowly, while crushing the floor with one foot. His body was like a collapsed rock, smashing towards Talia and others. Talia's expression instantly changed from calm to horrified. The assassins rushed forward and tried to resist. The fine steel blade blocked in front of him and touched the alienated claws, but was easily cut off, and the claws did not reduce their momentum, easily cutting the assassin who blocked the road in half. The human body was cut into 3 pieces and scattered on the ground. The internal organs were spread all over the ground, but were stepped on by the tyrant and sank into the broken floor. Although this is not the headquarters of the Assassin's League, there are many assassins. More than 20 assassins are no longer hiding, scrambling to resist, trying to buy more time for Talia to escape. But everything is in vain. When the tyrant rushed to Talia, there were only pieces of meat on the ground. Talia's white skirt was stained with blood. She looked up, not wiping the scarlet blood on the tip of her nose, but looking at the behemoth. The monster also looked down at her. The second they looked at each other seemed like an eternity. The claws were raised high. Snap, the monster shrank instantly and turned into a small keychain pendant, falling to the ground. "You're here." Lex Luthor looked at the door and breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. He didn't dare to guarantee that this guy would not attack him after killing him. Talia, who was in a daze, came back to her senses at this time. She turned her head and found that someone was standing at the door. Of course she knew him, the Toyman. A villain who defeated the Dark Knights led by the Laughing Bat and saved the world. He has been famous recently because he did not enjoy the glory of saving the world, but robbed a rich businessman with Harley Quinn. The most important thing is that Talia had just plotted against him and used him to lead Lex Luthor out. In Talia al Ghul's eyes, a Toyman with some abilities is obviously not as difficult to deal with as Lex Luthor, but she now regrets it. Maybe she should go directly to Lex Luthor instead of provoking this monster. That's right, the person who can control such a cruel monster is also a monster himself. Lizu walked in slowly and said, "I knew you were lying when you said she wanted to steal Superman's cells and clone Superman, Luthor." Lex Luthor completely ignored Lizu's tone. He spread his hands and said, "You brought Batman to me. Didn't you hope that I could help you find who is behind the scenes? At least the result is good." That's right. Lizu had come to Talia and looked at Batman's lover, Damian's mother. Talia suddenly made a move, and the short blade was pulled out from nowhere by her. As her body rushed forward, the blade was close to Lizu's neck. Lizu arched his back and shrank his neck at the same time. As the short blade scraped his skin and brought a cool feeling, he turned his body sideways and raised his left hand diagonally upward. Talia retracted her swung arms in time to avoid the joints from being attacked, but her right foot in high heels kicked towards Lizu's crotch, and the sharp tip of the shoe could make any man's crotch feel cold. Bang! Lizu clamped her ankles with his legs and pushed his hands forward fiercely, killing Talia's throat. Talia's short blade flipped at her fingertips, from vertical grip to reverse grip, flexibly blocking the path that Lizu's hands must pass, forcing Lizu to stop his attack. Lizu twisted his waist, clamped her ankles with his knees and turned, using the power of his body, to force Talia to fall. When Talia fell to the ground, the short blade was still stabbing towards Lizu's chest. Kaka, the muzzle of the gun was against her head, and her attack was finally interrupted. Gunfighting, how is it? Lizu's close combat boxing and kicking skills are not bad, but as the level of combat power in contact becomes higher and higher, the role of simple fisting has lost its meaning. Joint skills are not enough when compared to Superman's punch to smash a mountain. In the face of pure strength, skills have lost their meaning. Now, gunfighting may be just an unexpected little talent for Lizu. Lizu snatched her short blade and turned to pick up his toys, as if Talia's sudden attack just now was just a playful episode. Talia asked, "Is that your ability?" She saw that the gun in Lizu's hand turned into a plastic toy and was put into his pocket. The same was true for the bloodthirsty monster just now. She had not learned about the ability of the Toyman in detail. After all, there were not many weirdos in Gotham that could really attract her attention, and no matter how many there were, they were all defeated by Batman. But now it seems that she knew too little. Only then did Lizu turn around and take a good look at Talia al Ghul, a rose with thorns. Speaking of roses, Lizu subconsciously thought of poison ivy, but she should not be called a woman, sometimes more like a plant. I'm here to settle accounts with you, and by the way, I'm not so easy to be used as a gun. Talia didn't make any small moves this time. She said, you can shoot me. No, that's too easy for you. Lizu looked at her with a burning gaze, which made Talia a little unbearable. Should I avoid it? Lex Luthor raised his hand and asked. His tactfulness made Talia even more embarrassed. No, of course not. Lizu stared at Talia and said, I want you. No, that's too general. I mean, I want the Assassin's League. If the Ninja Master was still alive, Lizu's head would have left his neck by now, if he asked for the Assassin's League so bluntly. Even if Talia was in the Assassin's League at this time, the assassins would have hundreds of knives slashing at him. The reality is that she is now a prisoner. Moreover, she is not going to die. What do you want the Assassin's League for? She asked, although this is not what a prisoner should ask. Actually, I just need a batch of new goods to fill my toy store. Lizu seemed to be in a good mood. After Talia agreed to send a small team of assassins to serve him, the conversation in the pool of blood finally came to an end. Lex Luthor casually asked a few questions about the cause and effect. Someone contacted me and gave me a backup of Bruce Wayne's memory. Talia said. So you directly created a Bruce Wayne and modified him to only love you? Lizu TSK and said nothing. How much love does this mean? As for the person Talia mentioned, he had appeared before and bewitched Harley Quinn, a mastermind behind the scenes who can accurately grasp the inner weaknesses of everyone and drive them to work for him. So, what is the purpose of the other party doing all this? Whether it is Harley Quinn's kidnapping, the robbery of the fake Riddler, or the Assassin's League creating Batman, nothing can be connected. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.